Hi, and welcome to the Arlington County Regular Board Meeting that'll begin in just a few moments. But first, I'm going to walk you through how the meeting works. The County Board meets monthly with a break in August. Each meeting is divided into at least 2 sessions. At the end of each regular meeting, the board recesses and continues usually the following Tuesday. Each regular meeting starts with public comment. If you want to speak to the board, just submit a yellow speaker slip to the county clerk. Public comment is your chance to bring topics to the board that it may not be aware of, items that are not topics on that day's agenda, not already decided, and not scheduled for future hearings. One speaker will be heard on each topic and will have up to 2 minutes to speak. After public comment, the board takes up the consent agenda. These are groups of items. Sometimes there are dozens of them with no known issues that the chair brings to the board for a single vote. However, if you think an item on the consent agenda warrants discussion, submit a blue speaker slip to the clerk, asking that your item be removed. It's then up to the board to decide whether to move the item to the recess meeting for a public hearing. Okay, once that business is taken care of, we move on to the regular hearing items. Typically, these items include more complex, sometimes controversial issues. The board considers and votes on each of these items separately. The board may hear from staff, applicants, commissions, and the public before discussing the item and taking action. Okay, now you're ready for the meeting. Let's have a look at today's agenda.
Okay, good morning and welcome to the February 23rd County Board meeting. Today we have Mr. Gutschall, Ms. Garvey, Ms. Crystal, Mr. DeFerrante present, and Christian Dorsey presiding. Closed captioning is provided to all who are watching today on the overhead screen, as well as we have hearing assisted devices for the hearing impaired. Please check with our clerk, Ms. Jacobs, seated to my right, for any special accommodations. Spanish language translation is available during our public comment period. Would our Spanish language translator please stand up and introduce herself, please?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Cherlyn Varela y estoy aquí para ayudarles con interpretación si me necesitan. Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias, thank you. And the podium for people who are speaking today can be raised or lowered with an up and down arrow, which is located to your right as you face the microphone. Please speak clearly into that microphone so that everyone can hear your comments. Our public comment speakers will be called 2 at a time so that the person who is next in the queue can be prepared to speak as quickly as possible. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony today, please hand those to our clerk, again, Ms. Jacobs, and we ask that you submit 8 copies and include your name and contact information on all materials that you may submit. And just as a note, occasionally board members may need to get up and stretch our legs, and when we are away from the front, we are not away from the meeting. We do have video and audio in the back so we can follow the proceedings even if you can't see us. So with that, we are ready to begin public comment. Madam Clerk, would you call the first 2 speakers?
Our first speaker is Richard Coleman, followed by Connie Erickson.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
My name is Richard Coleman. I was homeless back in 2017, and I thank God for A-SPAN. I'm here to ask for y'all to adopt a resolution to have a 60-bed shelter made here for Arlington County residents that's born here in Arlington County. And it'd be 30 beds for women and 30 beds for men. And it takes some of the pressure off A-SPAN, a lot of pressure off A-SPAN. And for people to be in this shelter, it'd be for people who don't have a drug problem or a alcoholic problem, addiction to say. Also, I want to point out, 2 weeks back, I was on Glebe Road, and they were doing the construction for the road, and I noticed they didn't have a reduced speed sign. So I'm looking at this, and I counted the cars. I helped the guys out at the construction site. They was fixing a pothole. Over 200 cars were speeding over 65 miles per hour through the construction site zone. I called 911. The lady at 911 dispatch, I told her what was going on. She didn't send a police officer to monitor the guys. I stood there over 2.5 hours. I put up the sign that they had because it was down on the ground. I was very disgusted that the police wasn't protecting these guys at the construction site. Then I told them to get a reduced speed sign so people can slow down. But when they seen me there, the people was going through the traffic, they did slow down. But it took me to do some tactics to make them slow down. So I hope that you talk to Chief Parr about that.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Connie Erickson, followed by Joshua Handler.
Oops, up. Sorry. My name is Connie Erickson, here for the Audubon Society of Northern Virginia about the draft bicycle element of the transportation plan. We submitted comments on the bike plan, attended workshops, and visited with the Urban Forestry Commission, E2C2 county staff, and some of you individually to express concerns about the plan. We appreciate staff's response regarding visions to the bicycle plan to modify or eliminate two paths we identified that threaten conservation areas in Glen Carlin and Barcroft Parks. Future comments will recommend some safer and cheaper alternatives to some smaller paths to preserve tree canopy. We have discussed these with staff. Today I want to emphasize the importance of an issue identified in our comments for which we have received only a limited response from staff. That is the possible lighting of the WNOD and 4 Mile Run trails as they run through natural areas in Arlington's parks. Nighttime lighting of trails through natural areas will cause serious harm to resident and migratory wildlife which rely on natural cycles of darkness, either for rest or in the case of some predators finding food. The limited areas of safety provided by the stream valleys where the trails are located should not be further degraded by nighttime lights. Cyclists have head and bike lamps to provide light for commuting, and other nighttime use of the trails in those areas should not be encouraged by lighting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joshua Handler, followed by Shirley Jones.
Good morning. Last month we discussed whether the tree canopy in Arlington had increased or not. There seemed to be some confusion over the answer to this question, so I looked at the Arlington County Tree Canopy webpage on the 2017 Tree Canopy Study. Notably, it says, with the current tree canopy percentage of 41%, Arlington appears to be staying constant with overall tree canopy compared to 2011, 40%, but has not rebounded from our first measurement in 2008, 43%. The impression of an increase that some have mistakenly given is likely due to a misunderstanding of the margin of error in the two studies being compared. Probably the margins of error are greater than 1%, meaning it is difficult to say there was a change. I repeat the conclusion on the county website: Arlington appears to be staying constant with overall tree canopy compared to 2011. The 2017 study, however, can point to noticeable positive and negative trends by type of land. The county's website says tree canopy has increased in our parks, with very few parks showing significant reductions in tree canopy since 2011. The tree canopy growth in parks, it says, has helped offset the losses on residential properties. So it seems our public lands are a bulwark against even greater tree canopy loss due to private development. That is one reason so many of us were opposed to the unnecessary tree cutting in Upton Hill Park. It and other public lands contain a priceless reservoir of mature trees for Arlington. And again, we thank you for your interest in Upton Hill, as that helped to save a significant group of trees that otherwise would have been axed. We would all like to see the tree canopy improve. We all appreciate the contributions mature trees make to improving our local environment, health, and quality of life. They are important for addressing our regional and global environmental issues like saving the bay and climate change. It is a struggle to preserve, let alone increase our tree canopy with all the development in Arlington, but I hope the county will continue programs that preserve mature trees on all properties and that maintain green space. Thank you very much.
Shirley Jones, followed by Hannah Torma.
Good morning. I live in Arlington County, and I have some suggestions for all the new buildings that are going up. When you start new buildings, it affects everyone in the community. When people complain, I would like the county to handle the complaint differently. What is happening right now is Arlington County sends somebody to listen to the complaint, and he or she does not listen to the one that complained. The person that comes listens to the builder, and the builder shows the paperwork and says they're doing everything they're supposed to do. And then the Arlington County employee comes to me and say, oh, they're doing everything they're supposed to do. If you don't like what's happening, then you need to build your house bigger. If they have moved it the way that we live, they want us to then build a bigger house and not complain. What that is doing is it's ruining the relationship with the neighbors. I have lived there for 40 years. I have known my neighbors. We're friends. Now, not anymore. Their children and their grandchildren don't be bothered on my property. They don't even say hello. And my children and my grandchildren too. So if we want peace, we have to do justice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Hannah Torma, followed by Thomas Viles.
Good morning, County Board. I'm Sarah Duke. I'm the Executive Director of Encore Stage and Studio, and I have a few students with me today to share some comments.
Morning.
Members of the County Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Hannah Torma, and I'm a 12th grade student at WNL and an actor with Encore Stage and Studio. We recently celebrated our 50th anniversary, 50 years of producing outstanding theater by kids, for kids in Arlington. County support for the performing arts has been critical to our longevity and growth. I'm here this morning with other Encore students to express our gratitude and our hope that your support for the arts continues in the next fiscal year and beyond. During the summer between middle and high school, I was a shy, quiet kid who didn't like taking chances and sometimes found it hard to approach people. I signed up for a summer camp with Encore on a whim, and by the time the summer was over, I felt like a more confident person. Doing theater with Encore hasn't just taught me how to project, enunciate, and act. It's also introduced me to a community that has helped me learn important social and teamwork skills that are applicable in the real world. It's helped me to learn how to slide into the skin of a character while also feeling more confident in my own skin. I'll be leaving shortly after this meeting to perform as the villain in Robin Hood, which will be my last show with Encore before I go off to college. While I'm lucky enough to have a solid theater program at my school and hope to continue theater in college recreationally, a lot of the kids at Encore aren't that lucky. Many of them come from smaller private schools that don't offer many or any theater opportunities, and the professional training and facilities that Encore has to offer these kids gives them an outlet and a stage to do what they love. Encore has had such a positive impact on my life and the lives of so many kids, and I'd like to thank you again for your continued support of Encore Stage and Studio and young artists like me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Xander T-Lock, and I'm a cast member in Encore's production of Robin Hood, where I play Robin Hood. I would like to invite you formally to come see the show, as we greatly appreciate all your support in Children's Theater in Arlington. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thomas Viles, followed by Audrey Clement.
Much of the county's political process consists in the county's politically influential lobbying you off the record. We see it in the planning process and in the Amazon deal. You routinely publish citizen comment in county forums and on county websites, but most of the county's well-connected prefer to reach you individually in emails, phone calls, and private meetings. These are rarely disclosed voluntarily. And that's why the Freedom of Information Act is so important for people whose only political power is at the ballot box. Illustrating this power disparity was my request to see communications between you and representatives of the Metro Washington YMCA, a very large tax-exempt landowner, about their proposed land use change. You first presented me with a bill for hundreds of dollars. And when I paid that, you provided none of the requested documents. Not unreasonably, I think, I asked the county manager to confirm that there were no such communications. He refused even the courtesy of a reply. After multiple requests rewarded with 14 months of stony silence, I finally got a note from his office admitting that they had not, in fact, searched your individual servers or individual files. Now, you know, and I know, and we all know, that's where such communications get sent. I appeal to your consciences. Please provide the communications that each of you have had with the YMCA about turning land reserved for parks and schools into profitable megadevelopment. And if you think such communications about county business are not subject to the FOI when they're sent to your personal addresses, I suggest that you examine whether the law supports this view. Thank you.
By Andy Ludwig.
Welcome, members of the board. County Manager, I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. I want to share with you Suzanne Sundberg's Cliff Notes on the environmental impact of the county's unfettered development, including increased impervious surfaces or hardscape, mature tree loss, stormwater runoff and flooding, sea level rise, the urban heat island effect, and air pollution. Last year, in response to a query from then board member John Weistat, staff confirmed that, quote, regulated development activity is adding an average of nearly 9 acres per year, the equivalent of adding the footprint of the Pentagon every 3 to 4 years, end quote. Staff are also reported that, quote, impervious surfaces are on an upward trend from an estimate of 40% in 2001 to 45% with the 2017 update, end of quote. Increased hardscape obviously means decreased tree canopy. Yet based on a DPR report that at least one expert, Jerlath O'Neill Dunn of the University of Vermont, has determined to be unreliable, board members insist on the opposite. Increased hardscape has increased flooding, as demonstrated by an October 2018 staff presentation with photographs of flooded streets all over the county. Increased flooding combined with projected sea level rise jeopardizes the operation of 2 critical facilities in South Arlington, the water treatment plant and Reagan National Airport. While the water treatment plant is undergoing an upgrade, there is no money in the budget to harden it against flooding. Yet another effect of increased hardscape is the urban heat island effect. Heat trapping surfaces contribute to ozone formation, which is harmful to human health. The American Lung Association gives Arlington an F for air quality for good reason. Bottom line, through rapacious and largely unfettered development, Arlington is increasing its risk of significant flooding, degraded water quality, the urban heat island effect, and public exposure to dangerous pollutants.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Andy Ludwig, followed by Catherine Young. Thank you.
I'm Andy Ludwig, representing Duke Banks in the Arlington County Civic Federation, which you know is composed of delegates from every neighborhood in Arlington. So when they nearly unanimously support a resolution, it really reflects the view of the people of Arlington, your constituents. And in this case, it's about a resolution to decriminalize the possession of marijuana. Over 400 people per year are arrested in Arlington. That's more than one per day and double what it was 10 years ago. Starkly in stark contrast to the national trend, which is downward. And those arrests ruin lives. Even if they plea, it will cost thousands of dollars, hundreds of hours, and many people lose their job or struggle to find another job because of it. Some people lose their driver's license and in some tragic cases lose custody of their children. All of this for possession of a substance that's viewed as nearly a miraculous drug in most of our country. It fights cancer, it helps alleviate symptoms of PTSD, Alzheimer's, seizures, and chronic pain. If you know no one with those conditions, you're truly blessed. But I, like most people, know plenty of people who have those conditions, and they risk a criminal history for seeking their medicine in Arlington. Police Chief Farr and Commonwealth Attorney Stamos have said they're going to follow the letter of the law, Virginia's outdated laws, until they change. They will use their discretion to deprioritize marijuana enforcement if you make it part of your legislative package, part of your priorities. So please help us correct this historic injustice.
Thank you.
Catherine Young, followed by Bobby Fischer.
Sorry, it's tall and I'm not. Good morning, everybody. My name is Catherine Young, and I am the former Poet Laureate in Arlington. We in the literary arts community, that is prose, poetry, translation, and publishing, appreciate your willingness to meet and talk with us about public support for the literary arts in Arlington, which, as we all know, is currently non-existent. To recap, in FY 2018, we spent $43,000 for a staff position and $10,000 for programming in the literary arts that directly benefited thousands of people in our community. All of these programs were cut in FY 2019, not because they were unwanted or unsuccessful, but because the staff position to administer them had been eliminated in budget cuts. Even in the absence of that budget position, that staff position, however, we urge you to revive 2 of these programs in FY 2020. The Pick a Poet program, which is live poetry in the schools, was fully administered by APS and served over 2,000 students and teachers a year. It could be reconstituted simply by allocating $4,000 as part of the cultural affairs budget. We urge you to make this investment in our kids. We also ask you to revive the Poet Laureate position and put it on life support. There's some urgency about this request because the Academy of American Poets recently announced up to $100,000 in grants specifically to support local Poet Laureate programs, for which we could compete if we had a laureate. Therefore, we are asking you to approve a token honorarium and limited programming budget, a total of $500, to be used for small-scale, community-based poetry programming and for building infrastructure for the laureate position. So, to recap, all we're asking for is a token investment in the literary arts, $4,000 for the poetry program in the schools, and $500 to keep the Poet Laureate program on life support. And we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bobby Fischer, followed by Jim Hurst. Bobby Fischer. Could Mr. Berturnik approach the clerk's desk, please?
I don't know if this is a good morning, but I'm here today to speak directly to Kristen Dorsey. You owe me an apology. You and I share only one thing in common, the color of our skin, but it stops there. As a responsible Black woman and homeowner, I am outraged by your unacceptable behavior towards me. Last month, I stood here as a victim of racial hostility in my home, where I pay my monthly mortgage and condo fee in good standing almost 14 years. I quoted you the very words where white men and women repeatedly call me a fucking bitch. We don't want you here. Get out. I will punch you in your face. I complain in writing to your office about a hostile housing environment which I live. Each of the 5 board members, all Democrats, were handed a copy of my complaint. Not a single response from any of you. I am outraged that you would criticize me for quoting the words "a fucking bitch." I am outraged that you would tell me to use alternative words. I am outraged you would disrespect me as a black woman. If I am called a nigger, I will not water it down to make white people feel comfortable by describing it the N-word. No, Mr. Dorsey, you have taken my vote, and I am very unhappy with you. I will not be voting for you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Followed by Roberta Spence.
Good morning. Winter is almost over, and I and other residents ask what plans county government is making for enhanced enforcement of traffic ordinances this spring, summer, and fall. Our streets, sidewalks, plazas, and trails were never designed for numerous two-wheeled vehicles sharing public spaces with pedestrians and four-wheeled motor vehicles. To date, there has been little or no enforcement of your own regulations regarding electric scooters. Be a pal slogans are not enforcement. Despite what DES transportation may say, Arlington has embraced a more-car diet for many years, more vehicles and vehicle trips every year. What are the likely consequences given the county's increased urbanization over the next several years? Again, what will be done about enforcement of multimodal vehicle ordinances and regulations this year? I and others would like to know what's being planned, if anything is being planned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Spence, followed by Hunter Tomorrow.
My name is Roberta Spence. I'm a resident of Arlington County. Have been since, I think, the mid-90s, coming from Kansas. Currently, during the last just under a year and a half, I was forced to move into affordable housing property. I put that in quotes because it's really not affordable. And I've outlined in detail my concerns and support from our argument in the form I've turned in, so I won't go into detail on that except to say that and reiterate to all of you that in addition to Matt, who was present during the last tenant landlord commission meeting that I was in, that to remind you that the housing voucher program has not been added to, been funded in increase in funding for over 8 years. Even the quote affordable housing units are not affordable anymore because of the rapid increase of rents due to all the rapid influx of major businesses such as Amazon and Gerber and I don't remember all the others, but there's numerous ones. And that has, and even just the whisper of Amazon coming would put pressure on the rents. And I'm retired, I'm 77 years old. Although I can work, I was laid off when Dominion Arms changed property management. So anyway, I appreciate your serious concern and adding some funding to that program.
Thank you.
Arrow, followed by Nora Rosman.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hunter Tomorrow. I live in Arlington, and I'm here to express my disappointment with the county's lack of community engagement in the Amazon HQ2 process. When I'm out talking to members of the communities that are most impacted by the deal, There's been no outreach to them. Most of them have no idea that Amazon is coming here. They're completely unaware of it. When they learn what's actually planned for HQ2, they're surprised and they're concerned about their future in the county. We've provided the board with some statements of some of those concerns, and I'd like to read one of them right now. To the Arlington County Board, I would like diverse working families to be able to stay in Arlington. I used to live in Arlington, and as a teacher, I can no longer afford it. I now live in Alexandria. Don't forget to serve all the people. So at the little public outreach there has been, I've found that Amazon has been notably absent. Therefore, I urge you to not vote on any incentives for Amazon or any other corporation in Arlington until you've held a public hearing where Amazon representatives can answer directly to the concerns of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Rosman, followed by Opal Boyer.
Good morning, Board. My name is Nora Rassman, and I'm a resident of DC. I'm here as a community member in collaboration with a large group of folks bringing deep concerns and alarm about the possibility of Amazon to HQ in Northern Virginia. We're deeply concerned about the impact such a decision will have both on this community and the surrounding region. Despite wide public critique and internal organizing by Amazon employees, Amazon continues to collaborate with and assist ICE in their surveillance, detention, and targeting of our immigrant families and friends. Inviting them into the region says that you agree with this behavior. When we look at the impacts of Amazon coming to the area, we know Amazon will only hasten gentrification and housing displacement, not only here in Northern Virginia, but in the larger region. According to the Washington Business Journal, Seattle housing prices, where Amazon's initial HQ is, have doubled within the last 6 years. We are here to ask for open hearings to be arranged for community members, paying particular attention to people who will be most impacted by both expansion and displacement, Black and Latinx communities, trans and queer people, and people already experiencing housing instability. Thank you.
Margarita Domain.
Hi, good morning. My name is Opal Boyer. I'm here today to talk about Amazon's collaboration with ICE. By not only
Ms. Boyer, we have standard rules for public comment where we ask for not more than one speaker on the same issue. So if you have some other dimension to this other than Amazon's collaboration with ICE, that would be appropriate at this time.
Okay, well, all right, so I'd like to talk about not giving public money to corporations that collaborate with ICE. We should...
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you.
We should not be giving away public dollars to any corporations that are collaborating and fueling a deportation machine. By doing so, we're implicated in harming not only the immigrant community here in Northern Virginia, but across the country. We should not be giving public money to a corporation whose web services collect, store, and organize a massive repository of information on immigrants, their friends, and family. Web services that scour regional, local, state, and federal databases to build profiles to surveil, track, and ultimately deport immigrants, or web services that undermine sanctuary city policy through unprecedented data sharing among all levels of law enforcement. So I will go ahead and share a report on a corporation that collaborates with ICE in this manner, that we should not be implicated in funding this corporation here in our communities and harming the immigrant community.
Thank you.
Margarita Domain.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Soy Margarita Damián. Represento a los inmigrantes, represento a la clase trabajadora. Somos la clase trabajadora, somos los que realmente ganamos salarios mínimos, somos los que trabajamos en sus casas, los que limpiamos sus casas, los que arreglamos su jardín, los que trabajamos en restaurantes, los que trabajamos haciendo construcción. ¿Verdad? Es la comunidad a quienes ustedes no están viendo, a que nos están haciendo invisibles ante esta problemática que se está viniendo con Amazon. ¿verdad? Somos los que realmente estamos preocupados y nos sentimos amenazados por la venida de esta corporación, porque no vamos a poder pagar esas viviendas a tan alto costo. Entonces pedimos que nos tomen en cuenta, estamos pidiendo viviendas accesibles, pero para nosotros, esta clase trabajadora, inmigrantes, gente de color. Pedimos más audiencias para la comunidad, que escuchen más foros comunitarios, en donde sepan la preocupación de nosotros, ¿verdad? Y bueno, y no más incentivos para Amazon. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Margarita Damian. Please do not forget us. We are the working class. We are people of color. We are immigrants. We are the ones that do your garden. We are the one that clean your homes. We are the one that practically do the work harder. We are the workers earning the minimum wage. We feel threatened with the arrival of Amazon because in the past where they have caused more poverty. Please, we need more affordable housing. We need your help and your support. Please host more public hearings to actually include the community voice, and we ask you to please vote against the incentives towards Amazon.
Thank you. Clerk, do we have any other speakers for public comment today?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. The public comment period is concluded. This is not a period for the board to engage in extensive remarks on public comment. As per our custom, these are to introduce issues that are not on the board's agenda. So I'll just briefly, first of all, thanks to all who came out to speak today. Mr. Coleman, I don't know if you are still here. We definitely will take your considerations for more shelter beds into account as we develop our supportive services for Arlington's homeless community. I will just note that one of our items on the agenda today is to approve an affordable housing community that is intended to provide some support for permanent supportive housing for those transitioning from shelters to hopefully long-term stability in housing. And very much appreciate your taking it on yourself as a citizen to go out and help what you saw as unsafe conditions with motorists and the road. I would just ask that you please protect your own personal safety at all costs, but we'll definitely take it under advisement about making sure that police and construction crews are coordinated to keep streets safe. Ms. Erickson, thank you very much for your concerns, particularly about lighting on the W and O&D trail. I am not particularly familiar with where that is at this point, so if any colleagues want to comment on that, you are welcome to, but certainly as you already are, please continue to engage in the collaborative process with staff to develop recommendations that will ultimately reach us at some point. Mr. Handler, thank you very much for your concerns about the tree canopy, consistent with what many advocates have been sharing with the board over the past few months, and I will just say thank you for your interest in the Urban Forestry Commission. I think that'll be a good outlet for your advocacy. Ms. Jones, thank you. It's good to see you here after having met you at Open Door Monday, where we've tried to go back and figure out how to deal with some of the issues on your street and your neighborhood, and just generally very much appreciate your thoughts about making sure that customer service as we deploy it very much is fair and balanced towards making sure we're responsive to the concerns that are brought to us by residents. Ms. Torma, Hannah, and Andrew, Encore students, thank you very much for coming and for your support for the arts. That will be very much a part of our budget process over the next couple of months as we determine the appropriate levels of investment for the arts in our community. Mr. Viles, on FOIA, I'm going to really defer to our, attorney and county manager on the specifics of this and invite you to follow up with our ombudsman, Mr. Aiken, over here for specifics, but I will just say as a general rule, we comply with FOIA in every way, including all email communications, text communications, everything that is asked of us. I personally have to spend quite a bit of time scouring my servers to provide responsive documents, so I'm not sure about your specific case, but I want you to make sure that you understand that fundamentally we search everything in order to be responsive to every FOIA request that comes to us. Ms. Clement, you brought to us your concerns about development generally and specifically about its environmental impacts. We appreciate your comments. Mr. Ludwig, thank you for presenting the Civic Federation's resolution on the decriminalization of marijuana. I suspect that this will be a part of our legislative package discussion for the upcoming year. And Ms. Young, thank you for your support of the literary arts and specifically also the Poet Laureate program, as well as the collaboration with schools to deliver poetry to our students. That will be a larger part of the public budget discussion as well, but certainly your immediate asks, I think all board members are getting up to speed on that, and we'll be back in touch once we know more. Ms. Fisher came again with her concerns. Mr. Harris brought to us his concerns, particularly about multimodal sharing of our public infrastructure, and this is something that the recent or not recently concluded, it's still going on, but there has been some legislative movement in Richmond, which we think will preserve our ability to regulate the shared mobility devices that most people colloquially know as scooters. We will be looking in the upcoming weeks and months to figure out how and if those can be compatible with the various other modes that are competing for our public rights of way. Ms. Spence, very much sorry about the pressures that housing costs are providing on you and your income security. You will be, I think, pleased to know that at least at this point, the manager has prepared a budget, and that budget includes an increase in the housing grants program to deal specifically with the issue that you raised, it not keeping up with the ceiling of allowable affordable rents in our community. Mr. Tamaro and Ms. Rosman, Ms. Boyer and Ms. Damian, who all came with dimensions of concerns about Amazon in our community. We very much appreciate hearing all of these issues, whether it be what Amazon is as a business, what its impacts are going to be on our community, the incentives package that Arlington is going to be considering next month, and making sure that this board is looking out for people who have historically and are currently going to be affected by this in every way. We heard some specific comments about more outreach, and I would invite people, I know that you don't have enough time in 2 minutes to fully flesh out an idea, but if you have a specific idea about what you would like to see, we would welcome considering that to figure out if that can be implemented between now and whatever time you think it needs to be implemented. We do plan on March 16th to consider the performance agreement, which is the hotel tax incentive, which is being negotiated with Amazon. That should be for the board's consideration on March 16th. So we invite you to come back there for that. But please, in the interim, send us a proposal for what you think would be appropriate to meet the outreach and hearing needs that you have outlined today. So with that, comments from colleagues on any of those issues. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to speak to the notion of public engagement, in particular as it relates to our consideration of the performance agreement with Amazon. And I wanted to let everyone know that from the first inkling of Amazon's possible coming to Arlington, I've been a consistent advocate for open communications surrounding all aspects of our bid, Amazon's acceptance, and now our consideration of the performance agreement we are scheduled to vote on next month. The County Board is operating in this spirit of transparency as we have held multiple listening sessions, online virtual learning sessions, and have scheduled dozens of discussions with civic groups and other groups. I believe that everything about Arlington's success that draws companies like Amazon here is rooted in our commitment to civic dialogue, not in spite of it. Sometimes these conversations aren't easy. We don't always agree. There are those who do not welcome Amazon and argue the board should not follow through on our bid to bring them here. I don't agree with that view, but I will support the right and appropriate opportunity for their voice to be heard. Importantly, I have also called on Amazon to increase their level of public engagement, as I believe our community is fundamentally stronger when we embrace difficult dialogue. Amazon officials have said they look forward to joining our community, not taking it over. Just this week, they have shared with me the numerous quiet meetings they have had getting to know our nonprofit, business, civic, and educational communities. I am further encouraged by Amazon's willingness to engage their new community in candid discussions surrounding a host of issues, some of which are germane to their performance agreement, and some of which are not. I believe that Amazon's choice of Arlington for their new headquarters is a big win for us and the region. Their coming not only allows us to focus more intently on the challenges we face in transportation, schools, and housing, among other needs, but eventually the tax revenue generated by Amazon will also help to fund solutions to these challenges. Any great partnership requires constant, open communication. Voices of dissent do not weaken healthy debate, they sharpen it. As Amazon embarks on their long-term journey with this community, I welcome their fulsome engagement to build the connections that will maximize the win-win potential of their new home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for kind of so well covering everybody, and I just wanted to touch on a couple of different issues that kind of came up in several remarks. One was following the law. Someone came about FOIA and suggesting that maybe we aren't following the law, and I will simply agree with what Mr. Dorsey said. I've been here longer than anybody. I spent a lot of time going through my emails looking for searches. When we're told what we need to do, we absolutely do it. We follow the law. We take an oath to do that. Similarly, with the gentleman concerned about marijuana, that the resolution from the Civic Federation, I think that's great. We will, consider putting it in our legislative package. It makes a whole lot of sense. But I cannot have anybody complaining about our police chief and our Commonwealth's attorney saying they will follow the letter of the law. They also take oaths. That's what they're meant to do. So when you have trouble with the law, you need to change the law, and it's completely appropriate to come here and ask us to do a resolution and work to do that. But I will never ask anybody to not follow the law, because that's what we're meant to be doing. On the engagement, we have many, many different ways of engaging. And in fact, Ms. Spence, who came and spoke so eloquently about the need for more support in housing, thank you so much for coming. She mentioned the Tenant Landlord Commission, at which Matt DeFerranti was at. We all liaise to various commissions. Those commissions generally meet once a month. Often county board members are there to hear from commissions. On Amazon, we are working on a listening tour, if you will, and have reached out to every civic organization that we could think of in Arlington offering to come. And in fact, our staff is having a really hard time because, for example, on Monday night, I'm going to 2 different civic associations to talk to them. Many of us are doubling up, going 2 places at least in one night to talk to people. We are out there as much as we can. It's a big community. We are doing our very best. Open Door Monday is another thing that is available to anybody who wants to come, and anybody and everybody does come. I actually enjoy Open Door Mondays because you never know who's going to come, and you never know what you're going to hear about, but it's always instructive, and it is welcoming and open to anyone who wants to come. We do meet individually with people. Someone mentioned that. I generally tell my aide I'll meet with anybody. Within reason, we all talk to anybody. It doesn't have to be a special relationship at all. Many, many people have come in to have individual conversations with us, and including folks like Ms. Fisher, who was here earlier. I began meeting with her individually probably about when I got on the board about 8 years ago. So we all are continually working on issues, and we are doing our best, and we are as available as we possibly can be for 5 people in a community of 200 and how many? 30,000 people. We're trying, and I actually need to add up the number of civic associations and groups. We try to actually and liaise with each one of them as well. And then there is online. There's lots of online information for people to look. It is all out there. We are open and transparent, and again, doing the very best we can. 5 people and 430,000 people that we need to communicate with, and we do our very best and try hard. We're always working to get better. And thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. DeFerranti.
Just very briefly, I want to thank everyone who came for civility in your comments. I do also want to credit the chair with handling all of the questions with civility. And then I also want to echo the theme that has been so important to me, which is equity. It's many of us have mentioned it, but the implications, of course, on the housing grants program that you mentioned coming out of landlord-tenant. I'm so glad that's in the manager's proposed budget. And then last, I just want to echo Ms. Garvey and Mr. Gutschall and all of us have really focused on. We're at about 18 or 20 events that we're going to be doing over the next month or so, often two events per night. And I encourage you to engage there, and in addition to the suggestions that the chair had with respect to specific proposals for public engagement. Thanks much.
Thank you. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've concluded our public comment period, and we're now ready to consider our consent agenda. We have 20 items that were proposed for the consent agenda. I know of one, I believe, that was intended to be pulled, item number 15. Like we have another one, item number 9. So items number 9, item 15. Ms. Garvey.
I move that we adopt the consent items, absent items 15 and 9.
Okay, is motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 15 and 9. Is there a second? Seconded. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Oh, they're getting out there. Let's just let them go.
So we have a motion to move the consent agenda with the exclusion of items 9 and 15. It's been seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 5-0. So each month, the board approves many items as part of our consent agenda. So today, we just approved 18 items with a single vote. These are generally thought to be non-controversial items, but as was the case today, sometimes something emerges that causes an item to be pulled because there are questions, concerns, or the need for more discussion. When the item is pulled, it will be heard on Tuesday at our recessed meeting. So items 9 and 15 will be heard on Tuesday night, February 26th. While the items that we approved today may not have generated controversy, that does not mean they were not important. And I'd like to highlight particularly just one. Item number 8. In another action in the ongoing development and making Columbia Pike interesting, the board approved a special kind of culinary training and entrepreneurship center at the ground floor of the Gilliam Place community that will be operated, that is being built and will be operated by the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing. It's a mixed-use development that is rapidly nearing completion at 3507 Columbia Pike in the Alcova Heights neighborhood. This operation will be run by La Cocina, Virginia, a nonprofit organization that's focused on training immigrants for higher skilled, better paying jobs and to improve their fluency in English. La Cocina plans to open a cafe, office space, a training center, a training kitchen, and a technology center, as well as having a conference room with the possibility of expanding the offerings that it provides for the community. Our county needs this sort of hands-on career and professional training center, and quite frankly, I would personally say it just needs the unique offerings that La Cocina will bring not only to Arlington, but to Columbia Pike in particular. Any other comments on the consent agenda, colleagues? All right, with that, we are ready for our regular public hearing items. Madam Clerk, would you call the first item, please?
Item number 21, request to ratify advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider proposed amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance related to Phase 1 of the Child Care Initiative. Item 22, request to ratify advertisement of the public hearing on an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 52 of the Code of Arlington County, excuse me, to amend Sections 52.1 through 52.32 and to add Sections 52.33 through 52.53. Request to ratify advertisements of a public hearing on an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 59 of the Code of Arlington County, to amend Sections 59.1 through 5920, and to add sections 5921 through 5955.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we begin by turning it over to the manager for the staff presentation, I just want to highlight that some of the language that we see in these items 21, 22, and 23 are different than what the county board customarily deals with. I wanted to highlight that this is a bit different in how we usually take on a request to advertise. There is actually no legal requirement that the board authorize the advertisements. In Arlington, the board usually holds a public hearing on the proposed request to advertise and then votes on whether or not to approve the advertisement. Today we are holding a public hearing, but due to a timing issue, we will then vote on whether to ratify advertisements that have already been published. Clear enough? So should the board decide today to change the scope that has already been advertised, we will approve those changes to the advertisements and then re-advertise the items in March for April board consideration. But the thought going into it is that there is nothing in our discussion today that will likely change that scope, so that is why we are proceeding as we are. So with that, Mr. Manager, turn it over to you and the very capable team to discuss this very important series of actions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have with me today an amazing group of staff who have worked very, very diligently over many, many months. And so you'll hear first from Deborah Warren and from Kim Vaca, and then we have Caitlin Hutchison, Erica Gibson, Jen Smith, a whole series of other people who are here able to assist with the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Warren. I'm the Deputy Director of Human Services, and I am very proud of the level of teamwork with this initiative that involved not only incredible detailed work on very dense material within the Department of Human Services, but also our CPHD friends who are sitting right behind me. It's been an incredible collaboration. I also want to thank the County Attorney's Office for their work with really making sure that we were legally in the right lane. Really appreciate that. As the County Board knows, in spring of 2017, you all instructed the manager to develop a work plan to guide efforts to expand and improve upon child care services in Arlington, and allocated one staff position that would be filled by Ms. Vaca here to focus on zoning ordinance changes and other planning work. And in Human Services, we immediately got to work in the summer of 17 and launched our child care initiative. So I'm just really thrilled to say that in a year and a half, we've really accomplished quite a lot of work on this initiative. So our initiative aims to develop an inclusive, integrated child care system that effectively serves all Arlingtonian families with a priority focus on vulnerable populations. And I think the level of work and the proposals that you'll be hearing about this morning will move us farther in that direction. It won't solve all of the problems, but it will move us forward in terms of addressing the challenges. So after a year-long community engagement process, we received your final approval on our action plan. And the action plan for this initiative presented concretely how we were going to go about achieving specific goals with regard to increasing accessibility, including affordability, availability, and quality in Arlington County. And I will say that there's been a significant thought and challenge, really working through the challenges of proposing changes that would achieve those goals and reflect best practice standards and ensure health and safety. We're going to turn now to our main buckets here, which are the accessibility, availability, and quality. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that have become clear as we've moved through the work of the action plan. We did a risk and reach study, which we're constantly updating, and we'll have fresh information for you shortly on that. But you will note that the cost of childcare in Arlington, as evidenced by this graph, is exactly twice the average cost for the state of Virginia. And you can see the comparables to our local jurisdictions. Child Care Aware has identified Arlington as being the most expensive child care, the community with the most expensive child care in the country and actually ever. So it's imperative that we make some changes to increase the affordability. And then in terms of availability, you can see that the number of child care slots relative to the population under 5 is about 55%. We have added a little over 200 child care slots in the last year, but we have a long way to go with increasing availability. And then in terms of quality, one measure, and this is only one measure of quality, is accreditation, and about 17% of our child care slots are accredited. And we'll talk about some of the other measures of quality shortly. So the level of public and stakeholder engagement in this initiative has been really extensive and, again, highly collaborative. And it's been an iterative process, as you can see from the detail on the slide, and it's led to our proposals, which resulted as a result of this community engagement process, where we identified compromises that we felt would meet the needs of the community for quality, while at the same time ensuring that those recommendations were within the parameters to keep kids safe, because that's a primary goal, obviously. Starting actually last summer, we did multiple surveys, online surveys, and I want to thank the DHS quality assurance staff in collaboration with CPHD on that. And that work yielded a lot of really great information, and we don't have time to get into all the details on that, but we had multiple meetings with child care program staff. We had community meetings. We had a major meeting in September, which yielded an incredible amount of information to get feedback about what changes we could make in terms of chapters 52 and 59, as well as the zoning ordinance changes that you'll be hearing about. After we did a major community meeting, we then put up an online survey to ensure that we really captured all of the feedback from all of the various stakeholder groups, including parents. We wanted to make sure that we were able to garner their feedback. And so we held that survey open for a month, and we received almost 400 unduplicated responses on that. We also did a lot of work with our family daycare home providers, not just an online survey, but also several meetings. And we did targeted engagement, which you can read about in your board reports, that included multiple civic organizations, from the Chamber, the Transportation Committee, the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families. I could go on on that, but that yielded a lot of information, and we were able to identify what areas were garnering strong support and what areas we still needed to refine and do further work on. And that included a ZOCO meeting. Actually, we've had 2 ZOCO meetings on this topic. And we've had very, very targeted meetings with child care staff and family day home staffs who would be directly impacted by these changes. So we wanted to make sure that as we came up with our initial recommendations, that we got feedback on that. And we did, and we got some feedback about group sizes and ratios, and changed our recommendations in response to that feedback. We had a big community open house on a snowy night, and one provider said that if we were able, we ran by our final staff recommendations, and one provider said he would double his capacity, expand his program if we were able to enact these recommendations. Finally, we had, I do want to say that in terms of this community engagement effort, we really wanted to make sure that the information, which is dense and, complicated, was really understandable by the persons who would be impacted. And so therefore an effort was made to, as you can see, provide information in 9 languages, including Spanish, and also to make sure that interpretation translation services were available. And in addition, you can see from your board item that many of these meetings occurred in the evening and on Saturday. So I'm going to turn it over to Kim. I just want to say one last thing about this. What you're hearing about today is phase 1 of our action plan. So once we had our approved action plan, we developed a very detailed implementation plan, and we organized it into phases. And so what you're going to hear about is phase 1, the action steps in phase 1, and that consists almost 50% of our action steps of this initiative. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Vaca.
Thanks, Deborah. I will provide an overview of the request to advertise for the proposed zoning ordinance amendment specifically. Staff is proposing to amend 13 sections of the zoning ordinance to align with the recommendations outlined in the Child Care Initiative Action Plan and to increase the availability, accessibility, and quality of child care in Arlington. The amendment will be discussed by topic outlined by the next 5 slides. The first topic relates to how the zoning ordinance defines child care. Currently, the zoning ordinance includes 2 definitions for our center-based programs. These definitions were adopted in the 1950s and 1960s and do not align with County Code Chapter 52 nor the Code of Virginia, causing confusion about what uses are classified as a child care center. Staff is proposing to consolidate both definitions into one definition titled Child Care Center and align the definition with Chapter 52 and the state. Staff also proposes minor amendments to the family daycare home definition to better align with County Code Chapter 59 and the state as well. Additionally, staff analyzed whether summer camps should continue to be considered child care centers in the zoning ordinance, thereby requiring a use permit. Staff concluded that summer camps are not analogous to child care centers as they are not regulated by Chapter 52, operate on a seasonal basis, and are typically associated with a larger principal use, such as a school or private institution. Staff proposes to create a new definition titled day camp and allow day camps as a by right short-term use. As part of the Child Care Initiative engagement process, staff received feedback that many operators of businesses that cater to children were unsure whether their businesses were considered a child care center. Staff's proposal recommends clarifying that dance, art, fitness, gymnastic, and music classes or studios for children are retail personal service uses and not child care centers. Lastly, on this topic, the zoning ordinance contains inconsistent references to childcare as an accessory use by listing 6 different childcare terms throughout Article 12. Staff proposes to allow childcare as an accessory use only for programs that care for children on an irregular basis and are not regulated by Chapter 52. An example of such a use would be a gym that includes a room dedicated for children to play and socialize while their parents are working out. The next land use topic addresses the development review process and the maximum number of children permitted in family daycare homes. Currently, Arlington County permits up to 9 children, while the Virginia Department of Social Services permits up to 12 statewide. Arlington County and the City of Alexandria are the only 2 jurisdictions in the region that do not allow up to 12 children in family daycare homes, including those jurisdictions in DC and Maryland. In order to increase the supply of childcare in Arlington, staff is recommending to increase the maximum number of children from 9 to 12 in family daycare homes. It's important to note, however, that the building code and Chapter 59 will determine the final number of children permitted based on the size of the space dedicated to childcare in the home. Paired with this recommendation is a proposal to amend the development review process. Currently, the county allows family daycare homes with 5 or fewer children by right and requires use permit approval by the county board for homes with 6 to 9 children. Staff proposes to allow up to 9 children by right and require a use permit for 10 to 12 children. This will provide staff and the county board the discretion to approve proposals with larger numbers of children and include conditions of approval if land use impacts arise. Staff further supports our recommendation to allow family daycare homes with up to 9 children by right, since existing family daycare homes with up to 9 children have operated without significant land use impacts on their surrounding community, with no discontinued use permits upon review, and with minimal to no complaints to CPHD. Because staff is proposing to increase the number of children allowed in family daycare homes by right, staff is also proposing to create new use standards that will codify many of the permit conditions currently included in the use permits for family daycare homes. Because the county would lose the ability to condition by right family daycare homes with 9 or fewer children, staff considers these changes necessary to mitigate the potential land use impacts of the use, also allowing a more streamlined, less costly, and more predictable approval process. Currently, the zoning ordinance includes 2 use standards: that family daycare homes must obtain a certificate of occupancy and that they are licensed pursuant to Chapter 59. Staff is recommending to remove these superfluous standards and create 5 new use standards. The first 2 use standards apply to all family daycare homes, which require that parents and/or providers must escort their children to and from the home, and that if the providers choose to provide on-site outdoor play space, that it is maintained and a fence is maintained and surrounds the outdoor play space on the site. The last 3 use standards apply to only those homes which care for 6 to 12 children. These standards require that the applicant provides contact information to nearby civic associations, that they provide 1 off-street parking space for pickup and drop-off of children, as currently required by all use permit conditions for family daycare homes with 6 to 9 children today, and that pickup and drop-off is accommodated and managed so that queuing of 2 or more cars does not occur on public streets or impede access to neighboring properties or driveways. The fourth topic today about the zoning ordinance addresses parking requirements for child care centers. Input received during the CCI engagement process showed that the county's parking requirement and lack of flexibility are significant barriers to child care center providers. Providers also stated that the existing per employee metric used to calculate the parking requirement hindered their ability to lower the age of children in their program, as greater number of children with lower ages requires more staff, thereby requiring more parking. To address this issue, staff analyzed the county's parking requirement for child care centers and similar uses, compared Arlington's parking requirements with other local jurisdictions, and analyzed child care center survey results for employee commute patterns to determine parking demand. Staff concluded that the county's parking requirement is too high and is recommending to modify the parking requirement from 1 space per employee to 1 space per 8 children. This will reduce the parking requirement for child care centers in the majority of cases. Staff also recommends allowing the county board to modify the parking requirements through the use permit process. Outside of the site plan process, the county board currently cannot modify the number of parking spaces for child care centers, a practice that is allowed for restaurants, offices, and other commercial uses. But the county board can allow off-site parking through the use permit process. Staff's proposal would allow the county board to maintain the ability to allow off-site parking and allow parking reductions if the child care center is located within a half-mile radius of a metro station entrance or bus stop along a high-frequency bus route, that sufficient parking and circulation for pickup and drop-off are maintained after the reduction, and that potential adverse impacts of parking demand will be mitigated and implemented either by shared parking programs or transportation demand management or TDM strategies. We do want to note that the request to advertise currently shows a half-mile radius for flexibility. However, staff is currently recommending a 3rd-mile radius based on typical walk-shed distances for bus stops and to accommodate parents with young children. The final topic related to the zoning ordinance discusses other technical changes. The first recommendation is to amend the RA 716 multiple family residential zoning district to allow up to 5 children by right. The RA 716 zoning district does not currently allow family daycare homes with up to 5 children, but it does allow homes with 6 to 9 children with approval of a use permit. Staff recommendation aligns with the overall recommendation to increase the capacity to 12 children and amend the review process for family daycare homes. Additionally, staff proposes to modify the use permit review process for all childcare uses, including our childcare centers and family daycare homes. While the use permit process has been modified over the past few decades, the current practice involves county board review in a 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year cycle after approval of a use permit. Staff recommends modifying this process to require county board review at 1 year and then an administrative review at 3 years. If issues arise at the 3-year administrative review period, staff can recommend elevating the use permit up to the county board for review. Staff's proposal does not eliminate the annual inspections conducted by the Department of Human Services or Inspection Services Division and continues to allow residents to file a complaint with the county if issues arise. Lastly, staff proposes to amend the Zoning Division Consolidated Fee Schedule description of family daycare homes, which currently show from 1 to 9 children to 1 to 12 children, to align with the overall recommendation to increase the maximum number of children in family daycare homes. This concludes the discussion related to the zoning ordinance amendment, and I'll turn it back over to Deborah.
Thank you, Kim. So we're going to talk about Chapter 52, which applies to child care centers. And again, I want to thank Erica Gibson for her substantial work on this and also for raising concerns about the gaps in our current Chapter 52, which you'll see here. So overall, our action plan called specifically for consideration of incorporating the Virginia Department of Social Services standards into Chapter 52, for child care centers into Chapter 52, which we've done a lot of work on, and with the notable exceptions of teacher-child ratios, group sizes, and lead teacher qualifications, which we'll get into. You can see by this slide that there were some significant gaps in terms of safety standards in our current chapter, and among other things, this made it very difficult for providers to be able to align with our standards and state standards. So that came up repeatedly in our community engagement process. So what we are proposing is a number of items with regard to that are in the Virginia Department of Social Services standards, and I'm not going to go into all of them, but I'll just highlight a couple. With regard to hazardous substances, the Virginia Department of Social Services requires that cleaning materials, insecticides, pesticides, hazardous stuff is locked up. It prohibits smoking. That to us is a no-brainer. So that's the kind of thing that we want to incorporate. Specifically, how and when to wash both children and staff hands. Emergency preparedness was a big gap, and we would like to incorporate having providers have plans for evacuation, lockdowns, do regular drills, have emergency supplies like battery-operated radios, which we would provide, or we are providing to providers. And then there are also requirements around transportation and field trips, making sure that that the providers bring emergency contact information, written parental permission is obtained, and any pets that are in the household, or that are associated with the child care center or on a field trip are vaccinated. Swimming, making sure that there's appropriate oversight and adequate and written permission from the parents. And then medication administration, we did not have any kind of standard with regard to medication administration training certification. That's something we are proposing and we would provide or organize. So moving to the next area, lead teacher qualifications. This is an area where we would actually like to, our proposal is stronger than VDS's standards. Currently, you can see that we're requiring 2 years of college, including 15 credit hours of child development and or early childhood coursework, and this is actually a barrier for hiring teachers. So, for example, a teacher comes in from Alexandria or Fairfax, they could be hired as a lead teacher there, but we would not be able to hire them because they don't meet our standards. So our proposal is to require the Child Development Associate credential, commonly known as the CDA, which is the most widely recognized early childhood credential actually nationally, and requires 120 hours of professional education, 480 hours of work experience in a specific setting, putting together a portfolio, having a classroom observation, and completing a written test. It's readily available through NOVA, online, and it can be funded through VDSS, the Early Childhood Foundation of Virginia, and the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. So we feel like this is something that we would like to, we are proposing that be the credential, plus a year of experience caring for children in one of the settings identified above, not babysitting, but in an actual professional child care setting. We are also suggesting that we incorporate CPR training and first aid, which we don't currently have as a requirement, and that we have annual training requirements of 16 hours. So with regard to teacher-child ratios, we did get quite a lot of feedback about this, and you can see that our current ratio for children from birth through 2 is 1 caregiver to 3 young people, and we are proposing that we shift that to a ratio of 1 to 4. This is in alignment with NACE, which is the largest nonprofit, the National Association of Early, I always mix it up. Thank you. Education of young children, and we actually we got feedback from NACE, and we met with NACE, and we felt that those standards were more in line with what the community wanted based on the feedback that we got, and they're stronger than the Virginia Department of Social Services ratios. I did want to point out that the ratios for older children, 6 to 8 and 9 to 12, do align with VDSS. Those are school-age children. We felt comfortable with that. Moving on to group sizes. And again, remember that ratios apply to group sizes, right? You'll see a pictorial example of that. So group sizes, of course, are the maximum number of children that are allowed in a classroom. And we know from extensive research that smaller group sizes result in more attention, more stimulation, reduce the incidence of disease, decrease the potential for abuse and neglect, are better for kids, help support kids forming relationships, and provide greater opportunities for staff to observe learning and growth. Our current code is more restrictive than the Virginia Department of Social Services. And here again, we were working to thread the needle of increasing availability while at the same time maintaining best practice standards. So we did look at NACE, and we saw that NACE's group size for birth to 16 is actually more restrictive than our current group size. So we're proposing a group size of 12, but keep in mind the ratio on the previous slide. So the ratio would be 1 to 4. So if you have 12 children in a classroom, obviously you would have to have 3 caregivers on site, sight and sound. So, so for ages 2 through 12, we do align with the NACE recommendations for group sizes. And we're going to move on to the pictorial representation. There you go. So the top slide shows what we currently have in terms of a ratio and group size. The bottom slide shows if you had a center-based classroom with infants, what that would look like.
Will they always all be smiling like that?
I think so. I think so. I didn't notice the sunglasses. Good point. All right. All right, moving on. We're going to move on to Chapter 59. And Caitlin Hutchinson did an incredible job of working through these code changes in partnership with Erica, the head of our child care office. And again, similar to the work on Chapter 52, we identified many gaps in terms of our state standards for health and, our county standards for health and safety relative to VDSS. So we are using this opportunity to make recommendations to strengthen our safety requirements. It's many of the same things. Hazardous substances, we have no current requirements. We want to have requirements. Hand washing, emergency preparedness, and let me say something about that. So our requirement would be in line, our recommendation is in line with VDSS, and we would request that family day providers have plans for evacuation, in case of an emergency, relocation, shelter in place, and so on. However, we would assist the family providers, and we've already met with them, I think a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday, to go over this. We would provide them with templates, we would do technical assistance and training, and we would provide them with materials like flashlights, first aid kits, battery-operated radio, etc. We've already started that process. And then again, recommendations for safety around transportation, swimming, and medication administration. And we specifically met, this would impact on, of the 130 family day providers, we actually met individually with the providers who are not currently covered by VDSS standards and have not been subject to these proposed regulations to go over this with them. And then for family day homes with regard to teacher-child ratios, our proposed teacher-child ratios are, again, a compromise to increase availability and accessibility of child care slots while maintaining quality. And for all ranges, the effective teacher-to-child ratio for the youngest age in each age band aligns with recommended updates to Chapter 52, which we already highlighted for child care centers for teacher-to-child ratio. The difference is that when we talk about teacher-to-child ratios in terms of family day homes, it's usually described in points. So the current points for birth to 2 years are 2 points per child, which results in an effective ratio of 1 caregiver to 3 infants. And our proposal is a maximum of 12 points per caregiver, 3 points for a child birth to 2 years, resulting in an effective ratio of 1 to 4. Again, in alignment with our proposal for Chapter 52. And then for 2 to 4 years, our proposal is to increase to 2 points per child, which results in an effective ratio of 1 caregiver to 6 children, which is in alignment with what we currently have. And then for 5 to 9, 1 point per child, which results in an effective ratio of 1 to 12. So again, so this incorporates feedback and recommended teacher-child ratios, which are based on national standards recommended by the National Association for the Education of Young Children. And here is the similar graphic that shows the point system. So you can see that currently it's 2 points for an infant to 2 years old, 1 point for a young person 2 to 4, 1 point for a child, school-age child 5 to 9. And we are proposing increasing that to 3 points for under 2, 2 points for 2 to 4, 1 point for 5 to 9. We are proposing a maximum of 12 points for a caregiver and 12 children maximum. And again, you have to remember the ratio of caregiver to group size. And also, I want to point out the asterisk, the license capacity is subject to space availability. So you need to have a certain amount of space per child to accommodate safely the number of children cared for. So next steps, we are continuing to accept feedback. We are still getting emails and letters. Over the next month, we're still open to feedback at our established web address there, cci@arlingtonva.us. The Planning Commission is having their public hearing on March 4th, and we look forward to a public hearing hopefully in March on this issue. And our staff recommendations are to accept the resolution to ratify advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on March 4th and the County Board on March 16th to consider these proposed amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance, as well as the amendments to chapters 52 and 59 in the Arlington County Code. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warren and Ms. Vaca, and also for your work, Ms. Hutchinson and Ms. Gibson. So, Madam Clerk, I don't believe we have any commissions who are speaking on this issue today, or do we? Okay, we don't have any commissions to speak on it because, again, we're ratifying an advertisement. So why don't we move to any public speakers?
Our first public speaker is Jane Green, followed by William Lawson.
I thought I was going to
Ms.
get like
Green,
three items, so 3 times to speak. So we'll see how we can get through all this. Okay, I'm here to speak in favor of Phase 1 of the Child Care Initiative. I want to thank Katie Crystal for championing this process. I want to thank the staff for all the work that they did, particularly Caitlin Hutchinson for answering all my questions via email. I learned so much through this process. It was really great. The proposed zoning changes are a meaningful, tangible step toward increasing child care access and affordability. I specifically want to highlight the modifications to the parking requirements for child care centers. My son has been at a wonderful child care center since he was 3 months old, a center that was nearly derailed by onerous parking requirements. So this provision is very salient to me. We specifically sought out a child care facility that was walkable from our apartment. The parking requirement, I hope that you can focus on allowing the modifications for a 1/2 mile radius rather than a 1/3 mile radius. There's a little confusion about where that stands right now. I also want to just generally echo the position or the comments of the Arlington Transportation Commission that asked why we need a parking minimum at all, but you can take that up on a later day. For now, this proposal makes it easier for daycare centers to open and operate in neighborhoods throughout the community. I also want to support the decision to align Arlington's zoning limits on the number of children in family daycare homes and those by right versus by special exception use permit to the Virginia Code. This will allow more spaces and more opportunities for child care entrepreneurs. I want to support the proposed revisions to Chapter 52 of the Arlington County Code to adjust the teacher-child ratio for child care centers in Arlington. A higher ratio will allow for higher wages that will encourage lower turnover among teachers. The proposal to align Arlington's teacher-child ratio to the national standards set by the National Association for the Education of Young Children seems a very prudent step. I know this will have a real impact on the cost of childcare. From my own experience, I saved $300 a month when my son turned 3 and moved from 1-to-5 ratio to 1-to-8 ratio. But savings for parents is not the only measure of success. We should also be looking at how these changes can increase the compensation for childcare workers, and I hope that will be a component of future phases of this program. I'm also happy to see staff propose recognizing the Child Development Associate Certificate as the qualification for lead teacher. This was not something I knew before this process, and I was really happy to learn how highly regarded this was among childcare staff. And lastly, I don't have a lot of experience with family daycare homes, but this process has taught me how important they are to the ecosystem of childcare in this county, and so I support the adjustments to Chapter 59 to improve the flexibility and have more families use this as an entrepreneurial situation for themselves. Okay, I made it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. 2:48. You didn't need anything close to 9 minutes. Well done. And also, thank you, Ms. Green, for the assist on unpacking the NACI acronym. We appreciate it greatly. All right. Next speaker.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm William B. Lawson, Jr. I want to thank Kimberly and staff for this great work product. I'm speaking on number 21. I'm going to ask you to consider adding something to the request to advertise, and I know I'm late in the process. However, this child care center situation just came to my attention recently. What I'm going to ask you to do is to also allow the board to modify setbacks. And the situation that has come to me is a expansion of a child care center. However, they're going to need relief from the setbacks because when you have a non-house in a residential use, you have to double your setbacks. So instead of 10 and 8, you're talking about 20 and 16. And this particular situation is going to be, they're going to need relief. In order to get that, we have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I've got no problem with the Board of Zoning Appeals, but they look at life differently than you do. And so you guys look at it in a certain way. When you go to the BZA, they're going to look at is it compatible with the neighborhood, bulk and size and height and all of that. And obviously it's not going to be because it's a different use than a single-family house. Talked to the BZA support staff, and I wanted assurance, hey, if we come here to the BZA, is this something you can support? And I was told, unfortunately, they can't give me that assurance because they're going to have to evaluate it the way that a BZA evaluates applications. I'm aware of one situation where you all granted a use permit for a use and it went to the BZA. They did not get the relief they were seeking at the BZA, and they had to scale the project back. So I would ask you all to consider giving yourselves the ability to waive setbacks and coverage when considering one of these applications as you do the required parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Do we have any more?
No, that's our final speaker.
Thank you very much. Now the discussion is with the board. I think to organize this, folks, we should probably do this in buckets of making sure that all of our questions are asked and the scope is right, since really, the major thing that we have before us is deciding whether or not we can proceed as currently advertised or not. So why don't we do just a series of areas to get at questions, maybe starting off with the technical and definitions changes to the ZOA, then maybe perhaps moving to the capacity and the development review changes, and then with Chapter 52 and Chapter 59, all the buckets of standards, qualifications of teachers, ratios, and group sizes. But if I could ask, why don't we first just get an initial response and comment to an issue that is, I think, new to all of us, and that is what Mr. Lawson just brought up. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Bird or Ms. Smith, or maybe Ms. Vaca. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This issue was just brought to our attention this week, so we have not had the time to evaluate the proposed addition to the RTA. We would definitely need more time to analyze whether this can fit into our scope of work, as this was not identified in the action plan or when we were beginning to scope out phase 1. So we don't really have a response at this point.
My suspicion would be that this would require significant study. I mean, we're not talking about something that would be...
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe, Mr.
Yeah.
Just a comment on it.
Crystal.
I'm certainly interested in pursuing it, and I thank Mr. Lawson for bringing it to our attention. So if it's possible to maybe just get some initial thoughts when we see you again next month for the adoption, if we have a sense even of the number of properties that could be affected. This may not be, may not merit the extensive engagement, et cetera, that would be required if we're only talking about a few homes throughout the county. But if this could unlock a lot of potential, then it might be worth trying to identify as we have our forthcoming conversations about the CPHD work plan. So if it's possible to get initial reactions when we do adoption next month, I think that could be a really helpful way to move forward.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, and just clarifying, we wouldn't be trying to pull it into this advertisement. It's something that we'd be looking, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think our consensus is the scope of what Mr. Lawson has brought up requires much more extensive study and would, if incorporated into this, significantly derail this, which I don't get a sense is the will of the board. So we want to learn more about it so we can determine if this is a part of maybe a phase 1.5. Okay. All right, so questions to make sure we've got the scope right. Why don't we start with the definitions? Any questions about those? Capacity and development review.
Is this where the parking, the radius, because I did want, the very helpful Ms. Green asked a question about, she wasn't clear about the half mile and third mile, so I think that falls in here. I'm not quite sure which bucket.
It's elsewhere within the zoning
Yeah,
ordinance amendments.
okay. Go for it.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to ask staff to sort of answer the question, if you would, because clarify for all of us.
Thank you. We received feedback at the zoning, at the ZOCO, and at other community engagement efforts that a third of a mile radius for parking reduction eligibility may be too small, and that there was a desire to expand the radius for the request to advertise to a half mile to give the county board the ability to allow a half mile for the flexibility of parking reduction. Our recommendation, since we started putting out our recommendation to the community, and today is to allow a third of a mile radius for parking reduction based on the fact that typically bus stops have a much smaller walk shed distance than metro rail stations. Typically they're about a quarter mile to a third of a mile rather than a half mile. Additionally, we wanted to be able to accommodate parents with young children as they may not be able to walk as far as an adult. So we wanted to adequately encompass what parking reductions are feasible under a certain mile radius. And so right now our recommendation is 1/3.
1/3, because you think the 1/2 is too great. And then, so this is an advertisement, and I'll turn to our lawyer, because I always get confused about what's more and less restrictive.
Yeah, I think that this would be a more permissive, the half mile is much more rigorous, so that reducing it down to a third is acceptable within the scope.
So that if we advertise the third that they've recommended, we could, if over the last next month.
Advertise as a half mile. And staff would.
See, I'm confused too. Thank you. Very helpful. All right, good. All right, are we clear, Ms. Green? No.
So could I, if I may?
Go ahead, Ms. Crystal, sure.
The advertisement is for a half mile. Staff recommendation is a third mile. The advertisement allows us to debate the merits next month of half versus a third.
Yep, that's my understanding. All right, we're good.
All right. Mr. Gutschall.
Mr. Chair. I would just ask then, if we're going to debate this next month, if we could, I would like to see some analysis. I would prefer if we have something to point to, whether it's in the MTP or elsewhere or other planning documents, how we define what a walk radius is. In other words, a walk radius for this use versus other uses, I'm not sure would be, or if it is different, I would like some explanation of that. So in other words, to have this conversation in a broader context, not just specifically as it relates to the daycare use.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Just a quick question. After as the administrative review cycle on slide 11, after the third year, you're just going to continue at administrative review every 3 years. Is that correct?
No, we may request that there is no further review if no issues arise.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to use standards to account for the changes in the increased by right capacity. Any questions on those use standards that are proposed? All right, why don't we move to Chapter 52? Anything is open. Standards, qualifications, ratios, and group sizes. Ms. Crystal.
Indeed. So I just want to confirm with our attorney for the record, because I know we have some interested folks in this issue. Again, in that spirit of advertising broadly, giving us flexibility in the discussion next month, I just want to confirm for the record, as I've done with our attorney previously, that with regard to group sizes, we can go lower than the advertised ratios, even though lower in this case is more stringent.
Right. And in the interest of consistency, yes, you can do that.
Great. Thank you. So for everyone who has raised that concern and wanted to make sure that we weren't advertising something that would preclude further conversation, thank you, Mr. County Attorney, for confirming that.
Thank you. Any other questions about Chapter 52? How about Chapter 59? Look at us. We're so good. Staff did such a good job presenting and framing this that we are moving through this, and I think this validates that the scope is right. So given that our questions are out there, why don't we do a motion and include all three of these at the same time?
Great. Mr. Chair, if I may, I move that we adopt the resolution to ratify advertisement of public hearing by the Planning Commission on March 4 and the County Board on March 16 of 2019 to consider the proposed amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance as shown in attachments 1 and 2 of the board report dated February 23rd. I further move that we ratify advertisement of a public hearing on March 16, 2019 to consider the attached advertisements to Chapter 52 of the Arlington County Code attached to the board report of February 23rd, and that we ratify advertisement of a public hearing on March 16 to consider the attached amendments to Chapter 59 of the Arlington County Code attached to the board report dated February 23rd. Oh, forgive me. Those were all dated February 12th. I'm sorry. Today is February 23rd.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the motion by Ms. Crystal and seconded by Mr. Gutschall. Is there any further discussion? Mindful that we are going to have a full public hearing on these items next month.
Indulge me to just speak to my motion.
Ms. Crystal, you can speak to your motion.
Just because we have all the assembled staff parties here, I just wanted to say thank you. I think Ms. Warren's presentation, the summary of staff engagement really speaks to the huge scale of this effort, and just in particular, Ms. Hutchison, Ms. Gibson, I know Ms. Freeman and Ms. Cowan, who lead the department, are here as well, to the team who gave the presentation, Ms. Warren, Ms. Vaca, Ms. Smith. This has just been a tremendous effort, as you can see in the scale of the recommendations, but actually well beyond, right? This has been involved not only legislative considerations, but a lot of administrative changes. And one, actually, since we've got the partner here in the room to get a shout out, is an example of efforts with landlords in multifamily buildings to encourage this use. And I know APA has been on the leading edge of this, trying to develop a partner or a pilot to allow their tenants to provide home-based daycare in multifamily buildings. You know, the 9 different languages that this engagement took place in, the efforts to make sure that it could accommodate the schedules of working people, both the providers and the family members, were just extraordinary. And I don't mean to be too pointed, but I can't help but compare this to the sort of demonstrations we saw this morning. And I know that, you know, coming to shout slogans is energizing and exciting, but actually doing the work to change the lives of working families in our communities, it's hard, it's a slog, it's maybe even sometimes a little boring, although, you know, I think advertising zoning ordinance amendments to the RA 716 district is fascinating. So I just want to say, again, a thank you to not only our staff, but to everyone who's participated. This work is hard and it's unglamorous, but it is going to make such a difference in lives, I think, not to prejudge the outcomes of next month's hearing. So I really wanted to share my enthusiasm in making the motion, and I'm sure I will be bubbling over with more excitement next month, too.
All right, thank you, Ms. Crystal. And Ms. Garvey.
And I'll have more to say next, but I have to say something, too. This is textbook, I think. I actually first want to thank Ms. Crystal for putting this on, because when I was raising my kids, there was not much, it was not good, and I got busy with things, and all of a sudden I saw my own daughters going through the same. It hadn't gotten any better, and in fact, it's gotten worse. And I just, frankly, to some extent, this is what maybe age, I just kind of was thinking, I guess we're just not going to manage to do this. And you come along, Ms. Crystal, and say, yes, we can, we're going to do it. And I was here, I don't know if any of us were here with Ms. Friedman when you first came on and we went into the child care, and that was a very painful time. I'm so glad that you're here today, because this is, again, textbook. It is just a 180-degree change. This is how staff is supposed to work. It's how board members are supposed to work. It's how the community is supposed to work. Thank you, Ms. Green, for helping us out all the way through this. It's just great. So I'm really excited, and I'm looking forward to voting on it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't lose those remarks, because they will also be appropriate next month.
Oh, yeah.
But now we're at the point where we've had the motion that's been seconded to, remember, ratify the advertisements that have already run for the Phase 1 of the Child Care Initiative. Any further discussion? No. We're ready for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you all very much, and we look forward to doing this again next month. All right, folks, I'm going to give just some housekeeping on our agenda for the rest of the day. So if you are here or interested in items 25, 26, and 27, those will not be heard before 1 o'clock this afternoon. So what we are going to intend to do at this point is have staff presentations as well as our commissions who are here to speak about the next item on the agenda. the site plan at 3445 Washington Boulevard. We hope to have the staff presentation, the commission, advisory commission presentations on that item, as well as the presentation from the applicant, as well as hearing all of those public speakers before adjourning for lunch, before recessing for lunch, I guess is the proper term. And then, depending on where we are, we will resume at 1:00 p.m., either with board discussion on this item, or hopefully, if we get through it, we'll be considering items 25, 26, and 27 no earlier than 1:00 this afternoon. All right, Madam Clerk, we're ready for the next item on the agenda.
Item 24A, General Land Use Plan Amendment to change the land use designation for a property known as 3445 Washington Boulevard. 24B, rezoning for Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing for rezoning from R5, one family, to restricted two-family dwelling district, and C2 Service Commercial Community Business District, to C-0-2.5 Mixed Use District, and related update to the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance Map 13-1 to amend Line A to encompass the property. 24C, Site Plan 449 for Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing to construct a 160-unit multifamily dwelling with a ground floor membership club lounge use with modifications of use regulations to include additional density for provision of on-site committed affordable housing, parking ratio, fence height, and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development plan located at 3445 Washington Boulevard. 24D, amendment to the master transportation plan map to add a new section of North Kansas Street extending approximately 300 feet to the north from Washington Boulevard into the block bounded by Washington Boulevard, North Lincoln Street, 13th Street North, and North Kirkwood Road.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. So with that, I'll turn it over to the manager for our staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With me today to make the presentation is Peter Schultz, assisted by Rob Gibson. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I have a PowerPoint presentation for you, if that could be brought up on the screen if possible. The requested actions, again, summarize are a GLUP change, a rezoning, and a site plan amendment, new site plan, for a multifamily building, and a master transportation plan amendment. Those are the items you'll be hearing on now. The new site plan that is being proposed, the highlights are it is a 160 units of 100% committed affordable housing for 75 years with a new American Legion post on the ground floor, 7-story building with between a minimum of 90 parking spaces, Earthcraft Gold, and beginnings of a new mid-block connection system per the recommendations of the special GLUP study. The location is about 1,200 feet from the Virginia Square Metro Station on Washington Boulevard. As background, in November 2017, the County Board adopted the Washington Boulevard and Kirkwood Road Special GLUP Study Plus and Concept Plan. That was a product of a one-year-long public process involving 5 meetings of the Long Range Planning Committee, 2 public open houses and a walking tour, and public hearings by several county advisory commissions, and 2 public hearings by the County Board. The County Board, at that same time in November 2017, also authorized advertisement of general land use plan changes in this area, including for the American Legion site to medium office apartment hotel, which is what is being required here. A quick look at the building, a quick look at the ground floor layout, including the new public street to the west. As I said, the special GLUP Study Plus and Concept Plan that was adopted by the County Board in November 2017 governs this site. Circulation patterns in this site were set by the adopted concept map in the plan showing new vehicular and pedestrian and bike connections through the block with intersection improvements at the existing traffic light and intersection with Founders Way. The applicant proposes a new segment of North Kansas Street intersecting at the Founders Way with a slightly relocated crosswalk with the traffic light that shall remain. No vehicular connection is proposed to 12th Road North as the study recommends. The rights-of-way will be dedicated in a combination of fee simple to the county and an easement. The applicant is also dedicating to the county the beginnings of an east-west connection as recommended in the plan. They will be constructing a 6-foot sidewalk and 5-foot streetscape. They will also be dedicating to the county space for perhaps a future vehicular travelway, and again, only pedestrians, bicycles, and emergency vehicles will access 12th Road North. The Special Study Plus adopted concept plan included height recommendations for the site of up to 7 stories. The applicant's proposed height is 7 stories, about 82 feet 8 inches to the top of the parapet of the building. The full height of the building is 74 feet to an adjacent property line and approximately 82 feet to the wall of the adjacent building. The applicant proposes a taper as recommended in the height concept map of 3 stories and a setback additionally at 4 stories of about 14 feet and 13 feet respectively. The Special Study Plus also had recommendations for land use. This application is compliant with those recommendations, including retail equivalent uses, which the special study included community uses such as the reuse of the American Legion post. That will front on Washington Boulevard. Requested zoning modifications as part of this plan include residential parking, American Legion's parking, additional density for the provision of on-site affordable units, and a modification of fence height to permit fences up to 8 feet in height. Site plan features and improvements, as I stated before, is 100% committed affordable housing for those above 30% to 80% AMI for 75 years. It advances the goals and principles of the special GLUP study, and among other things, has an in-building wireless first responders network.
Included in this is an MTP amendment to add a new segment of North Kansas Street to the MTP map. The new segment is within the area identified for new streets that was approved as part of the special GLUP study. The proposal will identify the southern portion of the roadway as an urban center local street. This is a change from the recommendations of the special GLUP study, and we can discuss that further. But this is, we picked a half and half split here because of the location of the proposed garage. And south of the garage location, there won't be any additional vehicular traffic associated with this proposal. And so north of the garage, we are proposing a shared street typology. The southern segment will have a typical cross-section as shown here. It's going to be about 47 feet from face of building to the property line. It'll provide 2 travel lanes and a parking lane, along with pedestrian facilities adjacent to the building and new street trees. There is a 4-foot area required for fire service for the building, and then there's a 2-foot buffer between the road and the properties. And this area is going to be principally used for vehicular access. In the future, we anticipate North Kansas Street to be signalized. We also anticipate that this segment of the road would support future development of parcels to the west. North of the driveway, we're proposing a special paver treatment to discourage vehicles from going north of the driveway. This area can be shared between pedestrians and vehicles. We're still proposing to keep a 6-foot sidewalk adjacent to the building, and it maintains the 47-foot building separation to the property line. And so I'm going to turn this back over to Peter for further recommendations.
County manager recommendation recommends approval of the general land use plan amendment, the rezoning request, the new site plan request, requesting the county board direct the staff to schedule a county board review of the American Legion use permit, 1-year review after the certificate of occupancy, and to approve the amendment to the master transportation plan as recommended in both the staff report and the supplemental staff report, subject to all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz and Mr. Gibson. We'll now move to our advisory commissions, and why don't we move in the order of the Planning Commission, followed by the Park and Recreation Commission, and then to deal with the Master Transportation Amendment, among other things, our Transportation Commission. So, welcome, Ms. McSweeney.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Dorsey and members of the County Board and County staff. The Planning Commission heard this item at its February 11th public hearing. We heard 15 speakers on a variety of topics. Can you hear me fine? Okay. We heard 15 speakers on a variety of topics. As mentioned by staff, in 2017 and 2018, there was a special GLUP study concerning this site, concerning this area. And there were several site plan review process meetings, SPRCs, which I would note are public meetings. The items discussed during those SPRCs related to site design, vehicular connection, parking, and the special GLUP Plus study. At last week's meeting, we discussed several of those items as well. I'm just going to highlight a few of these items for you to further elucidate the discussion we had. In terms of site area and design, we discussed the proposed height being 2 feet 8 inches over the suggested 80-foot height for 7 stories that was recommended as part of this special GLUP Plus study. To provide adequate ceiling height to accommodate the American Legion for trash and loading activities and the parking garage ramp, the height was seen as acceptable and in fact necessary. This, coupled with the deep levels of affordability and the height mitigation by the design and the overall response to neighbors' concerns by the applicant, make this an extraordinary project, and thus further made us feel that the height was warranted as an exception. In terms of the vehicular connection and emergency access, we heard testimony and had a discussion about the future east-west build-out for the proposed North Kansas Street. Concern about the turnaround for emergency vehicles at the terminus of 12th Road North was an issue. I would note that the bollards in the chain that were proposed at the 12th Street terminus are most likely a temporary condition until the rest of that street is built out. And they are designed to only allow pedestrians and bikes and joggers through, but not cars to 12th Road North. Visibility at night was noted as an issue with this solution. Most commissioners and the applicant acknowledge that while they support the proposed solution, there is a potential safety issue, and we would welcome any sort of alternative that comes forward and that could be safer. In terms of parking, there were several concerns that were presented by the speakers and discussed by the Commission. The Commission largely agreed that a lower ratio is warranted at the site given the availability of nearby transportation choices, including buses and 2 walkable metro stations. Coupled with the applicant's statement that households needing parking who were looking to move here could be accommodated in other APA-run properties here in Arlington with more available parking, also eased some of the concern of the Commission. Commissioners asked about a possible remedy via the residential parking program, the RPP, if parking does become an issue at this site, and we were reminded by staff that the RPP recommendation is at least a year away. So it would not be an immediate remedy. In terms of tree canopy and vegetation, commissioners discussed buffering along the edge of the fence, potentially both sides if the neighbors were agreeable, and whether additional trees could be accommodated. Condition 19 specifies the tree replacement needs to occur within the block. However, it is unlikely to be accommodated in the strip along the fence because there simply doesn't seem to be enough space. Adding additional plantings or potentially greening the fence via vine or additional shrubs on the strip along the fence was noted as desirable, and the Commission requests that the applicant see what they can do to make that happen. And did you want me to address the MTP element as well, which we did discuss?
You came prepared to do that. You go right ahead.
Sure. Regarding the MTP element, we did discuss the split street typology. It was a robust topic of conversation at the Planning Commission meeting. It was noted that this would set a precedent for a split topology on such a short street. We questioned whether it would lead to some confusion by drivers or people trying to navigate the street. In an effort, you will see in our letter, in an effort to harmonize the motion with that of the Transportation Commission, we entertained a motion to for North Kansas Street to match a shared street topology for the entire length of the street, using colors, materials, and other design cues to indicate to drivers that the entire street is shared space, so the shared street element. But the majority of the commission believed it sent the right signal to drivers on the street now to change the paving and the topology north of the parking garage egress and ingress. So we voted 4-6 against that amendment and supported the staff recommendation. So in general, or in conclusion, the Planning Commission recommends that the County Board adopt the attached resolution to amend the general land use plan to medium office apartment hotel, 10-0. We recommend that the County Board adopt the attached ordinance to rezone to CO 2.5 mixed use district and update the accompanying zoning map, 10-0. And to adopt the ordinance to approve the site plan to construct a 160-unit multifamily dwelling, 10-0. And to adopt the attached resolution to approve the amendment to the Master Transportation Plan to add a new section of North Kansas Street north of Washington Boulevard, and that was 9-1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McSweeney. And let me apologize for my brain freeze. I momentarily forgot the applicant, and we're going out of regular order, but I'm actually curious as to this grand experiment, giving the applicant a chance to respond after hearing the commission. So we'll see how it works. Mr. Ross.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of my colleague Shruti Kupa, who sat in on the SPRC meetings for the PRC, and she was unable to be here this morning. I just want to make a couple of comments about the project. The Park and Rec Commission is supportive of the plan, which substantially follows the special GLUB study, which we paid a lot of attention to over the last couple of years. In a letter that we sent to you, we offer a few suggestions concerning landscape design issues, and including need to preserve trees during construction, especially as they might affect some of the neighbors, maximize plantings in a fairly confined building footprint area, maximize, as Ms. Sweeney has just talked about, maximize vegetative and fencing, buffering to the neighborhood there along that narrow new street area, and then provide, and this has come up quite a bit with some discussions we've had, providing a convenient, attractive sidewalk frontage along Washington Boulevard in that area. We did hear a lot of discussion about the pedestrian circulation in and around the project, and very sympathetic with neighbor concerns about too easy access through this part of the superblock. And yet, we believe the proposed plan is in line with the broader county guidelines that call for improved pedestrian access in and through our urban blocks. Creating an ease of access to current and future open spaces in particular that have been proposed for this block, the super block, such as envisioned next door for the YMCA property, we believe is an important recommendation, as you see in the impending public space master plan. And finally, we understand that the project does not provide any additional publicly available open space. But we do very much look forward to the improvement in the building of open spaces called for in the special GLUB study, such as the Ball Family Burial Grounds and the YMCA property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. And Mr. Slatt.
Thank you very much. The Transportation Commission heard this item at its February 7th, 2019 meeting. We heard from the applicant, from staff, and from a number of public speakers, primarily neighbors living in the area. The Commission, by a vote of 8-1 with 1 abstention, recommends overall approval of the plan and the Master Transportation Plan amendment with 2 distinct departures from the staff recommendation. The Commission feels that the new segment of North Kansas Street should be designated as a shared street for its entire length rather than the split designation, and that staff should work with the applicant to redesign that portion of the entirety of North Kansas Street to support that working as a shared street using different colors, materials, and other elements of design to indicate its shared nature to drivers. So first off, I want to reiterate the Commission's support for the circulation as outlined in the special GLUP study. We feel that achieving that overall circulation through the area is vital to successfully handling and supporting this development in the area. I also want to reiterate the Commission's support for the parking ratio. We think given the access to transportation options in the area, the county's commitment to affordable housing and making sure that we're not requiring expensive parking spaces that won't be used, that ratio is appropriate. But we'll also point out that properly managing parking on-site is predicated on being able to properly manage parking off-site on our streets, and with RPP currently not functioning while it is reviewed, we're going to have considerable community concern as we're approving development without that tool in our toolbox. Getting to the MTP amendment. So the Commission is not convinced by staff's reasoning on why we should be departing from the special GLUP study in this instance. We had a lot of conversation with the community during the special GLUP planning process about these streets and about the circulation and just what these streets would look like. And I think, putting in there that these would be shared streets or pedestrian priority streets or alleys was not a throwaway line. It was something we had a lot of conversation about and decided that that was the appropriate option. And there's nothing about an urban local street that is needed just because there's a parking garage entrance there or a traffic light there. We have alleys that back up to traffic lights. We have parking driveway entrances that come out to traffic lights. We have things that aren't normal streets that come to traffic lights, and they still function. They're still safe. They're still appropriate. The Commission believes that a functional shared street can be achieved for the entire length of North Kansas Street, and that it would reflect the desires and needs of the Arlington community to achieve this campus-like atmosphere that we talked about during the special GLUP study area. And I've been doing some more thinking since our meeting about that. I want to point out an example that you may be familiar with, Barton Street near the Penrose Square Giant on Columbia Pike. This is a street that has a traffic light. This is a street that functions very much like a shared street. It has special paving to denote to drivers that this is not a normal street. It has bollards and a curbless environment. There's not a curb leading to the sidewalk that denote to drivers that this is a shared environment. It's a street that's used almost exclusively to access a parking garage right now. It is really similar in so many ways to what we were talking about here on North Kansas Street. Drivers drive pretty slowly through there. Pedestrians feel emboldened to walk in ways they probably would not on a normal street. Just imagining that street with normal crosswalks at 90-degree angles, and you can only cross here and walk on the sidewalk, it would be a different environment. I don't think the park that is there would be as vital. I don't think people would feel as happy hanging out in that area and sitting outside of Starbucks in that area if it were a normal designed street. And so that is what the Commission is really thinks was called for in the plan and what would be appropriate to be built as part of the American Legion outpost. And then I also just want to reiterate, this will be an important pedestrian link. If we do this right with the build out of the entire planning area, this will be the nicest way to walk to the Virginia Square Metro from this neighborhood. You'll be able to walk through a future open space just north of this site that is planned for pedestrian circulation down through it. come down North Kansas Street, cross at the traffic signal that is currently controlling Founders Way, and then there is a pedestrian connection on the other side of Washington Boulevard that takes you between GMU's campus and the FDIC along a plaza with trees. So I know many people feel this can't work as a shared street because there won't be enough pedestrian traffic, and maybe that's true in the next 3 years. But with the ultimate build out of the planning area, and if we make it a nice place to walk, it will have a lot of pedestrian traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Schlatt, and to Ms. McSweeney and Mr. Ross as well. Look, it's always true, but is especially true today that you all just give us the benefit of thorough analysis, discussion, and advice. And the reason I'm sort of saying this now is if you need to make a graceful exit at some point before we begin our 1 o'clock discussion, I did want to make sure that was known, and I want to thank you because I think you've given us the benefit of your commission's extensive work, so thank you. And now, cleanup. Let's turn it over to the applicant, Ms. Romero.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for having us. And I want to start off by thanking the staff and really the community for a lot of feedback that we've received on this plan since back in the special GLUP study portion, as well as during the SPRC and through individual meetings that I think have made this a better project. To go to the next slide and recap, we're talking about building a significant amount of new affordable housing in the RB corridor, 160 units, the majority of which are 2- and 3-bedroom units. 70% of those are 2- and 3 bedrooms. A parking ratio on the residential side of 0.43 that you'll hear about a little bit from our traffic consultant, why we believe that parking ratio is justified here. A green building standard of EarthCAF Gold, 10 Type A accessible units, 8 permanent supportive housing units to help those who have potentially struggled with homelessness, before 8 units at 30% AMI. This is critically important. This is only one of the 4 projects in the county that offer units at the 30% AMI level. It's Metro Transit accessible, and we're also going to be serving here veterans with a 50% veterans preference for folks that come to apply to live here. It's also going to be the home for Post 139. During public comment, you're going to hear from some of the members of Post 139 that are going to talk about their vision for their space so that they can continue to serve the next generation of veterans. And we were guided by the 15 special GLUP study principles. But I will say 3 things: why this is more than just this project, and why this project is, to me, so important in showing innovation and what we can do as a county to produce more affordable housing. As you know, we've lost 85% of our affordable housing since the year 2000, and we need to be creative. 160 units is a big down payment in the number of units that you'll produce this year. We are doing that in several ways by working with a mission-based landowner in the Legion. We've been working with since 2016. They are selling us this land at very, very, very generous terms in the RB corridor, and they're allowing us to not close on it until we get to construction closing, which is also generous in today's market. We are working with staff and the community on reducing parking, which is often a barrier. It's $50,000 in hard cost a unit to build underground parking. So by pushing ourselves to have an urban affordable housing resident, we're going to get more units in this county. And also testing ourselves by serving new subpopulations like veterans, especially when we are based here in Arlington County, the home of the Pentagon and National Cemetery. With that, we're going to have members of our design team walk you very quickly through just some highlights to respond to questions from the PC, but we're not going to be redundant to Peter's presentation. So Robert, if you can walk through just design changes.
Yes, I'm Robert Atkinson with Davis Architects.
Mr. Atkins, I think your microphone might not be on. There we go. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. So Robert Atkinson, Davis Scott Architects. As we went through this process, there were a number of changes that we made to the design of the project resulting from input from staff, SPRC, the other commissions, and especially the neighborhood. One of the significant ones was a relocation of the garage entrance, which you'll see on the left-hand side, on the far left-hand side of the first floor of the building, about 80 feet south, so it's not directly opposite the neighboring residential. Next. We added an additional level of brick, which we think is, from a design standpoint, makes the building look a little more slender, so that's a positive change. We've enhanced the finishes, the richness of the environment between the project and the single-family homes to the west. We also enhanced the walkway design along the north side of the project. It had been good, but I think in discussions with staff, we made it a whole lot better. And then this is the big ticket item, is undergrounding the transformer. This is the final site plan. You'll see American Legion on the south. The purple areas are the amenity areas for APA's project. The blues are the units on the first floor. And you'll notice there's a corridor that connects between the Legion and the APA's amenity areas, and that's a way if they have joint programs because of the 50% veterans that needs to overflow, that's going to be possible. We also have bike storage on the first floor, which is unusual. Next. This is a view from Washington Boulevard illustrating the changes in materials. Next. And these are massing studies that will illustrate the overall massing of the project, and especially on the bottom left-hand side, the stepping down towards the neighborhood from the 7 stories. And then outdoor amenity spaces. We have amenity spaces both for the Legion and for the residents. Next. And then this gives you an idea about how the building is going to meet Washington Boulevard, and then also the outdoor space that's dedicated to the Legion.
Hi, I'm Karen White with Walter Phillips. I'm going to quickly walk you around the site from a streetscape perspective. Well, here's an exhibit we have of how our site fits into the transportation exhibit from the Special GLUP study, as you can see here. On Washington Boulevard, quickly, we are leaving the travel lanes as they are today. We are adding a parking lane on our side of the street, and then we are adding a 6-foot landscape strip and then 10-foot clear sidewalk along our street frontage. As already discussed, the alley, or actually now proposed North Kansas Street, we have 2 travel ways, a parking lane, a 5-foot landscape planter area, and then a 6-foot clear sidewalk. That section XX at the bottom there is the view of if you were standing on our site looking down towards 12th Street. You'll see there's the bollards with the chain that would be only removed for emergency vehicle access, and there is an opening there for pedestrians and bikes. Here's the area along the north where we are proposing 9 feet of dedication for any future streets or paths that go through there. We are proposing also a 5-foot landscape strip and a 6-foot sidewalk in a 11-foot public sidewalk easement. And then here's an exhibit showing the exit out of the parking garage. As you can see, we are proposing a fence there on the far side of the proposed Kansas Street.
Good morning. I'm Dan Van Pelt with Grove Slate. I'm dealing with a little bit of a cold, so I hope you'll just bear with me. I'm going to talk to you about just some of the overall transportation highlights. I think staff's presentation picked up on some of those, but the site is very well situated from a multimodal standpoint. It's a walk score of 92. It's a walker's paradise. We're 3/10 of a mile from the Virginia Square Metro Station, the Clarendon Metro Station just a little bit further to the east if one would choose to walk to that station. There are 4 bus routes. The 38B is pretty much right out at the front door, which serves access to Ballston and down to Farragut Square. And I think there's been a lot of discussion about the connectivity of the pedestrian, especially the connectivity and porosity that through the Special GLUP plan, through study, was envisioned, and as this site certainly works to help implement that vision with improved streetscape on Washington, but then certainly the connectivity through the site. There are accessible parks. There's a full-service grocer that's immediately across the street. I think from a standpoint of amenities, there are a lot of amenities that can be reached by foot and by bike. I think Robert mentioned in the presentation too that we're going to have short-term, or not short-term, we'll have bike spaces, we'll have the long-term spaces. Some of those are, a portion of those are going to be on the ground floor, which we think is a really nice amenity to have for cyclists. There'll be a TDM plan, transportation coordinator, $6,900 contribution to Arlington County Community Services. Each new tenant at lease up will get a $65 Smart Trip card or a car share or bike share, a benefit of their choice. And then after that initial lease up, there'll be annual subsidy of $65 to up to 90 households that don't have a parking space in the project. I think one of the things that's been a lot of discussion about is the parking. Our parking plans right now have about 96 spaces. It's 96 spaces actually. It's 20 for the Legion and 76 for the residential. We're looking at a ratio of 70 to 76. And so we're looking at the ratio of a 0.43, and then depending on how we configure it with some of the ADA spaces, maybe down to a 0.38. And so I think one of the things that we did is we spent a lot of time looking at what the parking needs really are. APA has a large portfolio. We looked across that portfolio, and then what we did is we also went and we took that portfolio and we narrowed it down to what we thought were the most comparable sites that were transportation amenity rich. And we came up with parking demands, not actual parking supplies, parking demands that are very, very much in the ballpark that we're talking about here. The other thing is that we have the multifamily residential parking guidelines. I was part of that working group, put a lot of hours into that, and heard a lot of discussion about that as those guidelines were developed. We are, as this figure shows here, the site's located just across the line. I know we have to put a boundary somewhere on where these, as we define these requirements, these guidelines, but we're just across the line. So as a transportation person, whether we're one side of just across the street or on the other side of the street, and from my mind, from a practical standpoint, these guidelines still apply. If we were a market rate project and we were just on the other side of the street, that would put us in the 0.3 according to the guidelines. But we're an affordable project, so that puts us down, as you can see. It's highlighted here with the red box, about a 0.21. So I believe with that, I think we think the parking is also very much consistent with a lot of the planning guidance that we would have that would say that this is appropriate for this location. I think with that, I'll turn it over to Ted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Ted Cowries. I'm third-party construction manager for APA. On this project, I will also be the community contact, community liaison. I just wanted to talk about some of the items that were talked about at both the Planning Commission and SPRC and some of the other commissions. In terms of construction vehicle movements, all of our traffic will be coming from the east. There'll only be right-in, right-out turns. There will be fencing around the site. We'll enclose all sides of the site and then put a green screen on it to help bait that. One of the challenges we found on other projects before is construction worker parking, and that's a big concern for people. We've been very successful in getting sites for parking, but more so than that, we also hire a security guard. We've done this in the last two projects, and we found that having those people walk around and make sure that our workers are not parking in the neighborhood is a key thing. We have a policy of dismissing people upon, finding that they're not obeying those laws, those rules that we have for the project. And all these things are, by the way, they're put into the bidding requirements that we give the general contractor, so they know up front that they're subcontractors and they need to conform to these needs. Some of the other concerns that were brought up by the community, we believe we've addressed. We're going to be drilling the piles along the north property line adjacent to the residential. We're also going to put a sound-soaked material on that fencing in order to help defray some of the noise. Next slide, please. So this just simply shows the construction circulation. Everything will be coming from the east direction. There'll be right-in, right-out turns only. You can see the site is pretty small in terms of its frontage, but we will not allow any commercial vehicles coming to our site on the 12th Street North. Thank you.
And Ms. Romero, that concludes the applicant presentation. Thank you very much. So now, Madam Clerk, we're ready to move to our public speakers.
Yes, our first speaker is Doris Cochran, followed by Catherine Darling.
Is Ms. Cochran?
Yes, I am.
Ah, thank you.
Squeeze in here.
Take your time.
Okay. How are you doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Doris Cochran. I have lived in Arlington for the last 7 years. 7 years ago, I got out of an abusive relationship. I was 5 months pregnant, also with a 1-year-old. With the help of Arlington Resources, I am now self-sufficient for the last 7 years. My first apartment was a small, 1-bedroom, non-affordable unit where I could barely make ends meet. Also, with the never-ending raising rent cost of $50 to $100 every year, I used resources such as AFAC for food, Queen of Peace for clothing, and a Woman's Choice for prenatal care and financial assistance to get by those first 3 years. If there was a car repair, forget about it. My rent had skyrocketed to $1,550 a month. Now, 2 growing children and needing more space, I found out about affordable housing through APA. I soon applied for APA, and they came through for me. I was able to move into a 2-bedroom apartment that had an elevator for my foot disability. The new affordable unit had helped me and my children in so many ways. The elevator, the washer and dryer in the unit, the grab bars in the bathrooms, the handicapped accessible parking in the garage. Also, the rental office on site and the concierge desk had made it feel a little more safe to be a single parent, and for other single parents as well. Having affordable units can help so many people. Arlington has a lot of service industries. Providing affordable housing to service workers allows them to live in a community that they work in. Raising the next generation of children in a more stable environment not only helps their developmental growth, but they can also become more successful in life, and we can also benefit from that for past generations. I'm happy to say that I'm a big part in my community, and living here has made a huge part in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cochran. Okay.
Next speaker is Catherine Darling, followed by Susan Landfield.
Thank you. And before we hear from Ms. Darling, just for the flow of time, we'd very much love to hear when you support comments that have been made, but you might want to borrow something from various communities that do a silent applause, only because it just allows us to facilitate and get through the speakers much more efficiently. So I'd ask that you join us in doing that. Ms. Darling, thank you.
Hi, thanks for taking the time to listen to me today. I have called Arlington home for 4 years, and I actually got my first apartment in Boston, so I live very close to where this project is going to be located. And I want to share with you a story that happened the very first night that I moved to Arlington. It was January, it was cold, it was snowing, and we went to get dinner from the grocery store, and there was a homeless gentleman warming his hands over where they keep the rotisserie chickens. And that is an image that has really stuck with me. And I've had trouble dealing with my contrasting how my parents' house backs up to a golf course, but I drove to work every day, and there would be a homeless veteran on the median. So that's why I decided to get involved in something that I've never been involved before and voice my support for this project. And its location and its collaboration makes it a really great tool for addressing homeless veterans and giving them access to things that they would not have access to because they can walk to the metro, they can walk to the bus, and it's going to just be a great springboard to help them create changes in their lives. The veterans that will live here served us, and it's now our time to serve them. So this is how we do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Landfield, followed by Jenny Klein.
I've been an Arlington resident for 7 years, and one of the key reasons I moved to Arlington is that after having worked in the developing world, I wanted to live in a community populated by people representing a diversity of nationalities, religions, cultural beliefs, backgrounds, etc. Living in Arlington and in my current home at River Place in Roslyn, I have found that marvelous diversity. One very challenging factor that impacted my living situation when I moved here is affordability. Arlington housing is way more expensive than any other place I've lived in the U.S., and it was a factor I had to take into consideration because of my limited financial resources. Since retiring 3 years ago, I've gotten very active in Arlington politics, where the issue of affordable housing is a constant concern for people of all ages and backgrounds. Facing this challenge myself, I was delighted when I learned about APA and its mission, and I very much enjoy working there as a volunteer. I volunteer weekly with AFAC food distribution at the Springs in Marbella, the yearly backpack distribution project, and at job and education fairs. In this way, I'm getting to know many residents by face and name, which is a joy for me. I'm a witness to the critically important and quality services that APA provides through its resident service programming. APA's partnership with American Legion Post 139 to redevelop its property to create affordable housing for veterans is good for Arlington and good for veterans. I'm honored to testify on behalf of this project, which expands the number of affordable housing units and thus reflects Arlington values in regards diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion are key principles I support wholeheartedly and for which I will always fight relentlessly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jenny Klein, followed by Peter Haig.
Hi, good morning. I work at the District of Columbia Continuum of Care, which leads the work on ending homelessness in the city, and I'm a passionate advocate of affordable housing. I want to start with something positive, which is that the entire Commonwealth of Virginia ended veteran homelessness in 2015. Few states have achieved this feat, I believe just Delaware and Connecticut. However, low-income veterans are still a vulnerable population who are in need of stable housing. Nearly a third of the 236,000 veterans in the DC metro area are housing cost burdened, paying well over 30% of their income for rent. A third of vets have a service-related disability. During the time in my career when I worked in direct services, I worked with many veterans who are at risk of homelessness. I know that veterans are an especially vulnerable population, and I know the kinds of people who would receive tangible benefits from this kind of affordable housing. The American Legion Project offers stability to this population, 80 homes with veterans' preference at a mix of affordable ranges, as well as supportive services. Having the services available at the building will also be hugely beneficial to these former service members, as they will be far more likely to participate in them. I strongly support any effort that is aimed at increasing the supply of affordable housing for veterans.
Thank you.
Peter Haig, followed by James Atwell.
Good morning, Peter Haig. I'm a 20-year resident of Arlington. My children went to school here. I attended the Planning Commission meeting on February 11th. I also attended the Housing Commission meeting on February 14th. I'm adding my voice to the chorus of support for this project. A couple of things I'd like to just point out. One is that they have 10 units, I believe, that are ADA compliant for disabilities, to people with disabilities, so I applaud that. I also wanted to point out that it is consistent with our county master plan for affordable housing. That plan calls for 600 units per year. We are not meeting that as a county, I think you know. And as it's been said, this is a solid down payment toward that goal, which is another reason why I support it. Currently, as I'm told, about 8% of our units in the county are actually affordable within guidelines. Our goal ultimately is to get to 17%. So we've got a little work to do. And I am one here as a citizen that I believe that there are opportunities, and I applaud your efforts to help us identify those opportunities. I applaud the APA for the work that they're doing. This is a great project. And I also want to say thank you to the staff and to the American Legion for the work that they put into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is James Atwell, followed by Eric Lawrence.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James. I'm probably one of the people who have lived in Arlington the least. I've lived here for 8 months now. I just wanted to come and show my support for the American Legion APA project, though. Arlington has grown quickly. I can see that in the short time I've been here. So it's more important than ever to make sure that people of all financial backgrounds get to call it home. It's also an incredibly walker-friendly city. I used to live in Edinburgh in the UK, and I could get around everywhere on foot. I can do the exact same thing here. I don't even own a car. I don't feel disadvantaged by that at all. And I think the American Legion site takes full advantage of that too. Quincy Park is 5 minutes away, so families with children don't have far to go. There's a supermarket across the street, which is frankly amazing. I wish I had that. And the fact that people can use public transport means they'll get to live sort of healthier and more environmentally friendly lives. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Lawrence, followed by Charles King.
Hello, I'm Eric Lawrence. I am a resident of Arlington and Lyon Village. I've been a resident of Arlington for about 5 years, a defect from about 45 years at Fairfax County. I was actually part of the Special GLUP study as acting president of Lyon Village Community Association and was involved there. I wasn't in favor of all of the actions for the Special GLUP, but I was very much in favor of this action. And basically, I put my full support towards this project. What an incredible project. I mean, this is something that really is groundbreaking in terms of not having been done anywhere that I know in the United States. So I applaud APA. There's really three main reasons I'm in support of this project. One, APA. First-class organization. If you've seen some of the projects that they've done, not only in Arlington, but in Alexandria and other parts of Northern Virginia, and even now moving into Maryland, first-class operation. The properties are really just well done, well thought out. Their mission is really powerful. Second, in terms of diversity for the county, something that's personally very important to me, important to my neighbors. This really provides economic diversity. And then really third is sort of a implied theme of Arlington, which really is honoring and supporting veterans. With Arlington Cemetery, with the Air Force Memorial, the Pentagon. I mean, this is really consistent with that theme in Arlington County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles King, followed by Rick Schweigert.
Good morning, Chairman Dorsey and members of the board. My name is Charles King, and I'm a principal of CSG Urban Partners, and we are the real estate advisors to the YMCA of Metropolitan Washington. Since 1944, the Arlington YMCA has been serving the county's children and families and has provided over $800,000 in financial support for programs and services in just the past 10 years. Specifically, CSG has been providing real estate consulting services to the Y regarding the redevelopment of the Arlington facilities for the past 15 years. During this time, we have reviewed at least 10 unsolicited proposals from the greater real estate industry. However, the restrictive special purpose zoning the Y has operated under is so limiting that it is infeasible to generate enough value to provide sufficient funding for the site's redevelopment. With the adoption of the Washington Kirkwood Special GLUP Study Plus and Concept Plan by the board in November 2017, it appeared that the Y would finally be able to realize enough site density to redevelop the facilities for the good of the Y membership, surrounding neighborhood, and greater Arlington community. As a result, CSG worked with the local Y Board of Directors, executive staff, as well as utilized input from the Special GLUP Study to create and distribute a request for proposals to potential real estate development partners. The development submissions are due back to the YMCA on March 1st. Not surprisingly, these developers have been following the proceedings of the APA and 11th Street Development 401 Site Plan, Transportation, and other public meetings, and have inundated CSG with numerous telephone calls, written questions, and other inquiries regarding staff's interpretation of the adopted Special GLUP study. Some of them have stated that the comments about the east-west connection is totally unexpected and could conceivably result in a large funding shortfall and make the project infeasible for development of a new Y. Thus, I'm here to relay to you that the development community is relying on the information provided in the Special GLUP study in which the Y recorded into the RFP.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King.
The next speaker is Rick Schweigert, followed by Mike Greb.
Morning. Morning. My name is Rick Schweigert. I'm a 29-year resident of Arlington and Lyon Village, which is the adjacent neighborhood to the American Legion. I'm also a member of the American Legion, Post 139 Washington Boulevard. Yesterday in the mail, I received my copy of Arlington Magazine, and it includes an excellent article on affordable housing in Arlington. What it did for me is it took all of this jargon and broke it down into simple language and incomes and the struggles of people in these income brackets. And now that I'm retired and can't even afford to buy my own house back, and I get a tax bill, a real estate tax bill from Arlington, I start thinking about affordable housing and staying in Arlington. And this article talks about those kinds of things, and it also shows the excellent work APA has been doing and APA employees at work. I'd just like to point out again that this is a great project. It benefits the American Legion. Okay, thanks.
Oh, you had 27 seconds.
Benefits the American Legion. It benefits veterans who are financially struggling, and it benefits working class people, the blue collar people in this community, and those of us who will be looking for affordable housing in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Mr. Schweigert.
Mike Greb, followed by Ashley Goff.
I'm Mike Greb. I'm a 39-year Arlington resident, and I'm a retired military officer and a member of the Post. And I'm also, because of Air Force, I'm the master of the 2-minute briefing. That's a big tradition in the Air Force. So there's 2 main points. You know, kind of lost in all the GLUP study stuff, the American Legion is a service organization, and since World War I, they've been helping veterans. And I'm on the executive committee of the Post. We're committed to continuing that. And as the other speakers have said, I think that's crucial to Arlington, with the Arlington National Cemetery, the Air Force Memorial, and my own son is serving in the Air Force now. And just kind of below that, for the board, the Post has been a good citizen of Arlington for the many decades. I'm most familiar with youth sports. We support American Legion Baseball. We're active with the Arlington Better Sports Club as a financial sponsor, and we'll continue to do that. So those are my points, and out in 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Ashley Goff, followed by Mallory Bussell.
My name is Ashley Goff, and I'm the pastor at Arlington Presbyterian Church. I also live in the Knock neighborhood with my family, and we have 3 kids. 2 are at Wakefield, and one is at Gunston. You know that Arlington Presbyterian Church partnered with APA to create Gilliam Place, and we thank you for being part of that. We thank you for your support, and we thank you for also supporting La Cocina. Voice is 100% in support of this American Legion APA building. And we know again that we are in a continued housing crisis, affordable housing crisis here in Arlington. And we have another opportunity to create something new and to be made new about what it means to be neighbors and what it means to be community to one another. So we know in light of Amazon's arrival that we have to take hold of every opportunity that we have to increase the number of affordable housing units. Those are homes, so we have to take advantage of every opportunity we have by any means necessary to increase those number of homes that are affordable. Time is not on our side. So you're going to be seeing more of Voice in the future, and we'll be coming to you with proposals to increase the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, so look for us. So we know that if there is no vision, the people perish. We know that if all are not involved and part of community, creation is diminished. So Voice has a great, powerful vision for this county to be more than just having a reputation for being progressive, but that we are a county that is home to true social equity for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mallory Bussell, followed by Craig Blakely.
Hi, my name is Mallory. I'm here with Voice. I live in Boston, Virginia Square, and I support this project. I think a lot of what I'm going to say has already been echoed already, but I know when I moved to Arlington 10 years ago, part of the draw was the cultural and economic diversity. And I heard someone say earlier that Arlington has lost about 85% of its affordable housing stock since 2000. And in the 10 years I lived here, I've definitely felt that. I've had to move multiple times just because of rising rent, and I'm still unsure whether I can stay here long term. I've watched my friends who are teachers have to move away because they can't afford housing when they want to start having families. Going from a one-bedroom to a two-bedroom apartment is just unattainable. I have a friend who lived here for several years, and as a result of a car accident, needs a lot of the accessibility services that the county provides. And I've watched them struggle trying to make their rent to be able to stay here and keep access to those services. They don't know if that's possible, and if they have to move, they'll have to start all over again through that application process. So there's a lot of things riding on just the cost of living here, and I think this project that's going to bring housing for families and veterans to our neighborhood is very important, and important for the county to just invest in this commitment to that economic and cultural diversity into our community.
Thank you.
Craig Blakely, followed by James Peoples.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Craig Blakely. I'm an attorney with Alliance Law Group. I'm here speaking on behalf of Mr. James Peoples, who owns the property located at 3427 12th Road North in Arlington. Mr. Peoples' property abuts the west side of the proposed new segment of North Kansas Street. I'm going to be addressing just a very narrow legal issue. Mr. Peoples has other comments which he would like to separately present to the board. Mr. Peoples strongly opposes the construction of a public road close to neighboring homes. He believes the road should be an alley as it was originally proposed. However, in the event that the board approves the new segment of North Kansas Street as a public road, Mr. Peoples supports the staff's recommendation, which appears at page 14 of the staff report, to create outlots between his and other adjacent properties and the road in order to prevent those lots from becoming non-conforming corner lots due to the creation of the new segment of North Kansas Street. The creation of those outlots is clearly provided for in the proposed site plan ordinance, specifically condition 23A. However, after detailed conversations yesterday between our office and the zoning division, as well as the zoning administrator's office, as well as Mr. McIsaac, we've concluded that while the outlots are clearly provided, the legal consequence, the insulation, if you will, effect of those outlots, insulating Mr. Peoples' property and other adjacent properties from being non-conforming corner lots is not so clear. The staff and Mr. McIsaac have told us there's no clear precedent for that. So what we intend to do is to submit a zoning determination request to the zoning administrator asking for a specific ruling on that issue that hopefully will insulate Mr. Peoples' property from becoming a non-conforming use. Mr. McIsaac has graciously agreed to try and assist us in getting expedited treatment for that request. Because the need for that request is necessitated by the county action, on behalf of Mr. Peoples, I would like finally to request that the board agree to waive the fee associated normally with the zoning determination letter, which I believe is approximately $370.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. That'll be a part of our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Peoples, followed by Tom Viles.
Yes, I am the owner of the adjacent lot, and I have a couple of issues to bring to your attention, none of which would necessitate disapproving this. In fact, I spent my time in combat. Today is my 79th birthday. Thank you. And I was also raised in poverty, so I understand, really poverty, 150-year-old log cabin with no indoor heater, indoor plumbing. So I understand the need for the project. But all along, the road, as they're proposing, was referred to in the presentations made and discussions that it was an alley. Alleys have definitive definitions in the Public Works portions of the Arlington County website, as well as shared streets and urban streets, et cetera, et cetera. an alley is designed to be a one-way street to provide access to a garage. That's understandable, but it's not understandable to change the definition 10 days before the Planning Commission meeting. And that doesn't give time to properly evaluate what it's going to be. The Planning Commission recommends that it be shared street all the way. I think that's a better solution than a through street with traffic. Additionally, the drawings from the applicant do not specify what treatments will be for lighting. Streets have lightings different than alleys and certainly different than shared streets. There is no definition of what the lighting treatments for a shared street would be. So that needs to be worked out prior to it being done anyway. So that's my issue there. I have the adjacent property that is right on the outlet of the 12th Road fence, or whatever you want to call it there. And I have a problem because my house sits 1 foot from the right-of-way. And if you look at the drawings for the fire access, they graze my lot line 1 foot away from my porch. That is a safety issue. I mean, I'm a pretty good driver, but I don't know whether I could drive that truck out of there and consistently miss my front porch. That issue needs to be looked at and addressed. The last thing that I wanted to address is the east-west connection, and I want to make you aware that the east-west connection is going to be tough because the back of this property has a 5-foot drop-off to the level of the adjacent YMCA. So that shared street, implementing that shared street east-west connection is going to be a tough problem, and that probably needs to be addressed before you approve this, because you're going to take out what they put in.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Tom Viles, followed by Audrey Clement.
Good morning again. I come from a veteran family, indeed a military family, with more Legionnaires than I can count, including my wife. This is a relatively straightforward and friendly case. So it's a shame that obvious salient issues get wished away instead of fixed. About traffic and parking, do we really think that more than half of APA's tenants won't have cars, or that, at your suggestion, they'll forego car ownership? And why do we think low-income residents, the most economically vulnerable, will tether themselves to jobs near metro stops? I suggest you look at the 2010 census data, studies by the Urban Institute, by UCLA, and by the University of Maryland. You can find them readily. I could, and the applicant and Planning Commission could. 2, car ownership enables low-income working people to find more jobs, and such mobility enables them to earn thousands of dollars more in the DMV, per year. Of course, low-income people already recognize this reality. In 2016, more than 80% of Americans living at or below the poverty line have access to a car. And at twice the poverty line, that number is well over 90%. And these numbers climb over time. It's doubtful that many residents in affordable housing will embrace an Amazon-style microserfdom that a metro-only transit diet promotes. You can expect 80 to 90% of these residents to have cars, and you can expect us all to be choked with consequent traffic and parking problems. It was disappointing, actually astonishing, that the Commission was content with the applicant's non-response to a simple question. What percentage of low-income people have cars? Why do we pretend that a miserly parking ration for just 38% of the units will be enough? And I have one more question. What are APA's and indeed the county's priorities? There are no homeless veterans in Arlington. That's what I read on the APA website. And so are these units really going to go to folks outside the county? What is the plan? Can't somebody say clearly? And finally, it must be asked, why all the talk lately about dedicating apartments to active duty military personnel. Is APA unaware that the DoD's basic allowance for housing in this area is between $2,300 and $3,000 per month? Don't many others in Arlington stand in greater need? And when has quartering these active duty soldiers become one of the county's priorities?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Audrey Clement, followed by Abigail Raphael.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement. I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of the Transportation Commission on which I sit, which heard this item on February 7th. I support affordable housing in general and APA's mission in particular to provide it. However, at over $400,000 per unit, which is the price of a luxury condo, I do not believe that APA actually provides affordable housing. Regarding the American Legion site, I am concerned that issues raised by the neighborhood have been ignored. The Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association submitted a letter dated February the 7th to both the Planning and Transportation Commissions detailing its concerns. It concluded, and I quote, "In conversations with several planning commissioners, it has been made clear that Arlington County's need and desire for affordable housing means that this project is moving forward regardless of its deleterious impacts to nearby residents. It is feared that neighborhood concerns are not being fully considered and given the weight that they duly deserve. In this way, citizens have participated throughout the process, but their voice has been lost." End of quote. I concur with this assessment. In particular, I'm concerned about the decision to remove the fence separating this development from the 12th Street residential neighborhood in order to provide egress to emergency vehicles. In another letter, a resident of that block pointed out that 12th Road is a narrow one-way street with no sidewalks or adequate lighting. If indeed emergency access is needed to 12th Road, then the county should treat this situation like it does any other easement. The county should require compensation from the developer to pay for needed street improvements. To me, upgrading 12th Road is both a matter of public safety and simple equity. The fact that APA would find millions to spend on the American Legion site while beggaring the neighborhood is amazing to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abigail Raphael, followed by Nia Bagley.
Ms. Raphael, you can adjust the lectern to your preferred height.
I think we're okay. Good morning. I'm Abby Raphael. I've been a member of the Arlington Y Board for 10 years, and I've lived in Arlington for almost 30 years, which is hard to believe. The Y is very happy to be here today in support of APA's site plan application with the critical affordable housing that it will add and the new home for the Legion. However, we are concerned about the certainty of the following language in the county manager's recommendation. Build out of the east-west street to its full cross-section, minimum 2 travel lanes, will happen when redevelopment of the Y site occurs. This seems to be inconsistent with the GLUP study that the board adopted in November 2017. The Y believes that having a portion of the east-west connection as bike pedestrian and not vehicular is in fact consistent with the GLUP study. Ms. Guerin, the chair of the LRPC, Long Range Planning Committee, reported to the board in 2017 that the LRPC parameters for the site included that new connections should be limited to pedestrian priority streets and alleys. Mr. Gutschall, who then was the chair of the Planning Commission, provided a letter which included comments of numerous commissioners about circulation through the block being focused on bikes and pedestrians and not vehicles. The GLUP study that you adopted includes Exhibit 4, which we sent to you in the letter. We included that as an attachment. And that showed that the east-west connection between the Y and APA properties as an optional, quote-unquote, optional street. Consistent with the comments of each board member at the November 2017 meeting that vehicular use be limited, the board accepted a recommendation of the Planning Commission to add a note to the circulation map that limited street topologies to alleys, shared streets, and pedestrian priority streets. And I have to say, I never thought I'd be talking about street topologies, but here we are. So as Mr. King noted earlier, developers have expressed confusion about the differences between the adopted GLUP study and some of the staff presentations and some of the language in the county manager's recommendation. So for that reason, why I request that in your discussion today, you reiterate that the special GLUP study provides the guidance for the study area and that no final decisions have been made about that east-west connection. Thank you.
Nia Bagley, followed by Eric Bartunik.
Good morning. I'm Nia Bagley. I've lived a couple blocks from this site for 30 years and represented BVSCA as its president at the Special GLUP Study Plus. While not the intent of the SPRC process, it is often the unfortunate result for neighbors to come away from it feeling as though their concerns have not been adequately addressed. Here are some observations and suggestions should this project be approved. Many months will go by before construction starts. Much gets forgotten. Workers on this site did not participate in this process. Passing out business cards of construction context as required is not enough. Please communicate continuously and well in advance regarding construction phases and timelines. Invite neighbors to come see what you are doing. They have never experienced construction so close to their homes and don't know what to expect. It's up to you to help allay their fears. Be a good neighbor before you really are. I trust APA will make every effort to find residents not dependent on cars. Please also advise them, as well as their guests, not to park in the neighborhood. Throughout this SPRC, references were made to the off-street parking guidelines for multifamily residential projects. Had this site been within the RB corridor, it's just across the street, you would have been required to already secure arrangements with a nearby private garage to handle any overflow parking. BVSCA asked for this amendment in November 2017, and it was unanimously approved by both the Planning Commission and the County Board. Since these guidelines have been cited to support the ratio, please have a backup plan in case more parking is needed. At the first opportunity of garage construction, please test whether the headlights of exiting cars shine into neighboring houses. If there's a problem, address it before new residents move in and let the neighbors know. Please inform neighbors of Legion events in advance. Invitations to events should include parking info and a note not to park in the neighborhood. Please be sure the temporary, as it has been defined, use of chain and bollards for emergency vehicle access from North 12th Road really is temporary when other sites come online which provide a better option than this quaint little street. Then replace them with a vegetation barrier. Invite us to meet our new neighbors and tour the building. In November 2017, BVSCA asked for height caps here, which provided for bonus density up to 7 stories total, only for projects with, quote, significant and specifically well-defined contributions to affordable housing. While all of us remain flexible with future projects here, they must be held to this standard if requesting bonus density. I support the special mission of this project and hope it will not set precedents for others which do not measure up to what is being proposed by APA and the American Legion. Thank you.
Eric Bartunik, followed by Stephen Leutner.
Started, sir. All right.
I'm Eric Bartunik. I have the unfortunate task of living next to the American Legion. And everybody, the American Legion is the greatest thing. They've been an awful neighbor to us and my family. They've had egregious parties. They've had zoning noise violation tickets. I was going to take and play music so you could see what it's going to be like on my back porch, 11 feet from the property line where the cars have envisioned on your proceedings there. My son is 47 feet right now, roughly, with flashlights that are going to indicate the lights that are going into my bedroom window. Okay? To touch on what Jim said, the 2-foot easement in between my property line, there's no citing for it anywhere I can find anywhere on the books or anything for the zoning that you guys are proposing. Everything is talked about green space, what you're going to do, and then it shows where the lights are and everything else that are coming out of the garage to drove directly into my property line and into my bedroom, and I'm taking $150,000 property loss right now due to this, according to Keller Williams and the other person. I also have a letter here from a person who was going to buy my property. And then I have another letter here that states they're not going to do it because of the construction. I'm suffering damages from this. And look, Apple, I'm all fine with affordable housing. I come from a long line of veterans. My father landed on the beaches. My grandfather landed on the beaches in Normandy. And my father was in Vietnam. So I'm all about the veterans. But this could have been done completely different. I have no email documentation from APA reaching out to me saying, hey, how can we work through this? What can we mitigate the circumstances to take and do this to build this so it works? They haven't reached out to me at all. But they're getting a pass on everything. There's so many unanswered questions of this project, the green space, the density, they've even brought it up in the safety factors. No, but you're moving forward with this without having clear definition of what the American Legion is even going to build. Check the police records with the American Legion and see how many tickets and how many times they've had parties that have been egregious. I have videotape of people urinating on my fence from their parties. Beer, it's crazy. And they're getting a pass with everything. There needs to be firm, definitive answers for the questions we have asked. The proper, that's 2 feet higher. Well, why is that? The Legion hasn't, they haven't even said their build out and what they're going to do yet. This is impacting my life and my family. My other son wasn't here because he's so upset about this. He's afraid my wife and I are going to get divorced due to the stress that this has caused. This is a tumultuous situation. No one has reached out for them to see, hey, how can we do this? What can we do to make this better for you? This is going to impact my life and my property value dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Leutner, followed by Dan Donahue.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Stephen Leutner. My family and I live in the Boston, Virginia Square Civic Association, about 200 meters northwest of the American Legion. I serve on the executive committee of the BVSCA and also on the APS FAC, though today I'm speaking clearly just for myself. I support the desire to put 160 CAF units on the American Legion site, and I applaud many of the positive attributes of this proposal, including the east-west connection. That does not mean, however, that the plan as presented is fully sound and that it could not be substantially improved for future residents, the surrounding neighborhood, and Arlington as a whole with some modest attention to detail. I agree with many of the concerns expressed here by my neighbors, but I wanted to highlight 3 additional points. Transportation demand management. I'm an advocate for reducing car dependence. While the proposal makes furtive steps towards this goal, the proposal underdevelops parking to the cost advantage of APA and scrimps on TDM investments. The net result is that current neighbors and future residents will be impacted by this inadequate planning. Schools. This single development is projected to generate 97 students. Last month, APS released new projections leveraging an improved methodology. These projections show a 24% increase in students over the next 10 years. It also shows a seat deficit of 2,300 students beyond the current 10-year CIP. As annotated on page 33 of the APS projections report, neither this project nor any of the other GLUP projects are accounted for in these projections. Based on conservative APS and DC region construction costs, these 97 students will require at least $6 million in additional capital spending. When you approve this project, please understand the community trusts and expects you to fund APS accordingly. Finally, veterans. As an active duty commissioned officer with multiple combat tours, the needs of combat veterans are especially close to my heart. Through multiple engagements with the Legion, I was happy to learn that 50% of the units are supposed to be designated as veteran preference. I note that this project has received much positive support in the press, including Washington Post and Arlington Now, and several of the letters of support were in the records for today. What is lacking, however, is that there is not one mention of veteran preference, let alone a plan to codify and enforce it in the hundreds of pages of documents that will be approved today by the board. Please address this oversight before you approve the request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Dan Donahue, followed by Mr. Tupp.
Good morning. My name is Dan Donahue. I'm an officer at the American Legion Post 139. I have been a member of the post for more than 30 years. I moved to Arlington excuse me, in 1964 after being discharged from the Marines. and raised my family here. Through our partnership with APA, we will have a new facility that will continue to support the older veteran and serve our new comrades as well. We will also have an opportunity to have our large lot provide housing that will benefit the veterans and the broader community. But I want to speak on a specific item on this whole thing. Currently, there is no connection across our block from 13th Street North to Washington Boulevard, and there should be one. That's why I support the proposed north-south connection as well as the proposed east-west connection. That they as well be constructed for pedestrians, cyclists, scooters, and fire trucks when and if needed, and not for through automobile traffic. I very much appreciate the Transportation Commission's recommendation of the shared street topology, but I think we should go a step further, so to speak, and make the connection a pedestrian priority designation. Both topologies in our master transportation plan. You've heard from Mr. Peoples, you've heard from the YMCA, you've heard from other advocates from BVSCA. You've also heard from the Transportation Commission and from Parks with the concerns that there is no open space in our area in this nice campus environment and the type of the atmosphere that we want to have with the open space. If we make the east-west connection a pedestrian priority street, for lack of a better term, you can have an open area. You can have a parks-type situation where people can walk and can enjoy themselves. I think that the shared street arrangement should stop at the last garage entrance on any site in this area, and that everything in between that should be pedestrian priority and restricted to only vehicular traffic from emergency vehicles. I don't think I have to go any further with this. I think you all know where this is going, so please deal with it.
Mr. Donohue.
Have a nice day.
Our next speaker is Mr. Tupp, followed by Michael Toner.
Thanks. My name's Mike Tupper. I live at 3436 12th Road North. I don't want your jobs. I used to manage the planning shop for the U.S.'s largest land management agency. And so when the federal government makes decisions like you're making, I sometimes had to wear a bulletproof vest, and I sometimes had to have Secret Service or armed folks in the audience. So this can get super contentious, and I'm not trying to make it that way. I'm for veterans. I'm for low-income housing. I personally was homeless for 10 years and lived in a tent. So my point is this. You can't wish traffic and parking away. You can't say, if I don't build parking garage space, the cars won't come. No, the cars will come. They will. And we're kidding ourselves if we don't think so. So, cut the number of units down. I know you can't because then it's not economically viable. Go one layer deeper for underground parking. Oh, it's really expensive. Oh, yeah? Well, wait till let's see how much money you make 10 years from now, because those spaces will only get more valuable. All that said, so I live just a couple houses down from Eric and right across the street from these two folks over here. If we can't come to some better conclusion about the parking situation, can I just pave the front of my house? And I'll just rent parking spaces, because there's going to be a parking problem. I would much rather see that we address it early, and good luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tupp.
The next speaker is Michael Toner, followed by Sharon Valencia.
Yeah, he's tall. Hi, I'm Mike Toner. I live on 12th North. I bought my house probably about 15 years ago. And I think when moving into, when my wife and I decided to buy our house, we knew that kind of development was going to happen, right? We understood it. We're for it. We're kind of city slickers. But I think our viewpoint is that we just want to make sure that development, that we're for it, that it's kind of controlled and done in the right way. Not, kind of chaotic and kind of very fast. So with all that being said, obviously we know things are going to change. I think the big things, too, we're hearing a lot about parking. We know parking is going to be an issue. I think living on 12th Road, we've asked for some improvements that we think would be nice, paid by the developer. I don't know if you guys have ever had a chance to go down 12th Road North, but next time you do, take a ride down there. I kind of call it the forgotten road of Arlington County. It needs a little work. So in the last piece, too, obviously, with this project, we get it's going to happen. Just consider kind of what we're going to go through over probably the next couple of years. And I think our viewpoint is that when everything is kind of said and done, that the neighborhood just has minimal impact. We like to kind of see it the way it is. We do kind of love it. But this isn't about me. Really, this is about my daughter, who is 6. She was born in Arlington County. She attends Arlington County schools. She has roots. She's an Arlingtonian, and that's the way it is. And kind of as she kind of grows up and goes to school, one day she'll go to college or whatever she goes off and decides to do. I think with the mindset that I hope that one day she comes back, most likely because she's daddy's little girl, and she would break my heart if she did not. But really, I want Arlington to stay kind of the way it is, right? So development's going to happen. Just when all is said and done, we just want to kind of keep it the way it is. So that's all that I ask. So the other thing, too, I know we heard from Eric Bartunik. He's pretty dynamic. I've known Eric for a long time. I know the family since the day I moved in. They're my neighbors. They're my friends. I've watched that family's life get turned upside down with this process. So just ask that you consider that. So I do appreciate your time. But like I said, let's try to keep Arlington County the way that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toner.
Our next speaker is Sharon Valencia, followed by Maura Myers.
My name is Sharon Valencia, and I live on 12th Road North, one house away from the redeveloped area. Of the people, by the people, for the people. Our government has made it clear that providing affordable housing and increasing connectivity are priorities, and that is commendable. However, it can't be done by fast-tracking a project to meet a funding deadline and ignoring serious safety and other concerns repeatedly expressed by the existing neighborhood. We have been repeatedly told that our neighborhood and the impacts to it are out of scope at every point of this process. For years now, I've expressed concerns about opening 12th Road, which is currently a dead end, to any traffic, which includes pedestrians, bikes, and scooters. As you can see from county analysis and the site design changes various commissions have required, share streets are planned and have visual indicators, dedicated sidewalk areas, and forward-facing traffic rather than backing up. These are consistent within the site plan area. However, the design calls for increasing traffic on 12th Road without any improvements or considering the danger that residents and guests will have while backing out of driveways. While in the GLUP, it was against the safety concerns raised by the people. It is also in contrast to spending significant amounts of money for dedicated bike lanes in Courthouse and Crystal City. There are serious problems with 12th Road. However, even if these problems are addressed, they cannot adequately address the dangers of opening the road so other users can gain an additional 240 feet before being diverted anyway. I fear the day that one of us backs out of our driveway and hits a young child or another new user just because the street was unnecessarily opened. We have repeatedly been told that these impacts are out of scope. Opening the road to additional traffic, despite knowing the dangers, would be way more expensive than $1 million bus stop, and I'm sure you're all very familiar with that. If the county won't address the safety problem as part of the site plan, it must address it separately. Please do the right thing for the residents who are about to undergo years of construction, as well as all the county stakeholders, and keep it closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia.
Maura Myers, followed by Detta Kessel.
Hi, good morning. I'm speaking as a nearby resident of the proposed site, and I live in the Quincy Park or North or QPN area of BVSCA, and I hope the project is eventually successful. I join my neighbors and the BVSCA president who will be speaking and their concerns raised around the issues of height, parking, and transportation. I'd like to emphasize 3 issues. First, on the GLUP study and our wish that all 3 applicants, 2 more to come, honor the GLUP plus conditions and work in a joint and holistic manner. This arrangement, the GLUP plus arrangement, brings many changes to residential area surrounded to the north, west, and east with single family and townhomes. It's a really heavy burden on the neighborhood to follow so many development requests, changes, and meetings. And in addition to what you're hearing today, and you'll be hearing more on the GLUP Plus area from the Y and 11th Street development, the tiny Quincy Street QPN area is also monitoring changes with Washington and Lee, Buck, Arlington, Science Focus, and probably others. And basically, it can become a full-time job for many of us or, in a really, really tiny area. So I just hope you keep that in mind. To continue on, 2 other developments will be coming to you after this application. We hope that you ensure that the other developments adhere to the conditions in the GLUP Plus study, and we're concerned that individual applicants will want to chip away at aspects of the GLUP Plus study, when after all, the initial GLUP Plus request was approached by all 3 applicants in a joint manner. So we're concerned about chipping away at things. Second, on the east-west vehicular connection, the expectation in the neighborhood is very clear that an east-west vehicular connection is essential. Many of us are concerned that the applicants coming forward in the future of this overall broad site, in particular the Y development, will not wish to pursue a 2-way vehicular connection and will request modifications. As you make decisions on the full GLUP Plus area now and in the future, we ask you to honor our expectation that the east-west vehicular connection will be built. And finally, to add to things that my other neighbors have said, my 3rd issue is on 12th Street. It's a very narrow road. I invite you to come on over. It's not equipped to take additional circulation. Neighbors have a number of safety concerns, true safety concerns for 12th Road, and I hope you will keep that in mind. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Detta Kessel, followed by Henry Staples.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm in full support of the county manager's recommendations. In 2015, Arlington adopted an affordable housing master plan, and that has to mean something. In this day of Amazon coming, all of this is going to get more and more painful. We don't have a lot of room in Arlington, but we need to move forward with these plans. You've heard that since 2000 we've lost 85% of the market affordable housing. Why this project is so exciting is that it contributes 160 new units to the goal. It builds out, according to the master plan, it builds out, the majority of the units are family units, and that's great. It's located in an area where the poverty rate is much lower than for Arlington as a whole. And this was also one of the goals of the master plan, to spread affordable housing throughout Arlington. And again, according to the master plan, it's near transportation, shopping, employment. All of these goals are furthered by this project. But kind of best of all is that APA, ASPAN, and the American Legion have coordinated on this and creatively focused on the housing crisis for veterans. I don't have to repeat the statistics. So, with a 50% set aside for housing veterans, it addresses the crisis very well. It helps with the crisis very well. APA has wonderful programs. I work in them in APA buildings often, and I'm always impressed with the services that they provide to the residents. And I know that with the American Legion right there on site and these particular residents, it will be a very great synergy there. So in moving forward with a master plan, difficult as it is, everyone has to do their part, and the result is a wonderful, innovative, community-oriented project, and I fully support it. I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Henry Staples, followed by Pamela Quanrud.
Hello. How about that? Okay, here we go. Hello, I sat at the table during the SPRC process, and we as a neighborhood had participated throughout the process, sending some 200 comments into staff and the applicant. With 6 notable projects, as Moria said, affecting the 6 residential blocks north of Washington Boulevard, the neighbors have been pulled as to who can participate on what and who can even show up and talk or do the wavy hands today. That's a new thing to me. Anyway, so I trust that you have studied the letters from BVSCA, from citizens, and my own as well. You're welcome to take any of the concerns in those and use them as discussion points today. In particular for today, here are my personally summarized items. Extent of effect. Throughout the process, we have asked for comparable Arlington developments, single-family abutting multifamily from staff, commissioners, and county board members. No developments have been identified that cause the same extent of effect to the bustling western neighborhood. You see it in Eric's comments and the stress that he feels. There are a series of representative properties that either have a larger width, no new road, or a lower level of development. Because the western abutting neighborhood is being affected to an extent not seen in prior county board approved projects, the request is that the county board acknowledge that the proposed development does not meet GLUP study principle number 3, which is preserve and reinforce the primary residential character. Lack of deductive reasoning for parking ratio. Both the applicant and county staff have provided factors that may lower the parking ratio, and we have refuted a series of those in prior conversation. There's a noticeable lack of deductive reasoning in the parking justification. The items presented could reduce, but the analysis did not logically present how. You have heard the applicant try to imply an argument. It's the reverse of if you build it, they will come, into if you don't build it, they won't need it. Note that parking supply is loosely correlated but not causally related to parking demand. That is, reducing parking supply does not reduce parking demand. Because the applicant has not provided adequate reasoning for the reduced parking ratio, and because it's likely, as shown in historical actuals, that parking supply will not meet parking demand, the request is that the county board acknowledge that the proposed development does not meet GLUP study principle number 5, which is to provide appropriate amount of on-site parking. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you, Mr. Staples.
Pamela Quanrud, followed by Tad Lunger.
Greetings. My name is Pam Quanrud. I am a lifelong resident of Arlington, and I'm a lot older than I look. I'm pleased to be addressing you today on behalf of the Alliance for Housing Solutions. As a first-timer at the podium, I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm going to tell you that I'm really excited about this project, because this project is a housing solution. It brings together 3 terrific nonprofits, ACEBAN, APA, and American Legion 139. It's in keeping with the county's vision for transition along Washington Boulevard, as it's outlined in the 2017 Special GLUP Study and Concept Plan, as well, and very importantly, with the county's Affordable Housing Master Plan. With 160 new units, the project will bring a variety of much-needed affordable housing to Arlington, with all the units designated committed at affordable between 30 and 80% of area median incomes for 75 years. That's a huge and good down payment commitment this year. It will honor the past by specifically taking care of veterans, which we know are a special subgroup of those requiring affordable housing. And it will also help revitalize the American Legion presence in Arlington. We believe the proposed parking for the project is both reasonable and appropriate, given the location and its relation to affordable housing requirements, as it allows residents of more limited means ready access to high-quality transit corridors, as well as local services that are walkable. The elegance of this housing solution is so compelling. I urge your support. Please allow the needed amendments to the general land use plan, rezoning, and other changes as called for in the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quanrud.
Tad Lunger, followed by Bill Fahey.
Okay, can you see the slides? Okay, good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tad Lunger. I'm here on behalf of the YMCA of Metropolitan Washington, the central property owner for this block and the study area. First, I'd like to articulate our support of achieving affordable housing in the Virginia Square and Clarendon neighborhoods. It is a very rare opportunity to find a new site to actually increase the number of ADUs in these very competitive real estate submarkets. And this opportunity should not be missed. The Y supports APA's mission here, which also brings a new home for the Legion. We would also like to articulate our support for the flexible interpretations given thus far to the suggestions made in the Washington Kirkwood study when applied to APA's site plan application. There are a few items that need to be addressed today relating to the plan, though. These issues are mostly related to the evolution of the east-west connections through APA's property, our property, and 11th Street Development's property, which will require coordination across the whole block. The reason we raise these issues today is to try to ensure that the overall goals of the Kirkwood study are achieved and that these issues are coordinated and resolved by all three property owners and county staff so that no singular property owner is unduly burdened. Next slide. As you can see from the circulation map, the vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle transportation system options for the block are articulated visually, and the notes provide considerable flexibility in the ultimate coordinated design of this network of connections. Next slide. In order to utilize the northern portion of its site to create enough affordable housing to be competitive and to have a successful project, APA has placed the northern wing of its building where the east-west road location was shown on the study maps. APA has also consistently proposed a 20-foot wide dedication, 11 feet for streetscape, and a substandard 9-foot travel lane for a possible future vehicular connection, not the 25 feet of a potential 50-foot street cross-section shown at the Planning Commission and Transportation Commission. No funding for this future road construction, possible future road construction, has been proposed. Next slide. So here's how things are lining up across the block. APA's request shifts the road location to the north, and on the other side of the block, 11th Street Development, in order to move their project forward at a reasonable pace, has requested to shift the eastern road segment south. The result is that these two road segments no longer align. In fact, with the topography and a significant change in direction required to connect these two segments, it may result in these two segments being joined via a bicycle and pedestrian connection rather than a vehicular travelway. Next slide. Dually, shifting these road segments would forego the wise opportunity to expand the open space to the west if we can acquire that last remaining single-family home east of Kansas Street, Mr. Peebles, who you heard from today. That road location is now further north than the 12th Road connection. During the public process for the GLUP study, staff recommended flexibility showing, quote, optional street access, as shown here and as we provided in more detail in our letter to you. However, it is concerning to see presentations at the TC and the PC showing anticipation of vehicular access in locations where it is shown as optional without also discussing sharing these construction costs and land dedications. This brings us to our request that I've been asked to make of you today. First, if staff determines a vehicular way is to be built along the common boundary between the YMCA and APA, equal dedications of land and responsibilities for construction or cost of construction should be equally split, and that this should be conditioned in your approval today. Second, we ask for confirmation that there continues to be the flexibility to allow for pedestrian and bicycle connections and/or, as provided in the study, emphasis on or vehicular connections east-west as specified in the adopted GLUB study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lunger.
Bill Fahey, followed by our final speaker, Collier Cook.
First, I'd like to thank the county staff and the supportive neighbors. Their comments have been sincere, significant, and constructive. My name is Bill Fahey. I've held the two top posts at the American Legion, and career-wise, I've developed 34 apartment complexes in 8 states, and over all those years, housing a total of about 15,000 families. I moved to Arlington when I was in my 20s. I'm now in my 70s. I live 1,000 yards from the post, so what happens there affects me. I'd like to use this opportunity to brag a little bit about how much this construction, not during the construction phase, but the finished product, is going to enhance the standard of living for the neighbors. We currently have 53 parking spaces on the surface. That's 53 car door slammings that our neighbors have to tolerate. That's headlights that drive around in circles looking for these parking spaces on ingress and egress. All of that is being moved underground. So that noise and those lights will be mitigated. The post currently has land that is used in part for outdoor activities, and in the past 2 years, there's been one a year, each hosting the Montana Society. We're not going to have that outdoor space anymore. So those activities will be moved indoors, creating a significant reduction in noise for our neighbors. In support of what APA is doing, the Post is also taking approximately 60% of our net cash proceeds from this transaction and putting it back into the property in our support of veterans housing. The square footage that we're going to have is going to be reduced by approximately 50%. So the type of activities and the volume of people that we're going to be able to have there will be significantly reduced, taking pressure off of the streets and taking pressure off of the need for parking. Our bar is going to be reduced by 75% because drinking is just not what it was when I was in the service back in the 60s. Thank God. That's it.
That's pretty good. Thank you, Mr. Fahey.
Our final speaker is Collier Cook.
Good afternoon, County Board members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Collier Cook. I'm the president of the Boston Virginia Square Civic Association, and I hope you had a chance to review our letter we sent to you, and again, the email from Henry Staples, our neighborhood representative for this project during the review process. First, I'd like to sort of reflect on just some of the comments you heard today. I don't think you heard anyone against this project. There was everyone likes the project. The goals are laudable. It's just some of these details that some have been worked through, some we feel haven't been worked through. Also, like to reflect on how this project is in our neighborhood. This is the first project in, as an earlier speaker called to, as our Quincy Park North area of our neighborhood. There hasn't been any activity there in decades. So with the Club Study Plus properties being under consideration, this one, YMCA, 11th Street development, along with the Buck site, along with the redevelopment of the Ed Center, and the changes going on with the Science Focus School. A lot's happening up here, and so the collective mood is anxious of the neighborhood. So I'd like to expound a bit on that. First, they're anxious about the impacts of this particular project. They're anxious that the incentives for alternative transportation choices will actually work and that won't cause overflow parking onto neighborhood streets. They're anxious that the RPP program that's currently under review, that's got some protections now, will it still be there or will it be curtailed or eliminated? They're anxious that the fire chief won't come through and deem 12th Road North too narrow for their trucks and eliminate parking on one side of the street, which has happened in other parts of our neighborhood. They're anxious that the overhyped building won't feel like it's looming over the rest of the neighborhood. And finally, they're anxious that the transportation provisions for the east-west vehicular connection will actually work, and that they won't get shortchanged with a future site plan project. And just for us on the record, and in our letter we mentioned, we do feel that the east-west vehicular connection was a part of the plan. It's a requirement of the plan, and we still are supportive of that vehicular connection. So I guess that's something we'll be talking about more at a later time. So I just would like you to reflect back on some of the, through your consideration today, to think about some of the things that were brought up from our neighbors. We're generally supportive of the project. We like the project. It's just some of these details that have not been worked through or just need to be tweaked a bit. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to speaking a lot more on other projects here in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Madam Clerk, is that our last speaker?
That is our final speaker.
Thank you. So we are to the point, as you notice, Mr. Dorsey has already left us. There's some services going on for a longtime member of our community who passed away recently. So we are going to take a break. We will not be back here before 1 o'clock. I would not be surprised if it's a little later than 1, but we'll try to keep pretty much to schedule. And we will then have the board discussion. You'll hear us asking questions of our staff, of our commissioners, and our applicant most likely, and discussing pretty much, I think, all of the major issues that you've heard. So we welcome you to come back. You can watch it at home if you'd like, and hope everybody gets a little break for lunch, and we will be back here again no earlier than 1 o'clock. Thank you. We are recessed. Say hi.
that we will explore. So with that, why don't we start off with just the general conformity with policy, land use or otherwise, height, parking, anything, any questions? Ms. Crystal.
So this is a little more specific, but it is regarding conformance to the GLUP study. So one of the comments raised in the BVSCA letter was about the tree canopy goals established in the GLUP Plus study. And I know the applicant had shared a little bit about the tree preservation strategies. Could staff just speak to what the tree preservation goals, I have my notes here from the study, but what the tree preservation goals specified in the study were and whether we believe this project is or is not in conformance with them?
We are endeavoring to find the answer.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I too have been trying to look for it, but if we want to go to another question and come back to that one, that's fine.
Sure,
with me as well.
we will. Any other questions about Ms. Garvey?
It's actually on the housing, because we had someone concerned that we're building for veterans, but because we have zero veteran homelessness, which I know functional zero is different from that won't actually go to veterans. And then maybe it would be a good time just to remind all of us how it works with the agreement with the affordable and how that's, monitored and taken care of and how we make sure, and if we can, that it's veterans are served here. And I don't know if that's for our staff, maybe for both the applicant and our staff. Mr. Schwartz.
No, actually, I'm going to let the applicant answer that first, and then we'll provide any additional information.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Sure. As it pertains to veterans, the 50% veterans preference here, we are looking to serve low-income veterans. So even though maybe at the Commonwealth level, at the point in time they've solved veterans homelessness, we're trying to help low-income struggling veterans before they become homeless by stabilizing them. So there is a deep need in that demographic. In terms of documenting this is the first time APA is doing a veterans preference. This is the second one in the Commonwealth. There's a small project that was done elsewhere, and we plan on documenting the implementation of the veterans preference along with VHDA, who's aware of our preference commitments here in our loan documents as part of the AHIF final loan documentation, so that we have a chance, since this is still innovating with VHDA, that we have the exact words in the loan documents that they've agreed to with their bond counsel and others, because preferences are highly regulated in the LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit compliance period. So we are 100% committed to that 50% veterans preference at this project. Has been always described, and we would want to memorialize that as part of the final loan documents as the AHIF.
That's great. Thank you, because I know preferences are very, very legalistic, and we have to be careful. So I think that's great. And then I'll just elaborate a little bit, because I don't know if we have anybody here specializing in homelessness. Bless you. It's my understanding that we achieve functional zero. You say functional zero because you get people that have been homeless, and then more people come in, or as you say, they're people who are vulnerable who fall into homelessness. So the need is still great, and I just kind of want to reassure people that the need is there and that we will be trying to meet it. And I think this is a great part of this project. Thank you. Yeah.
So I'll throw in a question about parking. So just want to. A lot of concerns about parking and whether or not there's sufficient supply there. And just to level set, how many properties does APA have in the Arlington portfolio overall?
16.
16. And do you have any that approach 80% utilization of parking provided? Any above that?
I'm going to have Dan, our parking consultant who did the parking justification study, come up and talk to you about our stats and utilization.
Thank you, Ms. Romero.
If we can get the screen, here, okay. Do you have the full? Okay.
Okay, so this shows the 16 projects. I know it's probably a little bit hard to see on the screen, but what we're looking at here is that you have each of the properties. We have their addresses for them, the number of units, the supply is what's on the left-hand side. So we have the total parking spaces that are provided, the actual provided parking ratio. When you average that across all of them, we're at a 0.78, so that is the supply. But the actual demand is the next set of columns over. That shows you the actual spaces that were utilized. And what that turns out is, as a ratio, that averages 0.55. When you start to look at, your question was any of them that get up to a 0.8. There is Arna Valley, which goes over, and Arlington Mill, which is a bit over that. But mostly no, that's not the case.
Yeah, so really outside of Arlington Mill, you've probably got capacity everywhere. It looks.
And I will add the stats, because that doesn't total 16, and you must be wondering, well, there are only 14 up there. We took out projects that are under construction that just haven't fully leased up, like the Hills, because we're not 100% leased, so we can't do a utilization until the building's leased.
But as of last week, you were 100% leased, right?
Well, of the 9% building.
Gotcha. Right.
And then Queens Court, since we were emptying out the buildings, we also, so, that's why you see the little asterisks there. And Fisher House 2, that's under construction. So even though we have more units, you don't see them all in the study.
Thank you, and I just wanted to explore that because, certainly if someone had an opportunity for an affordable unit, they're going to take that regardless of their parking situation or parking needs. But I wanted to explore this because if, in fact, someone did have a need for parking and if, in fact, parking was not available, more than likely, given utilization rates that you have here and that there is turnover among apartments, we probably wouldn't be looking at a situation where there would be a mismatch between someone who had a need for a unit plus parking with being able to find something within your portfolio.
Absolutely, and we've been saying that to the public throughout, that there are properties that are overparked, Arna Valley and others that we could direct them to and give them ample choices through our portfolio.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up just a little bit more, it's really helpful that all of these statistics that we're keeping and getting what's happening really here in Arlington, because a lot of times people do read about national statistics, and we have so much better transit than most places. So people's behavior here is not necessarily like somebody in Kansas or Nebraska or Massachusetts even. So it's really important that we have those local statistics, and important for people to be looking at those more than something that's a national kind of average thing. Yeah.
Ms. Crystal.
I really agree, and to just build on that too, it's almost it's our local statistics, and then it's our site-by-site statistics. There was such an interesting comment raised by I know one of the neighborhood folks, and forgive me that I got your name written down here somewhere, but about which way the chain of causality works between providing parking and demand for parking, and I know that is very much subject to debate. We've had conversations about residential parking ratios and different schools of thoughts, but just at a glance, to me anyway, what this data suggests is that really the demand for parking is so driven by proximity to transit as much as anything else, and so I think it really makes sense that that's what this decision and then our residential parking ratio policy is grounded in, is that proximity to transit.
Indeed. Any other policy questions or considerations?
We do have some thoughts on tree canopy if you want to hear them.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Ask Peter.
That number most likely comes from the background information of the plan, which states that currently there's area-wide in the study area a 25% tree canopy coverage, and there is a statement in there that area-wide we should at least maintain that 25% tree canopy coverage. It was not a goal for individual sites. The adopted guidance is in the principles, the 15 principles and the 3 concept maps that you adopted. Principle 7 just speaks generally to preserving existing stands of mature trees, but does not set a specific goal for tree canopy coverage on individual sites. And the open space concept map, one of the 3 concept maps that is the adopted guidance for this site, actually identifies on the Y property, particularly some mature stands of trees that are called out to be preserved in the plan, but nothing on the American Legion site. However, that said, the American Legion site individually has to meet our very tough Chesapeake Bay tree canopy goals and stormwater management and filtering and best management practices goals for stormwater. And because of the size of this site, and the infrastructure demands that we are making on this applicant by creating new streets or parts of new streets, that we did amend our standard landscaping condition that trees that are taken down, of course, have to be replaced in a ratio, usually on site, that they can do it within the block of the special GLUP study. So APA is on the hook for replacing, based on our usual formulas of tree health and existing tree size, replacing all trees in the study area to help meet that 25% canopy goal.
So to the extent that the tree canopy or tree preservation is encoded in a principle, it is principle number 7, which is to preserve existing stands of mature trees, and that did not apply to this site within the special growth study area.
With this site, not specific guidance on this site, and also due to, of course, like I said, the infrastructure demands for new street network as well as the building itself, there was not much opportunity to save trees on site.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Another policy question, Ms. Garvey?
I did. I had one more, and it's sort of more for CPHD. As we know, the folks at the Y are very concerned about the street and how this is all going to work out. And there's some concern, which I'd like to just run by you, that as the site develops, if the last development on the site suddenly finds themselves required to do all of the streets, my understanding is that they're going to be required probably to do half, but not more. We wouldn't expect them to take care of all of the streets.
No, we wouldn't expect them to take care of all the streets, but the portions of the block that they would be the only developer building out, they would take care of all of the streets that cross those portions. So
but if they
along
share it
joint
with,
property lines,
yeah.
The goal of the plan was to share that burden. But you will note on this plan, APA is building out the full North Kansas Street as opposed to waiting for Casual Adventure to develop to provide its half. So we do have to consider what are the principal needs of each individual development as they come forward. So if the Y was to come forward and need transportation infrastructure to support the development and no other projects were being built, then they would have to potentially provide full sections.
Even if they were right next to the project that was next door and the other project was also going to be using that street. I mean, if they're sharing the street use.
If it's critical to support the project, they would have to provide it. But if it is, if it can be phased, we would try to split the burden as we've done with the east-west connection at this site. And so there.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
So one thing that I didn't follow closely was the decision during the SPRC to underground the transformer. Can I just get a sense of where that came from? Was that policy direction from staff, or was that just a want of SPRC members?
That is a strong urban design goal of staff, is that the above-grade transformers behind a sidewalk have been strongly discouraged for decades, as long as I've been here at least, due to their impact on the streetscape. We want, active streetscapes, Washington Boulevard being a major arterial and with hope for increased pedestrian traffic in the future, it is inappropriate, staff's opinion, to have a transformer above grade due to the need for large gates, due to the need for it has to be fully enclosed by a wall. It just has a negative impact on the street and the pedestrian experience.
Mr. Gibson?
So Peter expressed the good urban form argument for it, but it's also established within our county policy. The county board adopted in the mid-90s utility undergrounding policies and utility undergrounding corridors. We take that guidance and implement that on a site plan basis to ensure that utilities are undergrounded throughout our corridors. And so Washington Boulevard is one of those corridors which we expect utilities to be undergrounded along, and that includes both the aerial utility lines but associated transformers. And so that's the underlying policy that the board has adopted that supports that good urban form.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. And can I ask the applicant, have you scoped out what the cost of that is in this particular case versus what might have been a more aesthetic treatment of artful screening?
Yes, it's between $150,000 and $200,000 to underground
it. Okay, yes, thank you. Any other policy questions? Okay, why don't we move on to another category, and impact on neighbors and mitigants provided or proposed therein. So anything in that bucket? Mr. DeFerranti.
Sure. So I don't know that this may be for the applicant on the fencing. I know there's some discussion, and I believe where we landed is 7 feet at the moment, and I'm wondering if 8 is where we actually can get to. That's our limit, I believe. But
the actual resolution allows it to go to 8 feet, and we've said we're willing to go to 8 feet or 7, depending on what is needed. Yeah, it may well be that at an opportunity where there may be headlights or something like that, we want to be at 8 feet, but as we get down to 12th Street, we may only want to be to 5 feet. But we'll try to work with the neighbors on the appropriate height, but we have the ability, as I read the conditions, to go up to 8 feet.
well, the way you've just described it is that flexibility is fine. I do, if it's possible to get to 8 feet right at that key juncture, I'd be for that.
Ms. Garvey?
I talked a little bit with folks about this earlier. Would like to explore here publicly the issue. One particular person, I think maybe a number of them, are concerned that when you do all of the construction, the land shakes and stuff, that their foundations or their houses will start to crack and have severe damage. Could you talk about how you, one, track to see if that indeed happens, and 2, mitigants or repairs that you would undertake if you find that it has happened?
Yes, thank you. So the first thing we would do, first thing is we're going to drill our piles along the north property line and returning along, the west property line and returning along the north. Secondly, before we start construction, before we start any of the pile work, we'll go ahead and set up seismic monitors along the property line to make sure that none of the ground acceleration exceeds acceptable limits. And as well, we'll have a professional engineer who will monitor that and track it in order to make sure that we document that there's no vibrations that would cause structural damage. We'll also do a pre-construction survey of the properties, take extensive pictures, and then take pictures at the point we reach grade, and then probably at the end of construction.
Thank you. And that would probably require that the homeowner, if they're willing, would allow you on their site to take these pictures and to document it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's good. Thank you. And you've done a number of sites here, and I know some of them have been really close. Have you ever had damage from the construction before here?
We actually had we had a little bit of damage at our own property at Columbia Hills because of some issues that occurred, and it was settlement on the slab on grade. So we have 4-story apartment buildings at Columbia Hills site that were directly abutting a 50-foot cut, very, very deep hole. Here we're talking about a 20-foot cut. So we had a very deep foundation system, the 4-story building sitting 15 feet away, surcharging that. And we had some unacceptable movement, some cracking in the slab, and some minor drywall repairs that our residents were obviously living in the building at the time, and we were able to mitigate that very quickly.
And were it to be, because it was your own property, were it to be a private homeowner in this case, you would again go in and mitigate and repair the damage?
Absolutely.
Thank
and
you.
In most cases,
and the Columbia Hills project was, I really kind of held my breath looking at that one that you were squeezing in there. So this in comparison, this seems much tighter, and the topography was incredibly steep. So
yes, yeah, we fell 3 stories between one corner of the building and the other corner of the building, as you know.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to the trees and sort of speak generally. I think to the notion of a buffer along the west side of your site. And I know that it was as you moved through the process, it was difficult to figure out the required width for fire egress purposes, et cetera. And so we've landed on where we've landed. And you've got the 2-foot out parcel, as I think Mr. Kinney has been calling it, that strip, which also serves as a planting strip of some kind, albeit perhaps not enough to plant trees. But when you combine that potentially with the neighbor's property, there's a potential there to perhaps plant some new trees, because if there's anything about the headlights coming out of the garage, some nice greenery there, solid greenery, would, I think, go a long way towards noise attenuation, lights, et cetera. So the question, it comes back a little bit to preservation of existing trees, not on your site, but I understand that the neighbor immediately adjacent there on that south side of 12th Road has some existing evergreens on his property that he is concerned, because they're right on his property, that whatever construction you do could potentially harm those trees. So could you just speak to your willingness and what the opportunity is here as post-approval that you guys would be willing to do to work with that neighbor? I know it hasn't been a great relationship thus far, but maybe we can move past that and talk about what you would do to preserve the existing trees and or supplement them to kind of create some form of buffer along that west side of your property.
I think two things. First of all, we already have met with the adjoining neighbor when she raised concerns about having potentially a vegetative barrier between our property and her property, particularly as related to the garage. So I think we'd be more than willing to do the same thing with the immediate neighbor if he wanted us to meet and to address that. And in terms of the fencing, we don't necessarily require, except for where we're putting in and where the garage door is, where there is we think that, a need to help buffer the lights and all that. But say in the front yard, if the adjoining individual wanted to keep a tree and didn't want to put the fence up in that area, I don't think either the county or us would have any problems with that. The other possibility, we don't want to go in and, endanger the tree. So another possibility is to move to indent the fence either into his property by a foot or two, to cover. They're about 20-foot tall trees at most. So the caliber at breast height is, 4 or 5 inches, something like that. But we could also indent it into that 2-foot strip by 6, 8 inches. So it provided the same type of buffer, at least for the foreseeable future. I'm going to say sometime if the tree gets to be 80 years old, the base is going to get bigger, and we're going to have to adjust it. But we can certainly be flexible.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Kinney. So do I hear from you that it's your belief that the site plan conditions that require the landscaping plan are sufficiently flexible to allow this? And that might be maybe the county attorney would be willing to verify that for me.
I think probably our best bet is if we can meet before we submit the landscaping plan, so we have a plan that's acceptable, and then the county can review that and see if it's acceptable. If we put a landscaping plan in and we then have to change it, we do have to amend the plan.
So the opportunity would be to meet with those neighbors before you do your landscaping plan, and then the way that the language is written as part of our adoption today, they would be able to deviate a foot or two on the placement of that fence, and as Mr. Kinney just described.
Yes, the answer would be yes. The only thing that isn't really in there is any obligation to meet with the adjacent property owners to try to work out some kind of a joint, tree planting plan that would become part of the landscaping plan.
And I appreciate that, but I think that we have from the applicant here lots of head nods and expressed willingness to meet with that property owner. Perhaps I could turn to our staff, whether or not they would be willing to, if there's any role for staff to play in facilitating such a meeting, again, not as an obligation, but just to hopefully have calmer heads prevail and we can get together and figure out what we could do to potentially mitigate for that property owner.
Sure.
Thank you. All right. I appreciate your willingness to do that very much. Thank you. I'm sorry that I did have one other question for on effects on the neighborhood for the applicant. Could you just describe for me the relationship, the intended relationship between APA as I know you guys manage your own projects. In theory, you could sell this off, but I know that that's not your intent. So assuming that you're going to manage this project when it comes online, And then the relationship between you as the manager and American Legion, they will have a condominium space. They will have, so in terms of their impact on their events and the behavior and noise and everything of their of people coming to use their part of the property, how do you envision that will be managed so that there's not beer bottle throwing or any other kind of, untoward behavior?
I guess we'd probably try to manage the same way the county board does. I assume you have rules about the same thing. But from the point of view of the Legion, they're going to be a condo owner in a larger building. So there will be like a Unit A, which would be the residential unit, and a Unit B, which is the Legion unit, and there will be overall rules and regulations that are going to apply to anybody in the building, whether it's a Legion or whether it's another user. I mean, there's only going to be 2 owners, but within the rules, just like any condominium has, may have some rules about, you don't leave lights on after midnight or something. I mean, I don't know what necessarily you might have, but it's whatever rules there are going to apply pretty much to everybody. There will be some that are different, obviously, because that's a commercial use, and they have different needs and requirements than a residential use. But I don't see that as a major issue. It's just we have done the same thing, for example, with the Views project, where you have the church as one of the applicants. They're a condo owner. There are other examples of condos on the first floor. There's actually a bank on South East Street that's in a residential building, has the same type of thing. It's not a unique or a new concept.
Okay, I appreciate that. So that's one part of it, and then I'm going to ask staff if you care to speak to what will be the use permit conditions that are anticipated. There's an existing use permit for the American Legion right now, and how that use permit, will that use permit continue on, and will that be subject to review and potential opportunities for if any kind of conditions are needed for that use permit?
That's correct. Your understanding is correct. One of the actions we are asking you to take today is to direct staff to bring back that existing use permit to the county board, which dates from 1983, to the county board for a review 1 year after the American Legion begins operation.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I had forgotten that was part of our direction. Does that need to be part of the motion, or is that embodied in the resolutions that are passed?
I think it. Mr.
I'm sorry, it's not part of the resolutions. I think you have to actually include it as additional.
Okay, I will look for that language. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done with this line of questions.
Wow, you sounded so defiant. Done with this. All right.
But I'm
you had a
not
question.
done, sorry. And actually, I had 2, if you want me to just do one at a time, that's fine, Mr. Chair. For APA, would you talk a little bit there? I believe it's Gilliam Place, I think, that has single-family homes very close to a development that you have built. Could you talk a little bit about how far those single-family homes are from your building and how you've handled that? And sort of how it compares to the homes here?
Thank you.
You got it. That's it.
So at Gilliam project, we back up to 3 residential properties. Pardon me. The terrace part of the building actually is, I believe, 8 foot from the property line, from our closest property line. There is a landscape buffer there, and also, as you know, we have an entrance to our garage through kind of an alleyway adjacent to another property owner. So we have three single-family residential homes. They're set back a little bit more, and I don't recall the distance, honestly, but the properties themselves back right up to it. Obviously, during construction, those neighbors were quite concerned about construction noise and all those sorts of things. We worked with them to re-landscape and regrade their yards. They had some drainage problems in their backyards. We also worked with them to replace fences and also enhance their backyard experience to mitigate some of the effects of the building.
So that's very good to know. You would be willing to do that for the neighbors here, too, then?
Yes.
That's good to know. I don't know if you've had contact and that they're aware of that, but we're on the record now, and I see your head nods, so that's great. Thank you. Another question. This one I think is for our staff, and this is the one I think it was Mr. Peebles. He's convinced by looking at turn charts and things that if a fire truck comes in and turns around, he's going to lose his front porch. Could you talk a little bit about how we think that that won't happen, or what? Try to reassure me and Mr. Peebles about his front porch, if you would.
So, as part of the site plan, we request that applicants provide turning templates showing our fire trucks' turn radiuses. Those were provided as part of the site plan. They show that the truck can operate within the right-of-way and won't cross over that. And then the applicant's engineers can speak to those analyses in detail.
So I think Mr. Peebles is convinced, looking at it, that that's not what it shows. I assume that if he wanted to sit down with staff or that somebody could sit down and talk with him about that, and I'm guessing that we're reading charts differently. I see head nods again at APA. I think that would be helpful. And I assume our fire marshal and everybody, that we've got folks that check those sort of things, and they make sure that fire trucks can get in without taking down porches. Okay, thank you. So I think if Mr. Peebles wanted to sit down and talk that through, that he would be able to do that, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Another one of the concerns brought by Mr. Peebles' representative was this issue of an impact that they are going to suffer, for lack of a better word, as a result of this action, where the mitigant is for them to be designated as an outlot, but the guidance from us is that they go through a zoning determination to make sure that that's going to be appropriate, if I understood the conversation directly. If anybody, I guess Mr. McIsaac, can comment if that is consistent with how you'd interpret that, so that we can better understand his ask for relief from the fee.
Mr. Chairman, in the course of staff's work on this plan, we spent a lot of time with the zoning administrator confirming that the way to avoid nonconformity arising from abutting on the street would be, the way to avoid that would be to create these out parcels. The zoning administrator has already, informally opined on that. I think that Mr. Peoples' counsel would like to get a definite response to that in a binding zoning administrative determination, which is what he referred to. We said we can work with him trying to get that. I understand there is the fee, of course, associated with that request. The board is not in a position to waive that fee. I understand they've been speaking to APA about possibly working together on that issue. But the thought had been that Mr. Peoples would be satisfied with that determination, and we would work, of course, to try to get that done relatively quickly, given that the zoning administrator has already looked into it, and I think is already in a good place on that issue.
I mean, while the board is certainly not in a position to provide any direct relief, I think looking at everyone's heads, it's our expectation that we'll find a way to resolve this to the satisfaction of all parties, principally Mr. Peoples. Right.
Yes, and I see head nods at APA as well. Yeah, and maybe you can just explain, legally, we cannot do this.
We can't fix tickets, we can't fix fees, so I know a
Probably
lot of people
thing.
ask us that in the community all the time. But Mr. DeFerranti.
I just wanted to clear up the fence question after consulting with Mr. McIsaac, and just add it to the advice is that we would just add it to the tree item that you suggested, Mr. Gutschall, that essentially would be an agreement that you try and work to the extent possible to make the fence 8 foot in the affected area. I can see further down as it gets closer to the road, maybe less necessary, but that's not a binding, there's no motion required, but I would just add that to Mr. Gutschall's, and if staff could do that, check on that issue as well, that'd be great.
I'm sorry, I'd like to clarify, it sounds like maybe we're headed towards some additional language, is that, no, okay, we're not adding a site plan
Not as
condition,
part of the
et cetera.
motion,
Okay.
no.
I could just, Ms. Crystal, I was not expecting that we would add any additional language. I thought, and I think Mr. DeFerranti clarifying that part of the conversation, I think we're still seeing head nods. The whole principle here is that the applicant agrees, informally, if you will, with head nods here, that they are going to work with the abutting neighbors to try to work out the most optimal fence configuration that's both height to mitigate the lights coming out of the garage and also to try to save existing trees and/or make room for planting new trees.
Got it.
So whatever within all those confines, I think we all know what we're talking about, right? It's just they're going to go forward and try to do it. And of course,
I just wanted to make sure we weren't headed towards an amendment that I would
no,
need to be prepared
no,
for.
I'm not
So
contemplating an amendment.
I was going to clarify greatly where we were headed. Okay.
And I think for the purposes of the public, sorry, Mr. Chair, for the purposes of the public to understand that all of this is contingent upon the abutting neighbor being willing to come to the table. This is not an obligation on the applicant to force someone who may not be willing to come to the table. Should the abutting neighbor be willing to come to the table, our expectation, and the head nods again, are there that they will.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Gutschall.
And if
Ms. Crystal.
Could I was going to add on that last point. I'm sorry. I'll be really super quick. No, I just want to point out, for people who haven't done a lot of this, APA has done a number of projects. We sometimes do head nods, and we've worked a long time with APA. APA's going to be back again. We found them to be very good partners at working this through. I just wanted to, some people may expect that we have to vote on some of this stuff, and I just want to kind of reassure folks that this works and has worked in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
And now for something completely different, actually, a question for the manager, I think is probably the appropriate place to direct this. A couple of comments raised throughout by neighbors. I know Mr. Cook on behalf of BVSCA had asked about this, and I think it's a fair concern because it's one we've been hearing for a couple of years now, actually dating back to the Special Club study, which is the challenge of a group of neighbors, particularly that sort of Quincy Park North group, at trying to track up to 3 different potential site plans and rezonings, as well as other public facilities projects happening in their neighborhoods, with regard to the BLPC, PFRC process on the education center, Buck, et cetera. I'm really sympathetic to that. I think that's a lot, as others have espoused, for individual folks to keep track of, particularly because some of these can be technical. And I'm trying to think about the best way we can help them facilitate. It strikes me this might be a role with which we could task our constituent ombudsman to sort of be available to that group to help them navigate those multiple processes. As it happens, I am going to be at BVSCA on Monday night, and so this is an opportune time for me to ask you, for any members who are still with us, and then for me to confirm on Monday. Would Mr. Aiken be the right contact, or would it be better to try to designate somebody within CPHD who can sort of help be a Sherpa to these multiple different processes and provide a single point of contact for the neighborhood?
I'll be sure to get back to you by Monday in the morning with Mr. Aiken is always a good person to call. And I think in this specific instance, I know at least when it comes to questions about what we have proposed and what has changed at the Buck property, that we actually have, it's Mr. Cook, I think, yeah. We actually have his phone number, and we get in contact with him directly as to that on a regular basis. But I will find out. I know where we may have 3 different people who are calling Mr. Cook about it, so it may make sense to consolidate that with one person. But I will let you know by Monday.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. All right, any other questions about impact on neighbors? I'll just say as a sort of general comment about this, I think one of the important things that has come through this entire process, and clearly it's the whole reason for the GLUB study in the first place, was that this area was not planned and therefore has not had a lot of significant development. So for the people who live around this site, this is really a new concept. And as much as we trivially say that change sometimes is difficult for people to embrace and lean into, that's especially true when you really haven't had it happening around you to have the experience. So I think that puts an onus on APA in this case, fair or not. I just think it's an onus that is there to do as much as you can and to be as gentle with your touch in helping people along with dealing with the impacts, their concerns, and really being a collaborative partner, as I expect you will be, as you have been in other cases, to really make this something that they can participate in and hopefully be comforted by as they see these things progress. But know that it's not coming necessarily out of a feeling of resistance, but just this is a new thing, and we have to help people grow through it together. All right, do we have any other buckets to deal with? I know we had a question about student generation. Is that still a question?
And then street typology. That's
of course. That's the last one that we're going to.
Okay, good.
Just checking.
I do want to ask, because I think this this cannot be repeated and discussed enough, right? Because this is such a common pain point or question in the community with regard to commercial development. And because by design, our affordable projects do house a lot of students. We want that. We know that's good for families and good for students' academic performance as well as other things. But a question had come up through one of our comments today, and I know throughout the process, about whether these students are planned for or unplanned for in the school's projections. So could you talk a little bit about, and I know we ask you to do this frequently, but just a little bit about how schools' projections and demographers take into account what's in the planning pipeline, generally speaking, and whether this site, because it came about through a special GLUP study rather than a sector plan, would be any different.
It is my understanding that at a high level, the students anticipated to be generated by the potential development in this special GLUP study have been included in the forecasts of the Arlington Public Schools.
Thank you. I see we have another member of the team. I don't know if you wanted to I wasn't sure if you were showing up just to address
Only
this
if you
question.
wanted more information, but I think that's correct. We track approved projects and approved plans go into the 10-year forecast that we share with and coordinate with APS on. So as projects and plans get approved, those go into the 10-year forecast.
Okay, but so this is, we approved this project today. We know APP is applying for tax credits. This could be operational within a couple of years. So the project won't get incorporated into the 10-year plan until its approval today? Or is there some way that when we took action to advertise the special GLUP study, that those numbers were reflected onto APS?
My understanding is that there actually has been some changes in the methodology, and so actually as part of our forecasting, the numbers of anticipated projects and developments that come online are included in the forecast. So as Peter stated, this would be included in that forecast.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
That is, I think, in fact, been the result or an influencing factor in some of the changes in the long-term projections that we've seen in our school system.
Could I pursue one? At times, we've had this discussion even when I was on the school board with APA about projects, and I can't remember if you have figures for how many students who go into your projects have already been in Arlington. It's just that they, and that I will just point out for those listening, it means that they've got a more stable, home and a lot fewer worries about life, and actually can then do better in schools. But they are our students. We're just getting them a better situation. But I don't know, I think in the past, if you don't have those numbers now, perhaps later, it's just an important message point for the community in general, I think.
It's north of 70% at Springs, and then we're tracking that at Hills, and we'll report out.
Yeah, a report out would be really good. I mean, I think part of what we're trying to do, and I won't go on too long, we're trying to make this the kind of community that works for everybody. And the fact is, if we have children and families in stable homes that they can afford to stay in this very expensive community, they do better in school, and everybody does better. And it's a rising tide lifting all boats, I guess, if you will. It's really just the right thing to do, and it's good for everybody. So if you can get us those figures at some point, and maybe when you're more sure of them, that would be fine.
Absolutely. We'll submit a report after the Hills lease-up is complete,
Great.
And we'll give you what we tracked at Springs and Hills.
That would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so as Ms. Crystal said, we probably can't say this enough and probably ought to be in the habit of having this line of inquiry with every site plan, because this is a constant question. And what we know as of this point is that generally when we bring students in, this is largely forecasted at a 30,000 foot level. So in terms of the overall student population in Arlington, this is not, directly one-to-one additive in a way that seems like it's a new burden. Yeah. However, let's be perfectly frank, it doesn't account for the students in a particular geographic location, and that's as much a function of how we boundary our students to schools as the students' existing themselves. It's a conversation that we've started with our school system, but understand it's a two-way situation. We can, at the very high level, make a plan for the number of students. We will never be able to give that level of granularity to where exactly those students will come from, whether it be a multifamily development or a one dwelling per lot development. So that's something that is very much tied into a larger conversation about how we actually boundary our students to go to the schools that exist. Mr. Gutschall.
Yeah, very quickly, because you somewhat just stole my thunder, but what I wanted to let the community know is that, Ms. Crystal is right to raise this, as you just said, because this is an ongoing important issue. And this conversation that we're having right here is not just happening right here. So Mr. DiFerente and I are the liaisons from this board to the 2x2 Joint Facility Advisory Committee leadership group, and we met just last week, and we had our school board colleagues, the liaisons, our counterparts, are Ms. Tanya Talento and Dr. Barbara Cannon, and so we all got together and we talked about exactly this issue and what Ms. Bird just recounted in terms of the evolution of the forecasting methodology, which has evolved a lot recently, and I think will continue to evolve because the schools are very aware of how you have the macro effect and the micro effect, as you just described, on a specific school and then across the district. And it also affects the need for facilities and how are we going to find places for schools. So this is very much an ongoing conversation. The only other point I wanted to make about this project, though, that is really one of the wonderful benefits of it, is that it is bringing economic diversity into a part of Arlington that needs more diversity, in particular when you look at the schools that are served by where this facility will be. So we are bringing diversity into the school system, in my view, the right way, through our housing policy, as opposed to trying to play games with boundaries to get diverse schools. So thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Gutschall. And now I think we're ready to move to the grandparent of them all, the Transportation Network and the MTP amendment. So who wants to kick us off? Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, so I'm really interested, and I think my colleagues are too, in exploring this question of the split designation versus making it the shared street the entire length. And I think we got some really interesting feedback from a couple of our commissions, both the planning, which was quite divided, and where it landed in the Transportation Commission, which made a much stronger case for designating the shared street. I am interested in hearing our staff's point of view on this, but actually first, does the applicant have a point of view on this, or your sense is, you know, if the community has a preference along with staff and the board brokers, that you all could facilitate either?
We have no preference. We defer to you all.
That's helpful to know. So I think I will tell you, I found Mr. Slatt's description of that Barton Street condition really persuasive. That's my grocery store, so I'm there a lot, and I know exactly what he meant. So I'm interested if staff could just talk a little more, and I know you included it in the presentation as well as in your comments, so maybe there's not a lot more to add with regard to your recommendation. I know you'd mentioned you believed it to be safer to have that half urban center local designation to have more visual cues that potentially could increase safety between the exit of the garage and the PEDs or other users. But is there any more that you might say about, you know, whether the conditions elsewhere in the county, whether, you know, the strength of that position, if the board were to make it a shared street throughout, cautions you'd raise, et cetera? Any other insights you'd shed here?
So I think you helped frame our discussion. So staff did not take this decision lightly. Yeah. I do want to make that very clear. This was not simply saying, you know, we just want to split the street. What we did was we started with safety as the underlying concern, and so when we look at a shared street versus our standard streets, and if you look at the MTP designation and discussion in the MTP about what shared streets do, principally shared streets put pedestrians and bicyclists as the primary users to a roadway. Vehicles are the secondary users, and it's not through having linear sidewalks and linear lanes. Shared streets are just as it sounds. They are shared. So you would have pedestrians inside of the travel lanes where cars would go. And in this case, there's a lot of design things that you can do to make pedestrians safer when you do that. First of all, you want to design to 15 miles an hour, but you also want to have narrower streets. And one of the challenges with this site is because we have to have fire access to support the building along this edge, we need to maintain 26 feet of clear space for the fire access to maneuver in. And the other issue is that when you talk about space and how people are perceived in it, you have to think about how many people, pedestrians and cyclists, would actually be in that space at any given time. So shared streets function very well when you have a lot of pedestrians. And motorists expect pedestrians to be there all the time. They also function really well in neighborhoods and on streets very much like 12th Street exists today, where you have very, very few pedestrians and very, very few cars. With this segment, this southern segment functioning as the driveways for two sort of medium density residential buildings potentially, we don't think that pedestrians will be at the level of a car when that space is appropriated. So we think it's appropriate to have the sidewalks. We're not trying to encourage the pedestrians into the travelways in these cases. And I think that we also, Barton Street isn't designated on our MTP as a shared street. It also doesn't function as a shared street. It functions as a regular street. It's a very beautiful street. It has decorative treatment, but it's not a shared street. When you look at how some of the national leading guidance for shared street is, you also look at staggering the space for parking spaces and plantings and things like that that get cars to drive circuitously through the space so that there's things going on in there. These aren't the design elements which we're integrating into this street, and so we're very concerned at the pedestrian safety in doing this for that segment, and so that's our argument here.
Okay, Ms. Garvey.
With a question. So in listening to all this, Mr. Gibson, how is this street, whatever you call it, differing from a driveway? It drives into the garage, right? What else is going on this street other than it being sort of a driveway?
I mean, until the rest of the block redevelops, it's going to function very much like a driveway. And then as it builds out, as the connectivity plan that we'll probably be talking about in our next question, and other developments come online, the use of the street may or may not increase depending on how connectivity occurs with future plans.
So, but we can get into that one, but where I am at right now in this discussion is, I mean, I'm interested in this whole site being like a campus, and I'm not interested in having cars whizzing back and forth or even cars on the site hardly at all. I'm very comfortable with having this be a driveway into the garage. And so I'm starting to think about this as not a street, it's a driveway into the garage, and then we're going to have these pedestrian priority streets, most likely. I'm fine without not, saying definitely now because we have to get the site plan in. But that's sort of where I'm heading. This is really a driveway is what it is. And I think there are ways to mark it out and notify it as such so that nobody coming along Washington Boulevard is going to think that or feel this is a street.
It's definitely not that it's a driveway. I mean, we have a resolution before us that it is not a driveway.
Well, no, I know. So then we may have to change. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why I'm bringing it up. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I know. It's kind of throwing a wrench in the works a little bit, but I realize all of this talking that we're doing, that's kind of where it feels like we're actually heading. So staff, please.
So I think we support this as a street element, and streets sort of covers a lot of things, but it's really our principal way that we connect public mobility. So as we build out the rest of this network, our streets and right-of-ways give everybody equity to travel in those spaces. And so when we put it on our master transportation plan, it ensures that it should be a public element. And so that's why it's important to put our streets in our MTP.
Thank you. So maybe we don't want to go into this because we're going to finalize it later, but for me, I'm not comfortable having this part of our urban street network. I feel like we've wanted it and we've been saying it on, it's a different approach. And we, happily don't really have to decide this now, but I'd like to sort of put a stake in the ground. That's the way I'm seeing it and kind of feeling like this site should work. I might be in a different place in a couple of years when the Y comes in, but that's what I'm feeling now.
Mr. Shirley, just to respond to Ms. Garvey, I actually am I agree, and I think the question is, we are taking an action today, and so how are we? I think actually there maybe is a lot of agreement about how this should operate, and I think the question is what do we call it? And I think Mr. Gibson's response to you is really telling, actually, that designating it as a street is to further the goal that it is for everyone. And I think that's what you're trying to say, too. So,
Right, which is why I'm fine actually probably adopting it this way, but we've had this conversation that's going to make it clear when it comes forward again what we
I've got a follow-up that can just maybe move us forward a little bit. So if we go to the staff presentation and the illustrative illustration of what this street would look like, I can't remember or slide number 11.
If we can just pull that up on the computer, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, this is that's the shared street designation, the one that you're recommending, this one. I mean, people look at this, and not only do they see this is not being consistent with the vision of a shared street, you also look at this, and it seems that from a layperson's perspective, at least, deferring to your expertise, Mr. Gibson, this looks like it's encouraging vehicular traffic. With the travel lanes, with the parking, it seems like this design is in fact encouraging people to drive on it. And so the question becomes, are there other elements of street design that could more closely bridge the disconnect between what we're seeing here and what we're articulating as a long-term desire for how this could operate?
And so I think there's two different things packed in there. There's how we encourage cars to be in a space, and then how we protect pedestrians and cars when they're in the same space. And they're not necessarily the same thing. And so there are things that we could do to, and we have done, to diminish the idea of this being a car-centric location. There is a driveway apron entrance to this street. So you come into this space not like you'd be coming into a normal sort of typical street. The asphalt and the sidewalks are all at the same grade in this case. So we've introduced some design cues that minimize it perceptive. The street trees are integrated at the same level. But each user class does have its own designated space.
No, I get that, and that's from...
One of the other things that you could do is you could change the materiality of the street area, where the cars are operating, to a pavered pattern. That's very similar to what has been done at Barton. And that's not the street typology, but that's simply the build out of it.
Absolutely. But I think that's somewhat what we're speaking to here is how we exactly design this, not just with what we do in the amendment. So I think what we're coalescing around is maybe a better understanding of the typology being consistent with bridging this gap of where we are now versus where we want to be in the future, but having some definite ideas about how to use the design treatments, or how maybe to encourage design treatments that move us forward instead of keeping us back. So thank you for that. Mr. DeFerranti.
So I just wanted to check my understanding. Penrose, that area, is that a shared street or no?
It is not. If Rich, can you go on Street View and pull that up, and we can point out why it's different, and how we could make Penrose Square similar, or this similar to Penrose Square.
Okay.
And we've spoken to the applicant, and it was discussed earlier. They are flexible, so if you did want to change the materiality of this, it's a very easy step to take.
Great. We can go on while he's pulling that up, and then now's the time to decide with respect to whether we designate it as shared street or an urban street. If we changed our mind later, there would be significant costs, correct? In the hundreds of thousands. Is that a fair guess, or do you have a sense?
So to change the MTP, so change the line on the map, is pretty cheap. It's our time at the board. You guys can change the designation. Now, to change it to a shared street and add some more elements such that cars and people are in the same space, that would be more costly, and it may not be possible with the fire requirements that we see here.
Okay, thank you.
Any other Transportation Network MTP questions, Mr. Gutschall?
Can I clarify something that I heard, which was I thought I heard Mr. Gibson describe that as the with the urban street typology as proposed by staff, that you said that you're doing something you're proposing something a little different with the sidewalks being at the same grade level as the asphalt? Did I catch that right, or what did I miss?
So in the site plan, we are proposing that the sidewalks and the street trees all be at the same grade, and that grade is slightly higher than the grade of for instance, Washington Boulevard. And so that is not a part of the typology per se. That's the part of the design that you'd be approving as part of the site plan.
But in the cross-section exhibit, it's not dimensioned, but it still shows the sidewalk being higher. So is that just an artifact of that exhibit?
Yeah, I think that's a very, we use an open source cross-section builder, and that's something I can't change.
Fair enough. And that, I'll just say for my colleagues, that is actually, that is a big difference for me. And I'll just say that I appreciate where this conversation is going. I'm trying to think of, and I do also agree that Mr. Slatt's description, and now we have it up on the screen here, of how do you make a place feel that it's safe enough? And to me, I'm trying to think of, like, would I want, my kids are a little older now, but when they were learning to ride their bikes, is this the kind of place that would be safe enough with supervision? Obviously, you're not going to send kids out there all by themselves, but are the cars coming kind of slow enough and infrequent enough that some part of this street you could envision, you might use it in that kind of way? Would older kids play kick the can in the road? We're creating public space here, and I would rather that we do something that we give this a starting chance, a fighting chance at actually having the kind of pedestrian activity that I think Mr. Gibson is perhaps worried we won't have. So you can turn the question inside out. We talked a lot about parking. If you build it, or if you don't build it, they don't come. I think it's the same question here. If we build it for pedestrians, will they actually come, and will it get commandeered and used? And then safety is more assured. So I'm kind of caught, but I like the idea that there would be a different sort of approach to the asphalt and the sidewalks.
All right, Ms. Crystal?
Yeah, so I think if I can try to diagnose the problem for us, which is that we know what we want the design to look like, and the action before us is about topology, and there is a mismatch between those two things. So that is the problem, and I'm trying to figure out the solution, right? And if we want to amend this proposed MTP change before us, could you tell us, what is this that we're looking at? What is this designated as in the MTP? Is this an urban street?
So this development occurred prior to us adopting those typologies. So now it would be a question of what would we call this?
But yes,
what would we call this now? And so there's actually two different types of things that are going on along in this development. And this is a great development because it takes the public space of the street and merges it with the public space of the park.
Yeah.
It's the perfect type of use for this. This is great. But what you do see here is that the sidewalks actually are at a different grade than the street. The street is very nice. It has a decorative pattern to it. Its pattern sort of mimics and speaks to the park. But this is the first segment. This is at a traffic signal where, at traffic signals, we give by law people the use of the right-of-way. And so, you put a person in the middle of the travel lane, that might be a little questionable. But if you move further into this development and you look down the side street, you'll see that the design changes once again. And now the curbs are flush, and everything is at the same level. And so if we were to simply change the paving pattern, it would be a lot more like this, but people would still have their own space inside of the street, and ample space. There are nice sidewalks, there's great street trees. And so I think one action that we could take is to change the paving and continue the typology as proposed on the map.
Paving and change the and keep the typology, and we would capture that as a site plan condition or in the MTP amendment?
The plans would be updated post 4.1 to show the.
Yeah. So just to continue this, now this is where it gets tricky from a process standpoint, because I don't understand, bless you, why would this not be an urban street typology, since it is 2 travel lanes and a parking lane, which is what you're proposing for this site?
So I think this section is a lot closer to a shared typology. Now that we are learning...
This section, both the front section.
The front section is, I think that we probably still would call it an urban center local street.
That's the right answer. I mean, that's what we want to hear in order to be able to have comfort that we are going to accept that.
So this is like a precedent for split.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a fabulous example. I will say for my part, the only itch that remains unscratched, right? You've showed us basically this is something like the condition we're trying to get here. I think there's a recognition this is visually and in terms of lived experience what we're trying to achieve. The only remaining question that I have is how do we codify and capture that in a way, as Mr. Slatt discussed, this was not something that was touched on lightly during the special GLUB study. I mean, this was a point of agony, right? Mr. Gibson, you were part of it, right? How will these streets be used? And I know that there is a lot of consternation at seeing this designated as an urban street. And so the question just becomes, how do we capture and codify? And maybe the answer is we can't. We're just leaving it to the post 4.1 design materials conversation. The best we can hope for is that the record of this board conversation will have to suffice. But do you see any other way we can capture the goal of that this split street will in fact have design elements and intentionality that is, intended to create a campus-like feel that prioritizes pedestrians? Is there any other way we can capture that?
So this plan isn't unique. I think that this is a discussion that we're going to have on many other plans and places in the county. This is what we want for our streets and in public spaces when we have the opportunity going forward. And so I think DES recognizes that we have to have more discussion on this and get more understanding around this. But as far as changing the special GLUB study, it is what is a recommendation, but it is not the requirement. And so this conversation is very important to future conversations.
So colleagues, Mr. Gutschall.
One more clarifying question. What we're looking at right here with the bollards, do the bollards have any conflict with fire lane width requirements?
So we try to not do that, but I think in this case they are acceptable because it's a very similar building type. Yes.
All right. And so, but do we know would it still be acceptable to the fire marshal? And we're going to get. And so, if we wanted to do something like this on this new Kansas Street segment, are we going to come back in here? Oh, it turns out that fire marshal didn't approve it.
So in this case, we're not recommending the bollards used in the same way. I mean, the street's going to function a little bit differently, albeit there isn't development on the west side yet. And so right now, we aren't proposing bollards lining the edge of the street at this point.
And when you talked about the difference in curb and no curb or lower curb, were you thinking, as does this project, where it starts out where there is some separation from the sidewalk and the drive lanes, that it would, on Kansas Street, that it would then transition to no change? Or were you proposing basically an all at grade the whole way down the entire segment of Kansas Street?
So the entire segment of Kansas would be at grade.
Okay. I'll just say that if this is what was already proposed, I mean, to the extent that you want to codify that, Ms. Crystal, I'm open to that, but I'm satisfied that actually staff kind of gets it, and that the way that they've proposed the typology, it's not immediately intuitive, so very much the conversation at the commissions is all worthwhile, but I'm satisfied that we're headed in the right direction.
And certainly it can be a part of our motion today in a way of providing just further guidance. So Mr. DeFranti is good. So Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I had just one more, sort of to perseverate a little bit and return back to where it was. So people driving along Washington Boulevard may say, will they see a sign that says Kansas Street, and then they will make a right turn thinking they can go through Kansas Street and find out that actually what it really is an entrance into two garages, because it's not really going to go through as a street? So how are we going to sign? Because I think we're headed in the right direction here. I think things are being open for a more sort of a campus-like feel for the whole site. But meanwhile, while we're getting there, what I don't want is, and I don't think any of us want, is people driving down Washington Boulevard, seeing Kansas Street and making a right, whipping around, thinking they can just kind of cut through because they really can't or we don't want them to. Is that correct?
So until the rest of the network is built out, the street would have dead ends, no outlet signs to
Excellent.
indicate that
Excellent.
you can't go anywhere else.
That's kind of what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. DeFerranti.
we're moving in a direction. I just wonder if we've covered the other issue that's out there, the question of the upon build out. That's not before us, but we've been asked, and the applicant is, and there's been public comment about that other question of the applicant's contribution to this, whatever the street ends up being.
Sure.
And the other portion of the street. And I don't know that we've fully addressed that question.
Okay. If we haven't to your satisfaction, feel free to ask it, whomever you think needs to address it.
I mean, I guess our discussion seems to be moving in the area of an urban street.
Mhm.
That concerns me because I did watch the past, and it was clear that was not, it was clear, at least it appeared to me, that was not the goal. I think Mr. Garvey's underlying assessment that we want a campus here was what was discussed in the previous board and is the sense of our board, but my instinct is that it's not quite the sense of staff's recommendation. And we've already had ambiguity in the past, so I don't want to continue that ambiguity if we can.
So
I don't know how to address that, but
yeah, I mean, thanks for raising it, Mr. DeFerranti. I think one of the challenging issues with the east-west connection and working in concert with others is that we don't know what the other is as of yet, and the notion of responsibility for contributing, building, setting up some sort of escrow contingent, like that's complicated. And without saying, at the end of the day, I don't think this board would ever hold the other developments that would come online responsible for something that in the current light of day should have been a shared responsibility, and I trust that we'd figure it out, even though I don't know exactly what that is. But my own personal opinion, not a chair's position, but personal opinion is that this is something that we can deal with as other developments are offered. But if that's not the sense of the board and you want to tackle it now, we can.
So that's persuasive. That's sufficient to me. We can't get to that other issue, but I guess, and that's okay. But the expectations for down the road are hard to delineate at this stage. But I guess how to reiterate and strengthen my view that this should be a campus and not that, with due respect to not being a planner and to staffs. I just think I don't want us to be put in the. Perhaps it can help with some expectations that's my clear sentiment, that this would be a campus over the medium to long term and not a means for passing through the community, which is a valid idea. It's just not the one that I share.
Right.
I'm good with that. I think thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. I think that makes it clear. I think I agree with that, and I'm comfortable with leaving it that at the moment. There's a record, and we're going to decide later, and we know where we were today.
Indeed. But we, I think, have coalesced around a common understanding about how to treat this street. So I think, why don't we move to a motion for Mr. Gutschall? Then put your light on and go right ahead.
Sure, thank you. So I'm not done with this line of questioning.
You sure? Next time, just do that.
Right.
All right?
Let's move it along. Right, exactly. Forgive me. I did think it was worth just to understand clearly staff's approach, if you will, to how the ultimate build out of the east-west street, so not this section of Kansas Street, the east-west street, where, as I understand it right now, the way that this application is structured, this applicant would be constructing the southern portion of that streetscape, the sidewalk and the curb, and the tree pits, the tree planting strip, and dedicating easement to right-of-way and I forget the exact widths of that, but some portion of the right-of-way, but not constructing the road, and that road, what that street, although it's going to, we now know it's going to be consistent with what Mr. DiFerenti just enunciated on behalf of all of us, I think, in terms of it having this campus-like feel. We don't know exactly what that width will be and what the entire cross-section will be, but if you could speak to how staff's approach is to making sure that we can be assured and the community can be assured that ultimately we're doing, we've got one foot in front of the other here, and we're thinking this through, and that ultimately that cross-section will be built out in the way that it ought to be.
Thank you, Mr.
I guess tied into all that is who's going to pay for it. So if you want to speak to that, I think it would be helpful to clarify for everyone.
So I'll start with the next steps. So the next steps, the applicant for the Y will put together their plan. And the way this gets determined is really and largely through the public process. The public process is going to determine whether it's a shared street, a pedestrian priority street, an alley, if there's mitigating circumstances, something named an urban center local street, that's not what we want, but we don't know what their plan's going to call for, and we don't know what the community is going to want when it comes forward. So we're holding that off for that discussion. And just like all of our site plans are predicated on the fact that they need to contribute to and utilize the public infrastructure in a way that supports the sustainable development of our community. And so if you're building more and you need infrastructure to support your project, you're going to pay for it. That's the way our site plan process works. We don't ask for more than you need to. We don't ask for less.
And I guess just one quick follow-up to that, and I think that's a very, I appreciate the answer very much, Mr. Gibson. It makes some sense to me. But we did calculate some portion of what this applicant is contributing towards that future right-of-way. Knowing that we don't know yet what the cross-section will be, nonetheless, this applicant is contributing some part of it. Could you just speak to how that was determined?
So what we did was we looked to ensure that future options weren't precluded. We don't know what they were, so we looked at, first we looked at what could be provided in a 50-foot building-to-building separation, and then equitably splitting that 50 feet. That showed us that we had a lot of flexibility. And it also showed us that you could get down to as little as a 40-foot dimension, which would actually have less of a requirement for the Y. But we're not saying what that should be today. And so what we did was we took the 25 feet, pushed the building back 25 feet off the building line. 20 of that feet will be dedicated for either right-of-way or public uses in sidewalk or streetscape with a 5-foot buffer. And that's how we came to that approach. We discussed it through the SPRC process and throughout the commission.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I'm ready to make the motion whenever we're ready.
I think Mr. DiFerenti has something else on this.
Sorry, we're in consensus, so I'm worried, but I want to actually understand where we ended up. So is the vision that there would be space for parking on that segment of the street as well? That's what the picture shows? I think that's what an urban local street is.
Are we talking about the same connection?
No, sorry. I'm not on the east-west. I'm on the north-south, just on that other issue.
So the north-south connection does include parking on the APA side of the street.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with moving forward. That's not the vision that I would have. I'd rather have, but, I don't know if that changes my colleagues' views. I'm not going to belabor it. The only other thing, we'll certainly come back to this later, but Mr. Peoples, the folks that are here, I hope that you hear just how concerned all of us on the dais are with the comments that you've made. We're trying to really address them to the extent we can.
Thank you. So why don't we go to a motion now that we've all understand this project and all of its implications.
All right, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to move everything together. So items A through D, 24A through D all together. So I will move that we adopt the attached resolution to amend the general land use plan from service commercial and semi-public to medium office apartment hotel, that we adopt the attached ordinance to rezone from R5 one-family and restricted two-family dwelling district and C2 to CO 2.5 mixed-use district, and related update to the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance Map 13-1 to amend Line A to encompass the property. 3, adopt the attached ordinance to approve site plan number 449 to construct a 160-unit multifamily dwelling with a ground floor membership club lodge use. 4, direct the county manager to advertise a county board review of use permit U2158-78-2 1 year after issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the American Legion use. And finally, to adopt the attached resolution to approve an amendment to the Master Transportation Plan map, which is Figure 1 of the staff report dated February 15th, 2019, to add a new section of North Kansas Street North of Washington Boulevard.
Is there a
North
second?
of Washington Boulevard. Thank you.
And just to clarify, your motion is inclusive of the supplementals dated February 22nd?
Yes, it is.
Yes. That work for you, Mr. McIsaac? Thank you. And it's been seconded by Ms. Crystal. Thank you very much. Any further discussion on this? Do we?
Closing comment, if I may.
Please, Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, and I will be brief. Just, it's possible that well, I don't want to call it a bird walk because I don't want to be dismissive. I think it's actually a really important conversation about transportation and public spaces. But less the fact that we spend most of our time on that, swamp the really important message. I just want to say this is an extraordinary project. We use that term, I think, in the GLUP study, right, about sort of the extraordinary project that would justify heights. We use that term in our planning documents sometimes too, and we're often talking about iconic infrastructure or iconic buildings or major achievements of infrastructure. And here, what a wonderful use of this term, because this is extraordinary in terms of what this means for our community, the types of individuals and Arlingtonians, from kids already in our school systems to our veterans that it will house and serve, the component of permanent supportive housing, which I know is a shared goal that will be reflected in later agreements, the veterans preference, the partnership, as others have talked about, among our nonprofits to provide these services. I cannot wait to see this realized. So as we try to make sure that the built form achieves all of the goals that we have, I don't want to just lose sight of the fact that certainly the program here achieves so many of our community goals, and kudos and congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gutschall, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, I will also try to be very quick. And I touched on quickly when we talked about schools the element of geographic diversity. I think that should not be lost here, that oftentimes when we're approving affordable housing projects, we will have neighborhoods that are not necessarily entirely supportive of it. And this is a case, and now this is, I think this sort of very much goes in line with another APA project, Queens Court, that is in the corridor. While this is technically, I think I say in the corridor sort of a little more loosely since it's across the street from the technical corridor on the map. But I would argue in the corridor, very walkable to Metro. It is bringing the diversity to our school system that we want. It's also bringing the diversity to the neighborhood and the community. And I actually want to thank, I see Mr. Staples is still here. I want to thank the Civic Association leadership for this, because this is not easy. It's not easy to accept that there is change, that there is increased density coming to your neighborhood. But I don't think that the neighborhood was, I think the neighborhood was very constructive in this. There are very real issues that had to be worked through as part of the SPRC process. And I think, it may not have come out to everyone's complete satisfaction, but I actually think that the process worked here and that we were able to work through a lot of those issues. And to the extent that the immediate neighbors still have a few things that maybe could be worked out to mitigate, we've had the very willingness of the applicant here to continue to work through that, and I think that that's a success. So for Mr. Cook and Mr. Staples and Ms. Bagley, thank you for that leadership. And finally, because I think this is so important that when we talk about how the process works, and I think that this is an opportunity where we can be very, very proud of the way the process works, because we are data-driven, we are evidence-based, we know what things can work and what don't. We know that these units will meet a very real need right where we want them, right where we need them to be. And we also know when it comes to the issues about transportation and traffic, yes, we just spent a good amount of time talking about that because those details matter. Those details matter in how this ultimately works for the neighborhood, works for the community. And I just want to say that when it comes to the parking issue and the ratio, that I'm sure there are other communities out there, but I know for a fact that Arlington is one of the few communities that can point to actual data that show that through all of the hard work that we've done, through our analysis and all of the things that we do, parking, it's not just about lowering parking ratios and hoping that nobody wants to drive who lives here. It's about all that conversation we had about making it safer for pedestrians is very much part of what is going to make it possible for people to live here and not have cars. So we have shown that. We are in a handful of communities that have shown that when you invest in pedestrian friendliness and in transportation infrastructure, in fact, people really do show up who don't need to have cars. And in some cases, maybe can't afford cars, but now they're going to be able to have a quality of life. They're not second-class citizens for not having cars. They come and join us, and they're going to be productive, valued members of this community. So I think this is hugely successful. Very proud to be a part of it and proud to vote for it. And thank you guys, a great applicant who worked so hard to make all this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Ms. Garvey.
Oh, thank you. So this is really exciting. I think this is going to be a model for American Legions. I think they're all around the country with this property. We've got veterans homelessness that needs to be happen. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys get featured a lot of places, and us too, for what we're doing here, and it will be a model. The work, I think, as Mr. Gutschall, the work hasn't stopped, and it's Mr. I hope Mr. Reese, is that your name? The project manager, yeah. So I think your work has just started, and I know you've done this before. And I encourage the neighborhood, because I hope moving forward that will be a model too for how you work with the neighborhood. And although you guys have done this before and you're confident, and we've seen it happen before for the folks in the immediate neighborhood, it's new and a first time for them. And I know you understand that. So I think we'll continue, I hope, being a model, and I hope people will reach out and there will be some back and forth. I look forward to actually hearing how well that goes. I hope it does go well. Lastly, I'm looking forward actually to the whole site, because eventually, I think your presenter at the beginning started out, you talked about a walker's paradise. That's how you started. And I think as we've talked about here, we're looking at it as a campus. When the Y comes on, and hopefully providing a pool that will be available to the community and facilities that will be available to in a campus-like setting, and maybe some more affordable housing. And I actually see, it's not much now, but the Ball Family Cemetery could be turned into a lovely kind of park. This could be a walker's paradise and actually sort of an urban refuge. That's kind of what my dream is for this site, and we'll see if we get there, but this is the first step, and it's really exciting, and thank everyone for the work, and know the work has just begun. Thank you.
We'll give Mr. DeFerranti the last word, so I'll just say a couple of concluding comments for my own perspective. You know, I think this represents a lot of great things. One, it shows that we are able to follow through and actually fulfill plans that we make during different circumstances, most notably the Affordable Housing Master Plan, but then, of course, the recently concluded GLUP study. It's always great to see that the first project that comes in substantially, almost entirely conforms with what we planned a little while ago. One of the greatest ways in which we lose a lot of faith with our community is when we ink something, especially when we ink something quickly, and modifications are sought that almost render the community input that went into generating that plan useless. So thank you to all parties involved, principally the applicant, for making sure that this was something that was going to deliver on the plans that we recently implemented. And, you know, I know that there's a lot of concern about whether or not this project is going to enhance or detract from the neighborhood. It is my belief, we don't have empirical prima facie evidence at this point to prove which perspective is correct, but it is my belief that this will enhance the neighborhood substantially. It is, I think, a very attractive building, and I think that we will find that not only will it enhance the neighborhood, but over time it will enhance the neighborhood's land values, since I know that that was a principal concern that people brought out today. Of course, we've got some things that we're not entirely 100% clear about or on the same page with necessarily today. So I do encourage staff to hear very clearly that I think it is the direction of the board that in the post 4.1 process that we are going to pursue designs that better bridge this whole idea of just providing safety for all users through separation to something that better enhances the ability for this to evolve into an active transportation network where people are on foot, on bike, and whatever other modes exist that promote active transportation at some point in the future. And when it comes to the future developments that are a part of this major study area, all we can say at this point to alleviate concerns is that the principles of equity that we are talking about today will apply then. No one will be required to pay for something that is not necessary for their project to work. And it becomes a public responsibility if we come up with plans, desires, and outcomes that will require greater investment. So I am certainly under no illusions that if we should pursue a route that requires the completion of a connection that is beyond what any other contributing party should be paying, that becomes a public responsibility to take care of in some way, shape, or form. So with that, I am pleased to support this project, and I'm very glad that we had such a thorough discussion to make sure it was as right as it could be. Mr. DeFerranti.
Just, you synthesized so many different items really well, Mr. Chair, and my colleagues as well. I had two big thoughts that are ideals that I think are relevant. First, I'm so pleased that this is continues after Queens Court, our work towards diversifying where affordable housing is located. That's a huge, huge value that I think is critical. And then second, with respect to Ms. Garvey brought out the 50% goal. That's important to me with respect to our veterans. But my experience with the Legion, but in general, and the comments of Mr. Viles, Mr. Peoples, Mr. Fahy, and Mr. Leitner, each as a veteran, the Legion is about service, and I hope we can keep that spirit as we create an extraordinary project together.
Thank you. And Mr. Gutschall, I think you have a technical correction to make to your motion?
Correct. Staff just alerted me that the use permit in the staff report for the American Legion was not correct, so I will amend the motion that it is the County Board will review use permit U2365-83-3.
I think we're just going to, yeah, that's fine and not necessary. I think we're good. Everyone clear on what we're voting on? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. 5-0. Congratulations, and thank you all for bridging or staying with us as we bridge from the morning to the afternoon. Okay, we are ready for the next item, somewhat related, but entirely different set of staff, talking about the money. So, Madam Clerk, would you introduce item number 25, please?
Item 25, allocation of $5.79 million in fiscal year 2019.
Excuse me, I know everyone's excited, but can we ask that you quietly clear the room so we can transition into the next item, please? Thank you.
Affordable Housing Investment Fund loan funds to Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing for construction of a new affordable housing development at American Legion Post 139 at 3445 Washington Boulevard, and adoption of a revitalization area resolution per Virginia Code Section 36-55.3230, Section 2, for the purpose of obtaining allocation points in support of a low-income housing tax credit application.
Thank you. And Mr. Schwartz, we'll turn it over to you for the presentation.
Yes. Yumi An is here with a brief presentation. Take it away, Yumi.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to present this item, which consists of two parts. One, a request by Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, APA, for a $5.79 million Affordable Housing Investment Fund, AHIF allocation, to assist in the development and construction of committed affordable housing at the American Legion site on Washington Boulevard. And the second part is a request for designation of that site as a revitalization area pursuant to the Virginia Code. Next slide. So as background, since 2016, APA and as developer and the site owner, American Legion Post 139, have participated in multi-year special GLUP Study Plus and site plan review processes. Their participation and joint venture led to a 2017 purchase agreement and the site plan for a building of the 160 committed affordable units. The building, as you heard, will contain 160 units, which is 2 80-unit projects, one named Post West 9, which will be financed with 9% low-income housing tax credits, and a twin project, also with 80 units, named Post East 4. This will be financed with 4% housing credits. The AHIV request before you today is for Post West 9. Next slide. So this slide shows the proposed unit mix for Post West 9. There will be a mix of units affordable to households earning 30%, 50%, 60%, and 80% of the area median income. There will also be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. It's notable that 8 units will be affordable to households earning 30% of AMI, and that 82% of the units, the 61% plus the 21%, will be family-sized, so either 2 or 3 bedroom units. APA has also proposed to provide 8 permanent supportive housing units and 8 Type A wheelchair accessible units. Next slide. So here we have a slide that shows Post West 9's sources and uses. APA intends to apply for competitive 9% housing credits from the Virginia Housing Development Authority, VHDA, in March of this year. If their application is successful, they anticipate obtaining approximately $21 million in tax credit equity from an investor partner. So this amount is shown on the left side of the table. The proposed sources also include $8.9 million in loan funds from VHDA, a $2 million seller loan from the Legion, and the proposed $5.79 million AHIF loan. And on the right side of the table are shown project uses. The uses of these project funds in the sources will include a portion of the site acquisition price, construction hard costs, which make up the largest portion of the development budget at nearly $25 million, soft and financing costs, a developer fee, and project reserves. The total development cost for the 80-unit project is approximately $38.2 million. So APA is requesting today $5.79 million in AHIF loan funds. This is approximately $72,000 a unit for Post West 9. The term of the AHIF loan would be for 38 years, with interest at 0% for the first 3 years during construction and lease-up, and 1% for the following 35 years. APA will make payments towards the loan from a portion of the project's cash flow, which is also known as residual receipts. And the loan will be secured by a deed of trust subordinated to loans provided by the senior lender and the Legion as seller of the property. Next slide. So as heard earlier in the site plan item, Post West 9 meets multiple goals and objectives of the Affordable Housing Master Plan that was adopted by the County Board in 2015. These include adding 80 new CAFs for 75 years, providing lower-income units affordable to 30% and 50% AMI renters, obtaining family-sized units, and the previously mentioned permanent supportive housing and Type A accessible units, as well as achieving Earthcraft Gold and Energy Star multifamily high-rise certifications. Next slide. So this item, as mentioned before, 2 parts. This is the second part, which is a request for adoption of a board resolution to designate the site as a revitalization area per the Virginia Code. The site qualifies as a revitalization area due to the condition of the existing Legion building and the proposed production of affordable housing. So this resolution is necessary as it will allow for additional points to be claimed on APA's 9% tax credit application, making it more competitive in a statewide competition. So in summary, County Manager recommendations are to 1, allocate $5.79 million in AHIF loan funds to APA to assist with the development and construction of Post West 9, and 2, to adopt the resolution designating the American Legion site as a revitalization area pursuant to the Virginia Code. And that concludes my presentation. At this time, I believe the developer will briefly present on its request.
Thank you, Ms. On. And the developer seems to have nothing that they need to add.
Yep.
That's perfectly fine. Thank you very much. And it looks like we don't have any commissions who are here today. And we didn't receive a letter from the Housing Commission on this, did we?
No, there was a letter of support that the Housing Commission provided, and that letter was dated February 19th, and they voted unanimously 8-0 to support the allocation request.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers this afternoon?
We do not.
We do not. Therefore, the discussion is with the board. I tell you what, please go ahead, Ms. Garvey.
Try and make a motion. So I would like to move adoption of the county manager's recommendation to allocate 5 million, no,
5.79 million.
5.79 million in AHIF loan funds as per the board report for February 21st with the revised attachment 1 in the February 22nd supplemental. And I also would like to move that we adopt the resolution attachment 2 to designate the site as a revitalization area. Does that do it, Mr.
Expertly
McIsaac?
done. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Garvey, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think this is a great idea. I'm glad we're moving forward. It shows some interesting financing, which is what we need to do, and appreciate all the good hard work, and I'd like us to approve it.
Thank you. I do have just one question, Ms. On. So as we looked at the per unit subsidy and the levering ratio, they're a little bit lower than, or higher, as the case may be, than some of the best projects that have delivered recently. Is there anything about this site, particularly with the program or the size of the site, given that I do remember, I think the applicant said that they got very favorable terms on acquisition costs. So just help us understand, better the relationship between leveraging ratios per unit subsidies and, what we'd like to see, what we're expecting to see in the future.
So if you wouldn't mind, Rob, pulling up the slide there with the sources and uses. So as you mentioned, what's notable about this is that there is seller financing that's being provided to the site. This seller financing, if it were not to be provided, would be a gap in the project budget that AHIF would be required to fill, or we would have to find funds for that gap. So this is something that we hope other sellers might be interested in thinking about doing in order to redevelop sites with affordable housing. The next slide, actually, Rob, if you would go to the loan terms here. The interest rate of 1% is actually below the average interest rate of 1.5% that we've seen on loans in recent years. However, we think it's warranted here with this project given the unique nature of it, and also that veterans will be served, and this is a population that I think people are very interested in seeing housed in Arlington. And the leveraging ratio here, this 1.6, it's actually higher than the average that we've seen in recent years, which has been $1 of county funds for every $5 of outside funds that are provided, including tax credit equity and the senior debt that's obtained by projects typically. And the standard agreements are usually that these are residual receipts loans, so we get paid out of the cash flow.
Thank you very much, Ms. On. Appreciate that. Any other comments? All right, we've got a motion on the floor to approve this AHIF allocation. Properly seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you very much and congratulations. I'm thinking of something else. All right, we're ready for the next item on the agenda as we have a brief change over, and thank you very much.
Item 26.
Go ahead.
U 330411-1, use permit review for community service uses located at 901 and 903 South Highland Street and 3045 Columbia Pike.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate our representatives from the Ethiopian Community Development Council for hanging in with us. I know some of you were here at 10 o'clock this morning. I'll turn it over to Mr. Schwartz to begin presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Pfeiffer has a brief verbal presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chairman, members of the County Board, my name is Matt Pfeiffer with the Planning Division. The item we're discussing is U330411-1 for the Ethiopian Community Development Council. This site is located off South Highland Street and Columbia Pike. The board last reviewed this use permit in September 2017. At that point, the county board renewed the use permit for 3 years, but they approved a 1-year administrative review due to some parking issues raised by neighbors. We did an administrative review last fall, and we did find several life safety issues with the subject use permit, and due to those life safety issues identified, we scheduled this for a out-of-cycle review with the county board. So the current status today is that the vast majority of those life safety issues have been resolved. Currently, the only outstanding issues is that we did identify one room within the ECDC offices that was being used for community events that was not explicitly permitted by the use permit. And then there are some outstanding fire system test violations. As I mentioned, the applicant has resolved the majority of the life safety issues. They actually have a fire systems test scheduled for Monday, February 25th, so it is possible that those outstanding fire system test violations could be resolved as early as Monday. The applicant has indicated that they are most likely going to submit a use permit amendment to use that room on the first floor that was previously being used. We reached out to the Arlington Heights Civic Association, who corresponded with us but did not have any specific comments related to the review. We did hear from some neighbors across from the site on South Highland Street, who did mention the ongoing concerns with parking that have been raised with this use permit. We are recommending renewal of the use permit for 3 months, and that's specifically to allow the applicant to come into conformance with the outstanding fire code violations. And then after 3 months, if those are resolved, then we would look at a longer review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. And we have Dr. Tefera here with the Ethiopian Community Development Council. Do you have any presentation, sir?
How do I do this? Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I am pleased to again appear before you one more time. In reviewing, the statements from the staff, there is one issue that's of concern to us, and that is, in the various permissions we have had, we have always indicated that we were going to use the lower level and first level for educational and community events. So we have been using that constantly. So the issue is raised now, that is a puzzle to me. We also had a certificate of occupancy in 2011, allowing the first floor. There are 2 rooms adjacent to one another where we conduct, conferences, workshops, community events, including our annual Christmas party is held in that room based on the certificate of occupancy that we had. So we had assumed that this was also part of the use permit until, this thing showed up now. So based on this, what it means is we will have those 2 rooms on the first floor that are designated, even with the previous owners, as conference rooms, meeting rooms. So now we are going to be prohibited from using any of these 2 rooms for the next 3 months until we submit an amendment, even though there is a contradiction that the certificate of occupancy has been given to us in 2011, and that has never been revoked. So that is a concern that I have. The second thing is, as you look in the staff documents, there are a number of calls that have been lodged with the county police and with the staff. Again, as I have said it in the past, Highland Street is an urban street. That street is a public street. ECDC does not have control over the Highland Street. Highland Street is also at the corner of Columbia Pike, where there are a number of restaurants, nightclubs, and so on and so on. There is a McDonald's there. There is a Subway there. So any traffic that comes, from Columbia Pike to Highland Street is not always associated with ECDC. So what is it that we can do to remedy this? Unless, we block that street completely and make it a private street. So it's a public street. Now, in the 21 or 22 calls that have been made, 7 were identified with events, with days where there were events. Even that, we have a contention. Events happen, on a Friday evening, Saturday evening, or on Sunday if Monday happens to be a holiday. And as you know, most of the restaurants, the nightclubs are also busy on those days. So how is it that, anybody could identify that any parking violation there is related to ECDC? This is a puzzle that we have.
I will say, Dr. Tefera, you know that the police calls, issues, those are not a part of our consideration today. So I know that they're particularly sensitive to you, but that's not a part of why this review is before us.
I understand, but what happens is when it is in a report like this, it is associated with us, and that concerns us.
Understood.
In fact, one of the calls was made by us. Somebody hit a car in the garage, and that person left. We called the police, as rightly we have to do. And we identified the person through the cameras, and we reported that to the police. Now that is also listed as one call that has been. So I have a problem, with these allegations and so on. So there are the 2 issues. Number one, I was not sure, what triggered this review halfway to the 3-year. Now, we are not going to make an issue with that. We would be happy to go with the recommendation. We'll be back in 3 months. The only issue that I want the board to entertain is if, based on this recommendation, we cannot have access to our conference room, then we are going to basically lock the first floor where the lobby is, and we can misuse it for any community events. Community events are broad. It's not only dancing, they also involve community meetings. And that is the largest room that we have for this purpose, with audiovisuals and so on. So I would ask the board if they would make an exception to this, we would be happy to come with an amendment. Even though, as I said again, we had a certificate of occupancy for it since 2011. With that, I conclude. And my colleague Habta is a facilities manager. And by the way, just one additional thing. We have met all the conditions that the county set in the past. We were required to have staff at every event. I was surprised to see in one of the calls there was no ECDC staff. There is never a date where we have an event without ECDC staff being present there. For our security, not only for the neighborhood, we cannot have the building, open to the community to have event without our staff being present there. So that never happened. I just want you to make a note of that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tefera. Madam Clerk, clearly we have no commissions who are going to speak on this issue, but do we have any members of the public who would like to speak?
We do not.
We do not. The discussion is now with the board. Anyone interested in making a motion? Ms. Crystal?
Well, I actually would like to start with a question.
Sure. If you have some questions that will help you frame your motion, please go ahead.
I do want to try to get to the bottom of the issue about using the conference room, and I think it's 1B for assembly and the discrepancy there. First, if I could just say, Dr. Tefera, I really do hear you, and I know that seeing the comments about calls for service can feel like it's impugning the work that you all are doing. And I know that our staff did take pains to, note that the efforts you all have taken to participate in public safety trainings, and that many of the calls related to issues of public parking shouldn't be interpreted to be solely attributable to ECDC events. So I know that seeing that information in print might make it seem like either staff or this board believes, all that traffic or parking is attributable to you all, and I hope the record of this board, consistently voting, I think unanimously, for the renewal of the use permit, speaks louder than any potential interpretation of this data as inclusion does. I mean, we know how hard you all are working. So I want to see if we can resolve the issue of the assembly room. So staff has suggested using this office space as an assembly room requires a further permit to the use, or a further amendment to the use permit, and yet Dr. DeFerro shared that his certificate of occupancy references use of these rooms for assembly since 2011. Mr. Pfeiffer, anything you can say to shed insight into this discrepancy?
I would need to go back and review the exact wording of the certificate of occupancy that Dr. DeFerro is referencing. I think one of the things that a couple of things could have happened. It could have just been a mistake on the part of whoever issued the certificate of occupancy, because it's a little bit confusing as to whether room 1B references the lower level or that level. So it could have just been a mistake. Another possibility is that it could have been an assembly room used for educational uses that was approved as part of the use permit, in which there was some miscommunication there as to whether that was for community events or education, and there's sort of a blurry line between the two. But we can, during the next 3 months, we can take a hard look at that and try to understand a little bit better how that occurred.
So I think the question becomes a little bit for me, over the next 3 months, if ECDC has been using this room for assembly, and I think they were describing, although Dr. Tefera, tell me if I'm not characterizing this accurately, it's really the assembly that you need is using it for community meetings rather than entertainment or that sort of thing. Is there a way to let this use continue during the period of review?
My understanding is that the specific room is allowed to have educational uses within it. It's specifically the community events that it was not permitted for.
And can you say a little more about how our policies distinguish between the two?
Sure.
When stop becoming a meeting and start becoming a community event?
Sure. So educational uses is kind of defined in the original staff report, but specifically the community events do have a specific definition within condition number 2, and those are wedding receptions, birthday parties, christenings and other religious ceremonies, poetry readings, memorial and mourning services, and things of that nature.
So Dr. Tefera, did you want to, and then I'll yield the floor, but did you want to weigh in on, using the conference room 1B for the next 3 months for the educational uses, but not the weddings, christenings, et cetera? Can you respond to whether that will let you continue the operations as you understand
I think, again, since these rooms are 2 rooms, bigger rooms, that were designed for this purpose, so we have been using them as community gatherings. If we have a community meeting, it happens there. So now the issue is going to be, is a community meeting, the community can come together and discuss any issues. Is that educational or is that not educational? We're going to go into those things. We have been using it for poetry reading every month. So it is a multi-purpose room.
So can I ask, it's been our traditional practice as we're going through these sort of reviews to determine compliance with whatever administrative regime, that we don't do strict enforcement of a particular ordinance. So while they're working this out and figuring out what they need to apply for and what designations they need to seek, it seems consistent with our past practice that we would allow them to continue what they're doing while this is in the process of review. Am I taking too liberal an interpretation of what we do in times past?
My understanding is that we sort of do not enforce if a use permit application were on file to request something. We would not enforce the use of that space for whatever activity. I would defer to the county attorney as to whether, if the
I didn't want to look at him because I know I'd get that look, but,
Well, I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, that if the applicant were to apply, the policy would be administered the way it always is, and the board doesn't need to take a position on the matter.
Wonderful. I love consistency with past policy practice, so we'll make sure that Dr. Tefera has that appropriate guidance moving forward.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right,
All right, in that event, I am prepared to make a motion, which is that we renew the subject use permit, we renew the use permit subject to all previously approved conditions with a county board review in May 2019, 3 months.
second. Any other discussion?
Just one
Ms. Garvey?
one nitpicking point for staff. Again, I understand Dr. Tafaro, reading all of these charges and getting, and I would be upset too. And I was wondering, it's silly, perhaps, but maybe if you could just bold in the report or have some way to make it stand out, when you say that, as has been noted previously, calls related should not be interpreted as solely attributable. So maybe there's a way in reports, and not just for Dr. Tafaro, but for other organizations, to just kind of make that stand out so your general public or your board member kind of going through it sort of jumps out, and it's just a little reassuring to the folks who, I can see how that would be upsetting to read. That's just
we
a
can definitely
thought.
do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. We've been moved and seconded. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Congratulations. We'll see you in 3 months. Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. You know what? Since the most important thing that we do, in my opinion, on an annual basis is the budget, I want us all at our absolute best. So if it's okay, I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess to give everybody a chance to take care of any needs, so we're ready to go. Okay. Board is recessed for 5 minutes. We're ready to proceed with item number 27.
Items number 27A through O. Request to authorize advertisement to consider the calendar year 2019 real estate tax rate, commercial real estate tax rate, and sanitary district tax rate. B, 27B, request to authorize advertisement to consider the calendar year 2019 personal property tax rate and the allocation method of the state's vehicle tax relief provided to Arlington County. C, request to authorize consideration of the calendar year 2019 Boston Business Improvement District tax rate. D, 27D, request to authorize advertisement to consider the calendar year 2019 Crystal City Business Improvement District tax rate. 27E, request to authorize advertisement to consider the 2019 Roslyn Business Improvement District tax rate. F, request to authorize advertisement on an ordinance of a public hearing on an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 10 of the Code of Arlington County to amend Article 1 to consider decreasing the annual household solid waste rate from $316.16 to $306. G, request to authorize advertisement on an ordinance to amend and recodify Chapter 26 of the Code of Arlington County, Article 1, Division 2, Section 26.7, relating to increasing the current water and sewer rates for fiscal year 2020, effective July 1, 2019. Request to authorize advertisement of public hearings to consider a proposed amendment to the zoning fee schedule to provide a fee for the review of conceptual site plan applications. I, request to authorize advertisement for public hearings to consider modification of the special GLUP study process and the creation of new and revised fees for special GLUP studies. J, request to authorize advertisement for public hearing for consideration of an increase to development fees by an inflationary indicator of 2.5%. K, request to authorize advertisement for public hearing on fees for fingerprint-based criminal history searches for applicants, employees, and household members of licensed family child care homes. L, request to authorize advertisement for public hearing on fees for a new medication aid certification class provided through the Department of Human Services. M, request to authorize advertisement for public hearing for consideration of the fiscal year 2020 Department of Parks and Recreation Program and service fees. N, request to authorize advertisement for public hearing on an ordinance to amend, reenact, recodify Chapter 14.2 of the Code of Arlington County to amend Sections 7.1, 67 through 69, 72 through 75, and 79 relating to motor vehicle license fee. And O, request to authorize advertisement of the public hearing on an ordinance to amend, reenact, recodify Chapter 2 of the Arlington County Code relating to licensing of dogs.
Thank you very much. You have earned your money today, Ms. Jacobs. All right. Move it to the manager for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. First off, I would like to thank all the staff that worked on the preparation of this budget, and for those of you who want to hear perhaps a little bit longer explanation of the budget, I provided that on Thursday as part of the work session at 4 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. That work session is available for viewing online at the County Board website. And also for those of you who want to actually dig into the many hundreds of pages of material that the budget has been posted online, and you can go to the county website and just click on the FY 2020 budget. And you'll find all the material that goes into detail of what I'm going to discuss. So the fiscal 20 budget started out back in the fall of 2018. We were in a situation where at the time we had stated there was a $20 to $35 million potential gap between revenues and expenses on the county side. Since then, a few things have happened. We've have an improved outlook that was occasioned by increase in real estate assessments, and this board provided guidance in November of 2018. And in that guidance, the board said essentially focus on a number of priority areas, compensation, housing, infrastructure, schools. And then you gave me the flexibility also of addressing potentially through tax increases, Medicaid and Metro expenses. So my proposal to you today is to pursue last year's tax rate and add a 1.5 cent increment above what you adopted for fiscal year 19. I also have included reductions in my proposed budget, and also a number of areas where I think additional resources are needed. So essentially, I'm producing a budget right now that I felt like I would have to put together a budget that would have multiple millions of dollars of cuts to, quote, close the gap. The reductions I'm putting forward today weren't put together with that in mind. They were put together with the concept of we have programs which we feel that we can deliver in a different way, or that are more appropriately delivered by other parties besides the government, or that simply given the priorities that have popped up in the last year, we think that some of the funds spent on some programs should be redirected to those. So you'll see a series of some trims and a series of increases. So let's go on to next slide. I touched a little bit on the reason why we have an improved budget outlook. The main driver for that is the increase in real estate assessments. And all Arlingtonians who own real property received an assessment notice back in January that reflected we had assumed a 2% increase in all real estate assessments. And given that real estate revenue is the majority of the revenue we receive, any change in that helps improve our revenue forecasts. So right now we're at 3.5% increase, which includes 2.9% for residential properties. And I will admit I was a little bit surprised. Commercial properties are outperforming residential properties, which I view as a good sign, consistent with what we have seen with our commercial vacancy rate dropping from a high of over 21% a little bit over 3.5 years ago down to the mid 17% level. We also have had what I refer to as a series of fortunate events, which include lower than anticipated health care costs, lower than anticipated costs related to some additional staffing needs we had in public safety, also additional interest income and some lease revenue that we had not fully anticipated, and those all have helped with the formulation of the budget. So let me get to the numbers. The total budget, general fund, which is what we spend all our time talking about, is $1.34 billion. And the split, the two main pieces of that are the county operating budget, which you see is $810 million, and the school transfer, which is at close to $526 million. Now, below that on this slide, there are other numbers that talk about the increases depending on whether you include the ongoing resources I've included in the budget or ongoing plus one time. And so the ongoing resources, you can see that for the county operations, those are up 2.8%. And then for schools, that's up 4.1%. And we have an excruciating amount of detail on that in the revenue section of the budget, so people can look in there and find out further details. So in addition, as I said earlier, we took a look at places where we were going to reduce spending, places where we needed to do additional investment, and following through on the guidance from the board. And I've suggested that the board should look at least a 1.5% increase in the tax rate. And then, consistent with the guidance that the board provided to me, if the board were to choose, and I was directed to do this, not to advertise a tax rate for increased county services, I have also put together a list of potential alternatives for you to consider. Now, I'm not recommending them. My recommendation includes that you actually raise the tax rate to address the needs that I've put forth. But there are there are suggestions in the budget for programs that you could look at if you, in lieu of taking that half-cent tax increase. And then let's go on to the next slide. We'll get into a little bit more of the details about the spending reductions. We have recommended reductions that affect close to 30 positions. 18.5 of them are filled. There are 3 positions that are currently filled, but where the incumbents will be retiring over the next year. And when they retire, I'm proposing to take those positions permanently. We have additional cost-saving measures in addition to the staff reductions. For example, every year we take a look at our ART bus service. I'm proposing that one of the routes, the ART 53, be eliminated. We've also taken a look at other areas, for example, how we provide wireless service to county employees. We can save money there, and also some efficiencies, as I noted on Thursday. One that I think everyone will understand, which is that now that we're eliminating the personal property tax decal, the treasurer is able to achieve some savings that are close to $100,000. So let me talk a little bit about the investments that I'm proposing, consistent with the guidelines that the board provided in the budget guidance. Number one is, and for me and for the community, it should be investing in our county workforce. I'm proposing wage increases for all employees. These are merit-based increases. You get it if you perform well. If you don't perform well, you don't get it. The range is between 3.25% and 3.5% for general employees. And then, consistent with the compensation philosophy the board adopted last summer, I'm proposing what comes close to a 5.5% average for our police officers and firefighters. That number varies to a fair degree depending on how many years of experience people have, or whether they're new hires. And we'll have a full work session where we go into the details on that. As I noted, healthcare, we're fortunate that the premiums for our Cigna plan, which is a plan that's used by the majority of county employees, that those premiums are flat. For Kaiser, they're up slightly. And we are maintaining the share of costs that the county contributes towards all employee health care selections, whichever plan they take. We have also fully funded our pension and retiree health care benefits. We've actually been able to save about $1 million on our post-employee benefit retirement payments that we make. And before I get on to the last bullet, I don't really want to gloss over this, but the fact that we have a fully funded pension system is an amazing strength of the county, and I'm happy to report that we're continuing investing what we need in that. We're one of the few public sector municipal pension systems in the United States that's funded at 100%. We also have, as I've note here at the bottom, last year when the board was trying to consider, after I had made a proposal, how to add additional resources for public safety, and last year I said the only way for you to do it was to make a cut, to add things to the budget. What we decided to do was to freeze a number of positions in police and sheriff. And so given the financial situation we're in right now, we have enough funds where we can unfreeze those positions, and that will essentially add authorized staffing, additional 10 positions to police and 6 to sheriff. And in addition, the sheriff will be getting some other positions, given that the General Assembly has just approved an additional circuit court judge within the past week. I've included funding for that. Arlington Public Schools, as you can see, that's the, other than the overall county general operations, that is our biggest allocation of funding. You can see there the $526 million I noted. I'm proposing of my 1.5 cent tax increase, 1 penny go to schools. that will, if the board were to adopt that, that would adjust the revenue sharing percentages that will be used on a going forward basis starting in fiscal 21. As to the county portion of the tax increase, the half penny, a large portion of that is actually going to county staff that work in Arlington Public Schools. So that's 3 additional school resource officers, which are our police department, and then the balance is going for school nurses. And then also an issue which this board focused some attention on last year, we're proposing for the first time, I think in the last 6 years, an increase in the amount of transfer that we're providing to Arlington Public Schools for the aquatics program. Just so people will get a sense of what happens here. When we say the county transfer to schools is about $526 million, on top of that, there comes to close to another $9 or $10 million in resources we're spending on resource officers, on nurses, and on crossing guards. And so that's something that people should keep in mind. Another priority as laid out by the board in the guidance was on affordable housing. And this subject actually came up earlier today when we had during public testimony, and I forget the lady's name, came in and said, you know, come on, County Board, it's been 10 years since you raised the caps on the rental assistance that we're getting, and you were able to, I think, in a brilliant reference to my proposed budget, note that I had proposed an increase for the first time since fiscal year 2010 in the amount of rental assistance people will receive under our housing grants. And it's exactly for the reason that you heard this morning, which is that the cost, rental costs have gone up, and they continue to go up year over year, and that people were spending essentially more than 50% of their income to try to meet housing costs, and we had capped the amount of money that they could spend. This will lift that cap, and I think it's something that will be not only well received, but I think it's necessary as part of our social safety net. We're also including, for the first time in, I think, forever, we were actually funding all the housing grants through ongoing funding, which is, I consider, a more reliable source of funding than relying on one-time funds. And as you see here for our Affordable Housing Investment Fund, we have a slight increase, and I'm happy to report we're continuing progress towards making more of that fund ongoing rather than one time. We'll talk a little bit about the digital equity network when we get into our work sessions, but that's essentially providing some funding to some of our nonprofit providers to have them connect to our fiber network. Infrastructure maintenance, another priority from the board. You can see that the total funding for maintenance has gone from $5.5 million in the adopted fiscal 19 budget to $15.5 million. A lot of details there and a lot of potential projects that we'll be looking at. I'm happy to say that we'll be able to continue to maintain our assets and actually invest some additional funds in things that I didn't think we were going to be able to get to, and also add back some of the, actually add back the energy efficiency funds that were proposed as a cut in 2019 in the AIR program. And we were also able to set aside some funds for work towards replacing the West Glebe Road Bridge, which is hopefully going to be a joint venture between the county and Alexandria, and more to come on that. Let's go on next, planning and development. Another subject that we spent some time on this morning related to the impending arrival of Amazon, plus the increase in planning and development activity in the county. So I have proposed, fully funded by fees, that we add 4 additional staff to the county workforce to address what we anticipate to be an almost tripling of site plan applications coming into the county. Now, on Thursday, I said we'd have 18 site plans, and that's correct. I just want to make sure that we can focus on one thing, which is just those are being filed. Not all 18 will come to the county board in the next year. Some of them will take longer than that. Some may not come, or there may be more than that. We will just have to see. But I thought it prudent to address that through some incremental staff, one for the current planning staff and CPHD, another one for housing. Our housing division, and then a few other positions. Also, I'm separately suggesting out of the general fund one additional position for Arlington economic development related to small business. And then, as you see on the top line, given that potential increase in filings, there's about $1 million in funds that I've chosen not to allocate and left as a contingent for the board to review during the budget process. Those funds could be used in the future to hire additional staff, or if the board chose to take those funds and apply them to needs in other areas related to development impact, that's what the money is set aside for. Again, my proposed tax rate increase is $0.015, and we lay out here what the revenue is that's derived from that. My proposal would essentially increase the average homeowner tax bill $277 per year above what they otherwise would be. No, that's it. My proposal is the $0.015 equals $100, but that's on top of a $177 increase they're going to experience simply by the fact that their average assessment has gone up. This table on the next slide, which is very difficult to read, lays out what we call the average household, and for purposes of what I just said, there's this green set of columns in the middle. And when we say what the average average household is paying, we look not just at the real estate tax, which is the biggest piece of it, but we look at personal property, license fees for vehicles, refuse and water and sewer fees, and then also the residential utility tax. And you can see with the real estate tax going up and some of the other fees and service costs going down, that the net at 1.5 pennies, as I said, is 277 in the real estate, and then we have to go down to the bottom here. The total tax bill is 248, and that comes to about $21 per month additional for each individual homeowner. And then you can see the other information there on the chart that talk about what if you advertise at other rates. So this next slide, very quickly, you can see where our sister jurisdictions have proposed rates for calendar year 19. Only one of them in Loudoun has actually advertised, and you see that at the bottom. And we update this chart as we go along. Last point before I move on to the actual fees and advertisements I'm asking you to act on today. I want to thank the board for the action you took in November, where you increased the amount of funding we have in our reserves from 5% to 5.5%. I'll be back to you next month with a series of suggested options for the board to further increase either our reserve levels or alternate sets of funds to try to address the concerns that have been raised by some of the Wall Street rating agencies. And I remain confident that we're going to be able to meet whatever the financial issues are we have as a county, and I'm also confident that as we go into the future and take a look at our reserve policies and other financial policies, we will continue to maintain our well-deserved reputation for strong financial management. So the tax and fee advertisements before you today that I know Ms. Young ably read through all 7,450 of the proposals. Seemed like a lot. We have a real estate tax advertisement. We have personal property, BPOL, and stormwater. We're proposing no changes to those. And then a series of fees as laid out here on the slide. So with that, I just wanted to close by saying that as in previous years, we continue to face some challenges related to school enrollment. We have in fiscal 21, we'll have a few new facilities opening up. We have the Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Facility and the Lubber Run Community Center. We have always the uncertainty of what's going to happen in the economic environment. In sum, I'd say that I'm happy with our good fortune this year, but given my role as designated pessimist, I must warn you that things can always turn in a second, and we'll be paying close attention to that. So we've also received a number of questions in the community about what if the board were to approve the performance agreement with Amazon, and Amazon were to arrive based on the timetable and numbers of employees that they have said, which begin a small number of staff arriving this calendar year. When is it, quote, when will we be getting all the money that we tout as coming from Amazon? And that by the time we get to year 10 of the 12-year between years 10 and 12, we'll be realizing an incremental increase of about $160 million in revenue, but that amount is going to be somewhat limited, much smaller than that starting in fiscal 22. So we have not included any revenue associated with that effect. And with that, here's the schedule. We are right at the very first entry on there, the 23rd. We will be back, and I know you're excited to know we have our first full work session with the county board this coming week. On Thursday, we'll be covering the Department of Human Services. There are 2 public hearings coming up the first week of April, and then the board will consider and adopt the budget on April 23rd. I will, that concludes my presentation, and as always, we're available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And looks like we don't have any commissions ready to give comment at this time, since we will have a couple of months where we'll hear from all of them. So, Madam Clerk, can you give us our public speakers, please?
Yes. Our first speaker is Scott Pedowitz, followed by Joshua Falb.
Okay, Shirley, I'm sorry. Ms. Brothwell, do you want to speak as a member of the commission? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the County Board. I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Manager for the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking today about item 27I, the request to advertise hearings to consider modifications to the special GLUP study process. The Chamber sent a letter to the LRPC last month and another to the board yesterday outlining our concerns. Our letters address some issues with the ultimate special GLUP study process, which will be discussed in the hearings to be advertised. And so I will limit my remarks here to an action that is proposed for the board today and which could have an adverse impact on our economic development. Staff recommendation number 3 is for the board to, quote, direct the county manager to cease accepting applications for special GLUP studies until such time as the revised special GLUP study process and the new and revised special GLUP study fees have been considered by the board and either adopted or rejected, and to return any applications and associated fees for special GLUP studies which have been submitted or are submitted between now and such consideration, on which no staff work has begun, end quote. The Chamber calls on the board not to adopt this recommendation, which amounts to a moratorium on special GLUP studies in Arlington. We appreciate that special GLUP studies present a challenge for CPHD staff because of their irregular nature. We appreciate the staff's desire for more regularity in their workflow and for cost recovery. And we look forward to participating in continued conversations about how best to achieve these goals in a manner that ensures that important development projects go forward. However, imposing a moratorium on special GLUP studies whilst the staff and community determine how to proceed in the future does not achieve this goal. In fact, it poses a risk to economic development. Special GLUP studies are fairly infrequent. A moratorium is the solution in search of a problem. What more, the moratorium will cut off the avenue for any special GLUP studies that should arise during the upcoming conversation. We should not deny access for applicants. We should proceed with business as usual, pending any changes. Moreover, the staff recommendation calls for any application that has been filed, but on which work has not yet begun to be bounced out of the system. This is patently unfair to any applicant who submitted properly and by the rules, and who, through no fault of their own, has the misfortune of being queued for work on this particular afternoon. Applicants submit projects to the county and await action in good faith. Arlington County should keep that good faith and process all applications received. The Chamber wants to see a good process for reviewing and approving special GLUP study applications. A moratorium is not necessary to that effort and may well be counterproductive for our long-range economic development. We ask the board not to impose one today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Falb.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. My name is Josh Folb. In addition to my representing the Arlington Education Association, I am a resident on Columbia Pike, a renter, and my son is at Hoffman Boston Elementary School. I asked if he wanted to watch. He said no thanks. I stand before you today representing the 1,800 members of the Arlington Education Association, but more importantly, those who care for and educate Arlington's 28,000 students. On behalf of those educators, I ask that this board advertise a tax rate that offers maximum flexibility in the face of uncertain times. I ask that this board advertise at least a 3-cent tax rate increase, not because the board will necessarily need all 3 cents, but without the flexibility, this board will not be able to negotiate in good faith with the schools when they present their budget of need in the coming days. Last year, when I stood before this board and asked for a tax rate advertisement that allowed for flexibility, I was told directly from this dais that they would be holding the line because they knew that next year the schools were going to need support as they opened new buildings. Our members and the children within their care expect that you keep that promise and advertise a tax rate that will allow for flexibility and good faith negotiation. A few points of information that I wish for you to consider going forward. First, Arlington's starting salary for teachers is the lowest in the Northern Virginia region, and our ability to recruit and retain staff is suffering. Our salary scales have been stagnant going back to 2014, and with growing school systems and little flexibility in the budget, another year could pass where our competitive abilities fall further and further behind. We can talk all we want about great schools of Arlington, but at its core is a great staff who need cold, hard cash to stay in this most expensive region. Affordable housing for the, quote, missing middle that we have long discussed is the very teaching staff that we struggle to recruit. Arlington County government knows the same problem with their police, fire, and EMS staff, but is better positioned to remedy that situation. Second, while Arlington County touts its revenue sharing agreement as a model for the region, the reality is, as a percentage of total available dollars to a locality, Arlington County is second from last in supporting its schools at 38.3%. Every neighboring jurisdiction gives a higher percentage of its revenue to the schools, save for 2. And I will leave viewers to go to the Waybe Guide if they wish to see who those are. I will acknowledge that not every choice that APS has made in the past has been a perfect one when it comes to infrastructure and other spending decisions. But like those that stand at today's bus stops, we don't hold Arlington's children accountable for the decisions of the past. We learn from our mistakes and we move on. So in summary, I ask that this board advertise a tax rate that will allow for flexibility and room for negotiation with the schools, as was promised last year by the county board, most of whom are sitting here today. On behalf of the 1,800 members of the Arlington Education Association, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Fulb. All right, colleagues, thank you, Mr. Rothwell. And the discussion is now with the board. So does anyone have any questions that they want to offer for the manager at this point? Just for the benefit of the viewing public, we did have extensive conversations with the manager on Thursday, about 48 hours ago. But if you had any emerge since then, now would be the time.
So, Mr. Dorsey, just a procedural question. I was hoping to have a little more discussion about the GLUP study process. Yeah. And is that better to do that in context of item
I think so, since I think the plan will be to segment those out and not pass them in mass. Why don't we have that discussion at that point in time? All right, so I think what we're going to do then, if there are no overarching questions for the manager at this point, we'll begin consideration of each of these items. Since we do have 15 items, we're going to break it up among us to consider them. And I'm going to start with Mr. Gutschall, who I think is prepared to offer a motion for our consideration for items A and B.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I am going to offer a motion, and I will move that we advertise a public hearing on April 4th, 2019 to consider a calendar year 2019 base real estate tax rate of 1.0205 per $100 of assessed value. That we advertise a public hearing on April 4th to consider the commercial real estate tax rate for transportation initiatives at the current rate of 0.125 per $100. That we, in addition, advertise a public hearing on April 4th to consider the calendar year 2019 sanitary district tax for stormwater management at the current rate of 0.013 per $100 of assessed value. That we advertise a public hearing on April 4th to consider the proposed 2019 general personal property tax rate of $5 per $100 of assessed value, and a personal property tax rate of 1.0205 per $100 of assessed value, which is equal to the real estate tax rate for public service corporations. And if I get a second, I'll be happy to speak to that motion.
Thank you. You do have a second, and why don't you go ahead and explain what that is for people who may not be following the math?
Exactly. So what this is this would represent the 1.0205 number per $100 would represent a 2.75 cent increase. And this is the advertisement, so that is up to 2.75 cents over the current rate. And this is derived from a couple of different sources and adding, so follow with me, between what's sort of on the county side and what is potentially on APS, the school side. So the manager, in his recommendation, has proposed a half cent for the county and 1 cent potentially to be used by APS. So that's the 1.5 that's in the manager's recommendation. We have had a request in various conversations I think we've each had with school board members, and while they have not figured out their budget yet, because there's a bit of this chicken and egg between what do we advertise and where is their budget, but we've had a request for up to an additional cent for a total of 2 cents of the 2.75 designated towards APS. And then we've also had a suggestion from Mr. Dorsey of 0.25 cents on the county side to be potentially needed for Metro. So 2.75, 2 of that would be for schools. And again, that's not, when we advertise, we're just advertising, but just how we get there. 2 cents of the 2.75 potentially for schools, and 0.75 on the county side.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gutschall and Mr. Stevenson. Is that math comport?
Yes, sir.
Terrific. So does everyone understand Mr. Gutschall's motion? Anyone else looking to speak to it? I, as the seconder, would just like to say very briefly, I am in support of this motion for the reasons Mr. Gutschall so eloquently articulated. At this point in time in the game, it's our responsibility, I believe, to account for constructive engagement with our community over the next couple of months. We've only received this budget 48 hours ago. I know that I have not fully detailed and scrubbed and looked for all of the ways in which I'd look to alter the work that has been done over many months by staff. So knowing where we are today, the very real needs of Metro, which I know intimately, what has been presented in good faith by the manager, and what we expect will come from schools, even though that hasn't happened yet because their budget is not presented, the superintendent's budget is not presented until next week. The action that we take today responsibly has to account for constructive engagement with all parties over the next 2 months. And while I would love to be able to say I know exactly what that number will be at adoption in April, responsibly I want to make sure we give ourselves the bounds to get it right. So I'll support this motion.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Crystal.
So I actually wish to make a substitute motion. If others want to comment on Mr. Gutschall's, I'm happy to provide them an opportunity to do that.
I can continue. Thank you, Mr. Gutschall, for the for the motion. I actually was comfortable going, I'm probably at the far end, going up to 3 cents for all of the reasons that Mr. Dorsey has talked about, flexibility and needing to have maximum flexibility, because I sometimes feel like we have maximum uncertainty in what we're looking at. However, I don't think I have another vote for that, and 0.25 down it is still comfortable, more or less, so I'm willing to go along with that and support the 2.75. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And Mr. DeFerranti, I tell you, why don't we do this? If you want to speak to this particular motion before we entertain a substitute, you ready for the substitute?
No, I was actually
Okay.
to Mr. Gutschall's motion. So I arrive at the same conclusion. I don't know that all of the ways in which you broke it out, Mr. Gutschall, would be necessarily my choices. Last year I was chair of the school budget committee, so I'm going to have to kind of check that at the door. But there is a feeling that what you articulate, Mr. Chair, Mr. Dorsey, about the full dialogue that we need and the constructive engagement, as you put it, I think is important. There are a couple of other priorities that I could see as relevant. Wasn't here for the charge that we issued last year, but certainly in the manager's budget, the housing proposal is important. I just telegraphed that housing continues to be on my mind as far as the budget, and energy efficiency and renewable energy, as well as your priority of equity. So I reached the same conclusion. I do want to, at least at this stage, say that some of the ways that all breaks out are slightly different, but I also am mindful, I think, perhaps having started my career as a teacher, there's that balance between school operating costs, which is the focus of our work here, and that's very important to me. So reach the same conclusion, slightly different ways to get there at this stage.
All right, thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, and I appreciate, I hope I'll have a second for it so I can speak to it, although I may not have the votes to sustain it, but I would like to propose a substitute motion to Mr. Gutschall's, keeping largely intact most of what he proposed with regards to item A and B, but instead I move that we advertise a public hearing on April 4 to consider a calendar year 2019, to calendar year 2019 base real estate tax rate of $1.008 per $100 of assessed value, and that's intended to offer a 2 cent, $1.013 intended to offer 2 cent tax rate increase. If I have a second, I'd like to speak to it.
Have the second.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. So let me begin by saying what I am proposing we advertise is a full half penny more than what the manager has put before us. I agree with my colleagues that it's important for us to have flexibility to entertain some needs in our community. The manager's budget fully funds, and I've confirmed this with our school board member, the cost of opening new schools. Mr. Fulb, your comment about our promise last year that we'd raise the tax rate if needed to fully fund the new schools opening weighs heavily on my mind, and I am in fact willing to entertain even more than the cost of the new schools to hear other school board priorities this year. I also recognize, that when Metro shows up with needs, they need to be met. Personally, I would like to see us exceed what's proposed, what the manager's offered for the Affordable Housing Investment Fund. Again, I don't disagree on flexibility. The question is where that flexibility comes from. And it's important to me that we not assume that flexibility come from an additional tax rate increase. I think the manager made very clear to us in his presentation on the budget on Thursday that there are choices within this budget built in. Examples include the $1 million in discretionary money to prepare for major economic development arrivals. There's a $10 million plus up in maintenance capital relative to last year. There are additions for us to consider in this budget. And I think we achieved more money for Metro and more money for schools last year without raising the tax rate in a considerably less flexible budget. So the question becomes where the money comes from. For me, more than 2 cents, which is a significant tax rate increase, which will hit both our residential taxpayers and our renters, because we know that most landlords do pass those on, is pretty high already. And I think raising it any further undermines a commitment or a way of framing that we have taken to this community, and I think has really penetrated, which is this idea that we have had softness in the office market, and that we were committed to doing everything we needed to do to raise that rather than to just balance the cost of increasing needs on the backs of residential taxpayers. I think that's really penetrated. I think that's allowed us to have a much healthier conversation with most quarters of our community about Amazon's arrival and why it's necessary, and to go higher than 2 cents, which again I believe is already quite high, feels a little bit like undermining that core message that I have been at least delivering and beating the drum of for the past couple of years. So I do appreciate the consideration of the substitute motion. As I began, I do associate myself with the need for greater flexibility. The question for me is from where that flexibility comes. So again, appreciate it if I can have convinced anybody with that plea, but otherwise we'll be voting for this substitute and not the main.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Crystal. I second it, so I guess I'll start with a comment. And thank you for articulating where you are on it. And, you know, this is ultimately a function of philosophical approach to the beginning of a budget season, because in fact today we're not authorizing an increase in taxes in any way. And if we go through the budget process, we could very much find ourselves in a way that completely rethinks what the manager has delivered to us. Although that has not been our recent past experience, I certainly intend to scrub this budget with a degree of scrutiny like I always do, and perhaps even more. So what we're doing today is not actually setting a tax rate, but setting the terms for our tax rate discussion, which ultimately, when you think about 2 cents or 2.75 cents, while any increase is going to provide a burden perhaps to some in our community more than others, just to put a fine point on it, what we're talking about on a yearly basis is a difference of about $50 for a homeowner at the typical $660,000 home range. So while any money is a burden, particularly if you don't have it, when you think about a $50 advertised difference between Mr. Gutschall's motion and your substitute, I'm comfortable having that allow us the proper flexibility to make sure that at the end of this budget season, we don't end up with regrets. And I'll just remind us all of the last budget season when we began and the things that changed during the course of that budget season, such as reduced revenues due to actions in Richmond that affected the taxes that we collected. Changes manifest, and as Mr. Manager, Mr. Schwartz ended his presentation with, we always are subject to the unknowns between this early action of adopting the tax rate and ultimately adopting the budget. And we don't want to be in a position, I believe, of erring because of a box that we set for ourselves early. So with that, I'm not going to support the substitute, but I appreciate your offering it. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Crystal, actually, for making this substitute motion, because I think this conversation is really, really important for not only for us and flushing it out sort of philosophically how we approach these things, but for the community to understand what's at stake here and how we see this and how this process is going to play out. And the reason why I think it's important that you have made this motion is because I want to share that I fully expect that we will come in more in the 2 cent or under range. And there's a part of me that says, well, okay, I would be comfortable with your motion, except for one little part of this, which is, and I think this is what separates as very fine grains of shades of gray, if you will, is that my experience last year, and granted it was my first year on the board, but my experience was that, and we use that cliche about, cut to bone or cut to muscle, cut fat, whatever we do. I think, to me, it's clear that there is really, if there's fat to be found, I think we've crossed that bridge already. We've already crossed that threshold. So we really, I think last year, hopefully did not cut to bone, but I think we came very, very close in some specific, in some particular areas. And because of the level of uncertainty, and because I think we have then that less margin for error, if you will, built into our base budget where we are, I am more comfortable this year advertising with a little more flexibility or cushion, or however we might want to word that. But I mostly wanted to just underscore that I think your notion of where we will hopefully end up within, I actually share that with you. And so despite what, of course, some out there won't cease to take the opportunity to to bash us for advertising it this way, but I'm very comfortable with going with the 275. Thank you.
Mr. DeFranti.
So the question of the events that'll come over the next 2 months and the discretion that we leave ourselves is on my mind. I am new to that philosophical question, but what I did talk about a lot about last year was the need for a strong, thorough conversation about investments in addition to efficiencies. And so my position this year is significantly about being true to that point, that I want that discretion in this year. I am not unmindful, and I think the discipline that you describe with respect to the impact on homeowners is worth noting. I think we all share that, but I just want to mention it briefly. On the specifics, certainly the AHIF, I will be interested in exploring that and having conversations with you there. I guess echoing some of what Mr. Gutschall said and Mr. Dorsey, thank you for offering this. I think it's important. We won't, hopefully we can all have, this is part of that robust start to the conversation. And so we might not, I won't be voting for the substitute, but we can have that good conversation agreeably. And so I think I really appreciate your offering it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we're ready for consideration of the substitute. So the substitute on the table is offered by Ms. Crystal, and that would be to advertise a tax rate that would equate to a 2 cents increase over the FY19 tax rate. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. It fails 1-4. We'll now move to consideration of the main motion, which is to advertise a real estate tax rate equivalent to a 2.75 cents increase over CY 2019. I'm sorry, over FY19, which would be CY19. You get it all.
The same problem making the motion.
And this would be inclusive of items A and B on item number 27. So it's the real estate tax rate and the associated commercial real estate tax rate, sanitary district tax rate, and the advertisement of the personal property tax rate, which we did not discuss but remains unchanged. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
And that motion carries 4-1. We're now ready to move to the next items on our mega list, and for that, we'll turn to Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next items are our bids and the tax rates for the Ballston Business Improvement District, the Crystal City Business Improvement District, and the Roslyn Business Improvement District. So I move that we advertise a public hearing to consider a proposed calendar year 2019 tax rate for the Ballston Business Improvement Service District of a tax rate not to exceed 0.53 per $100, a continuation of the 0.008 increase to the base 0.05 rate that was used last year, using the attached resolution attachment I in the board materials. With respect to the Crystal City Business Improvement District, I move that we advertise for a public hearing on April 4th to consider a proposed calendar year 2019 tax rate for the Crystal City bid of 0.043 per $100 of assessed value that is in addition to the current real estate rate, using the attached resolution I in 27D in your packet. And lastly, with respect to Roslyn, I move that we advertise for a public hearing on April 4th to consider a proposed calendar year 2019 tax rate for the Roslyn Business Improvement Service District of 0.078 per $100 of assessed value that is in addition to the current real estate rate, using the attached resolution attachment I to your board packet 27E, item 27E. The only thing that seems relevant, that's the motion, sorry.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second? We've got a second from Ms. Garvey. Mr. DeFerranti.
I think you may recall from last year that there was this discussion with respect to the Ballston bid of a slight increase due to sort of ongoing circumstances and the priority that we placed on the bid's work and the budget as a whole and some of their strategic planning, that was slight increase. This is an example where providing flex, it's not certain that that .053 rate that is in this item would necessarily be the ending rate, but at least providing that flexibility is something that, in consultation from staff's advice, is their recommendation. The bids board itself was scheduled to meet on Wednesday and did not have an opportunity to meet, so providing that flexibility is the one note that I would make with respect to the three items.
Thank you. And Mr. DeFerranti, just for a little bit of technical cleanup, I think even though it looks like an I on our board reports, I think those are the Roman numerals, so I think those are all attachment ones for all of those items.
Not the Romanettes, the Romans.
All right, so we have a motion for calendar year 2019 tax rates for the business improvement districts, all of them actually staying the same, although they have different values for each. It's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Crystal? No further discussion. Mr. Gutschall.
One clarification, it's probably my ears because it's late, but a couple numbers I heard different. I just want to verify what you just said, that you're not changing anything, so you moved basically the county manager's recommendation.
That's correct.
Right, so that clears that up.
All right, thank you. I think we're ready. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. All right, for the next section, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, and I also am moving the county manager's recommendation on these two, and I get one of the few ones that goes down. So I'd like to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on the proposed amendment that decreases the annual household solid waste rate from $316.16 to a rate of up to $306, so going down from $316.16 down to $306. And I also would like to authorize the advertisement on, again, April 4th, 2019. This is another increase, to increase the water rate by no more than 17 cents from per 1,000 gallons, and to increase the sewer rate by no more than 1 cent per 1,000 gallons to become effective July 1, and that means that we would increase those rates by no more than 18 cents. And I had one question for staff when we're done, if I have a second.
You do have a second.
Thank you very much, and I just want to double check with staff. My understanding is that these rates are fee recovery, and so you're advertising here up to because you figure to recover you'll calculate better how we recover the fees. Is that correct, the cost?
Yes, ma'am. Both are fee recovery. The up to for the household solid waste rate has a little bit to do with further conversations on the Covanta.
Yep.
And so providing it could be something less than that.
That's great. Now, and those will be interesting conversations, and we won't have them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions about that set of items that Ms. Garvey introduced? Okay, we'll move to a vote on consideration of items F through G in 27. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Move next to Ms. Crystal.
Now I've got my light on. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So I'm going to move these individually. These are three motions related to the cost of supporting our planning work and development fees. So first, I move that we authorize the advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on March 4 and the County Board on April 4 to consider a proposed amendment to the zoning fee schedule to provide a fee for the review of conceptual site plan applications.
Second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Crystal.
And this is a new fee. This is a fee associated with a practice that has now been underway for a couple of years, which I think has been very helpful and productive for our development and 4.1 process, which is a pre-SPRC process between staff and the applicant to review their conceptual site plan. Staff is now proposing, I think quite reasonably, to try to cover the staff time associated with providing this pre-plan review. So I obviously support my own motion. Should be the conclusion there. All right.
Any other discussion on this one? Okay, we'll move to immediate vote on consideration of item number. Yes, Mr. DeFerranti.
Have I got this right? Is this the item that there was discussion from?
No, the next one is what Mr. Pedowitz brought to our attention today. So this is consideration of item number 27H. No further discussion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Ms. Crystal?
Great, thank you. So with item I, this is related to the special GLUP studies. Mr. Dorsey, if you'll allow, I think either the manager or our deputy county manager, Ms. Bird, might be prepared to respond a little bit before I make a motion, because my motion might depend on their answer.
Sure, that'll be fine.
Right.
Thank you.
I think that Samia Bird has been waiting all day to speak, so pay close attention.
Good afternoon. The comments that we've good evening. The comments that we've heard in response to the special GLUP study fee. So just generally speaking, there are a couple of things. One, a special GLUP study fee currently is not a set-aside fee or a different fee. Right now, it's sort of lumped in with our general land use plan amendment fees, and so there's no way currently that we recover the costs and the time associated with doing those to the extent that they have occurred. Since 2008, when the board adopted its policy that facilitates the special GLUP study process for considering land use changes when they're outside of a planned area or an area that's not already been designated for such, there have been 8 applications that have been reviewed. So in 11 years, there have been 8 applications. What's in question, I think, is not necessarily the fees. The process is actually still under discussion as staff is continuing to respond to some of the comments that have been heard from stakeholders in the business community and developers and others about how we might want to go about looking at the process. And some of the goals were to provide some level of certainty, transparency, and better to be able to schedule these, because they're not typically something that's considered as part of the planning work plan. I don't think there are any concerns with us continuing to work with the stakeholders on a process that we might all be able to come to agreement with. What's at issue is the question about directing the county manager to essentially no longer accept applications during this interim period while the board is considering a fee and process changes, and also applications that have been filed but have not yet been worked on. So to date, as I understand it, there are 2 applications that have been filed. One is under process, which is a special GLUP study for Arlington. Another that has been filed was filed early in February, but no work has yet begun. So the universe of projects that would be impacted right now is 1, except for we do understand that there may be 2 to 3 special GLUP study applications that might be filed within the next quarter. So they could potentially be impacted by the direction that staff is proposing in this with the RTA of the fees.
So here's a very detailed procedural question, and this might be for our attorney as well as for our staff. Why could we not allow submissions to queue and then assess a new fee at the time of processing? Why do we need to cease allowing them to be submitted?
I think if they were to submit, they would pay at the time that they would submit. So you wouldn't get the fee that's proposed, you would get the fee that's currently on file. So I'm not sure procedurally if there's a difference, but in terms of process, because they would be in the queue, there would be some uncertainty, I think, among staff about processing the applications the way we currently do, which is as they come and as we can put them into the work plan versus that predictability I think that they were looking for with a new process. The difference would be primarily, though, the fee that we would recoup with the application as it's filed.
Before I yield the floor, could I just ask our attorney, is there any reason when you think about how fees are collected in the county, would we be legally prohibited from accepting a submission and then now, say February or March 2019, and then when staff work begins in August of 2019, assess a fee at that time?
Yeah, I think that you have a great deal of flexibility with regard to these kinds of applications, so that if you wanted to create essentially a queue, which would allow people to file the application, but you don't technically accept it and certainly not begin any work on it, but at the time you do, that's when you assess the fee. So I think what you're suggesting would be possible. I know that's not how it's currently structured, but it seems to me there's no reason why we couldn't do that.
If I could add one thing, which is that if that were the approach we wanted to take, and I think I discussed this briefly with all of you, which is that given the workload we're facing and the number of site plans, and that the special GLUP studies, though important, are we don't have to meet a statutory requirement. we won't begin work on any of these things that additional site GLUP study requests. You said, someone said August. I mean, that would be great if we could start that. But there's no way we would be starting work on any of those certainly before the board takes any final action in April.
I'll yield to, looks like everybody has questions.
All right, Mr.
Is it on this?
Work this way.
So this is actually on this, so if you created a queue but didn't accept, would that mean that there would be a duty to take those special GLUP analyses in order that they're received or not?
I don't think there's an affirmative obligation on the part of the board or staff to do any special GLUP studies. So I think that's something that we have a conversation on. The board directs us to go ahead and move ahead and work on the issue.
And I will say, that's similar to the way it works now, though. They file an application, they get in a queue, and we process it in the order that it's received for the most part.
Ms. Garvey.
So in essence, Ms. Bird, we could actually sort of continue what we're doing, and it's just they'll be taking them, putting them in order, and addressing them when we can. That really doesn't going to change no matter what it won't make a difference. Is that correct?
If that's the direction that the board wants to go in striking the last, no, I think it's C, letter C, then yes.
Thank you, and I think I may want to go in that direction. But one more question. So there's one that's in and under process, so they probably are under the old fee schedule.
That's correct.
What about the one that's been accepted, I guess, but not worked on? Is that right? It's been, so that seems like in a no man's land, that particular.
That's correct, and that would be affected by the direction that staff is looking for.
So we need to give that one a home.
Mr. Gutschall.
I just want to be sure, because the processing them and the order that it received, I thought we were contemplating having a different approach to that.
That's correct.
And so if the board were to direct a different approach than processing them in the order they received is moot, and the whole idea of building a queue right now is, we could actually be creating an expectation among applicants that if they hurry up and get their application in a hurry now over the next couple of months, let alone, I don't think the fees are the real issue, because I'm pretty sure we've heard from applicants, I don't know about happy to pay the fees, they're willing to pay the fees to get their applications processed. So it's not really about the fee itself, so it's good to know that we could work that out. But in terms of establishing a queue that may not actually be what our real intent is headed towards, I'd be worried about that just muddies things up even worse.
I mean, this is one of those things that, for me, thank you, Mr. Gutschall, somewhat complicated because, the sort of overt language of an effective moratorium gives people pause, yet in effect, because of workload and issues, we have a de facto moratorium until staff figures this out. So, this is somewhat a semantic conversation, but the direction that we provide today could have some consequences that I'm not sure we're fully appreciating at this point. So,
If I may, I'd love to make a motion, and then if I can get a second, I'll speak to it, advance one way of looking at this, and others might feel differently. Okay, so I'm going to move that we adopt the county's recommendations to the first two parts for item 27I. The first is to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on March 4 and the County Board on April 4 to consider a GLUP amendment to modify the special GLUP study process description and a zoning ordinance amendment to add special GLUP study fees as shown in attachment B. And two, authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on the March 4 and County Board on April 4 to consider modifying the zoning fee schedule to establish new and revised fees for special GLUP studies, to be effective July 1, 2019.
So in effect, I'll second that, and in effect, my understanding is you're just leaving off three.
I am.
And I'm more comfortable with that.
And if I have a second, I'd love to speak to that. So I think thank you, Ms. Garvey. I think, Mr. Chair, you put it well, right? The question is largely one of semantics. I feel more comfortable leaving things in the status quo than advising new direction. To me, this sort of feels like a little bit, it's not policy because it's directing the manager to take administrative action, but it is an action kind of mixed in with the fee advertisement. And I don't know that we've fully studied it enough to take this action at this time. For my part, I actually could see some benefits of allowing some of these studies to quote unquote queue up or at least come in if it is the point of view of the developers knowing the risk that they bear from this conversation and from conversations from our staff outreach that they may not end up in line. It might actually be instructive instructive if they choose to file nevertheless, when we have conversations about what the right process might be, to have a couple more examples about what could be affected by the process, what type of study. So I would prefer to not take an action, sort of given there's a little bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, my preference would be to not take the additional step. The last thing I just wanted to say is I want to be clear how strongly I support assessing fees for GLUP studies. I don't want that to get lost. I think the extraordinary amount of work that they require from staff has actually been on displays. We referenced one special GLUP study earlier today in our meeting. And for me, the goal is to be able to add the resources that we need to do what this community does best, which is to evaluate new opportunities, grow planfully, engage in the kind of extended stakeholder outreach that lets us try to unite private and public interest. I know the manager's proposed new resources elsewhere in his budget to allow us to do that with site plans, et cetera. So really supportive of this idea. I didn't want that to get lost in my motion to leave off that third piece about taking that policy and or administrative action in the interim.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you, and I think I agree with everything you said, Ms. Crystal. Thank you very much for making this motion. I want to turn to staff, though, and ask them about us leaving off Part 3. Does that give you heartburn? Are we missing something that we don't want to miss?
It doesn't give me any heartburn. I think that there's going to be a lot more conversation about this. So if it was a brilliant proposal, maybe that will reveal itself as we have further conversation.
Thank you. Well, it was giving me a little heartburn to put in Part 3, so I'm feeling much better. Thank you.
Right. Mr. DeFerranti.
So this is where the recovering part of being a city attorney way back kind of gets me in trouble, I think. I would be I think there could be some benefit. I don't like the language of 3. I'm happy with 1 and 2. What you said, Katie, I'm good with all that. I'm mindful, like staff, keeping in mind, Mr. Manager, that you get the glory of more than just land use. So, Ms. Bird, if you have, I just want to make sure that if staff has a strong opinion on this, I'm fine. I understand why the word moratorium gives folks heartburn, absolutely, but if that's going to be the practical effect, I'm okay with it. The one issue that I would feel strongest about, and I don't think there's controlling Virginia law on this, but for the one that's been submitted, my impression is that businesses like some level of certainty, and even though we haven't started work on that, it seems worthwhile to keep whatever fee at the time at which it was submitted. And so I don't know how to address that. I think if you're convinced that you can do that all administratively, I'm good. And I don't think that there's a legal reason why that's the case. It just seems a fairness component that's relevant in this case.
So, not speaking to everything that you noted, but we built the fiscal 20 budget with the assumption that and I think is it the Best Western? Yeah, Best Western, right, and related GLUP study, that we're assuming the current revenue, no higher amount of revenue. We built that into our assumptions, and again, we have the same number of staff available to work on it. To the extent there's flexibility, we'll address it given that charge. So,
does that address your concern?
If you're good, then I am too. I just wanted to at least express that policy concern of,
days in, I didn't mean to advertise one hotel over another. I apologize.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Gutschall.
So I just want to be clear then. So what happens with applications that are submitted on Monday? So without the 3, so the staff will still accept those, and under what fee structure? And because we talked about that we could defer the fee, but without directing you or being explicit about that. So under what fees would that application on Monday be?
What we would do is, if this is my understanding, if someone were to file a request for a special GLUP study on Monday, we would take the material in, we would put it in the special GLUP study locker, and as far as right now, we would collect the current fee, and if there were to be additional fees beyond that the board authorized and they wanted to apply them retroactively, and Steve is shaking his head now.
Yeah, we can't, one bite at the apple, right?
Well, no retroactive fees. My understanding is the current practice is you file the application, you pay the fee, the current fee.
But you said earlier we could defer, you said earlier we could defer collection of the fee.
That's the fee at the time of processing.
Said that, but that would require action by the board. I think, that, I mean, right now, the manager's current practice
I wanted to
is
make
to
sure.
accept.
Yes.
So we need then like a number 3 that says not to cease accepting applications, but perhaps to defer any collection of fees until such time, blah, 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 we figure it out?
If the goal here is to permit the filing of applications, so direct the manager to continue accepting the filing of applications, not accept the filing, to allow the filing of applications, and to assess the new fee, you know, to assess the fees that are in effect at the time the application is accepted for review, or, you know, whatever language would be appropriate.
So,
That needs to be done proactively now?
Yeah, I believe so, because otherwise, the existing practice is to.
I think we need someone drafting this a little bit carefully, like before we vote.
well, so let me see if I understand this. So actually what I would do by matter of practice is that if someone were to submit the paperwork, we would let it lay for, you know, if we had the resources, we might address it, but we won't. And then at the time that we were actually going to start work on it, we would check to see what the fee structure that the board had adopted, and we would charge that fee.
That's what I had in mind, is that you're gonna, and accepting, I think, gets into very formal terminology, and I don't think we need to go there. I think you guys can, as you always do, you work with applicants through the process, let them know that, yes, you've got the physical paper in hand of their application, and you will let them know what their fee is going to be when you get to actually processing the application.
So just so that I understand that, Mr. McIsaac, we would have to, in effect, direct the manager to change policy to continue to allow receipt of these, but to defer the imposition of a fee until such time as we work on it?
And he's got the language, okay. And that's like a friendly amendment?
This works?
Well, I struck the end of it because we're not going to return anything.
Yeah, so I'll, if you will, and I'll give this to the clerk so we can put it up, but I'm going to essentially propose to amend my own motion, that we direct the county manager to allow the filing of applications for special GLUP studies, but defer the assessment of fees until such time as the revised special GLUP study process and the new and revised special GLUP study fees have been considered by the board and either adopted or rejected.
Second.
Okay, great. So let me.
Think that works?
So you know what? I think just for the purposes of being parliamentary kosher, you'll withdraw your original motion, and your new motion is to do this.
Okay. And I'll second the new motion too. Could I ask a question of staff?
Sure.
So the two that are, the one that's in process and the one that's, I don't know what the term is, that's in the queue already, how do they follow in this new motion?
So the Shirlington proposal's already in the queue and being worked on.
They've
So
paid their fees.
And they paid whatever the fee was. On the days in, we have, as far as I know, we've accepted a fee because that's already been filed and we've deposited it, and so.
So they're done too, okay.
That would be the way I would look at it.
Thank you,
Thank you. Do we need a motion on that or no? Okay, just so it's in the record. Yep.
Okay, so we've had a new motion, which is to do for 27I to accept items 1 and 2 in the manager's recommendation with an amendment to item number 3. Does anyone need to see that language? We're good? Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much for working us through that, Ms. Crystal. You have one more, I believe.
All right. We could have potentially stood to lose a lot of money if he said we had you not clarified. All right. I am going to move that we authorize the advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on March 4, 2019, and the County Board on April 4 of the same year to consider a proposed amendment to the zoning fee schedule. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was motion H all over again. I need to do J instead. My apologies. I'm going to instead move that we authorize the advertisement of a public hearing by the County Board to be held on April 4 for an inflationary increase of 2.5% to CPHD's development fund fees, including the DES development-related fees, except as noted as set forth in attachments A and B, effective July 1, 2019.
All right. Ms. Crystal, would you like to speak to it?
I think this one is pretty straightforward. It is basically making sure that the fees charged for the cost of processing developments keep up with inflation.
Indeed. All right. Mr. DeFerranti.
No, I was just going to.
All right, there we go. So, seeing no need for further discussion, all those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. We'll now move to 27J. No, you just did that. 27K.
We've been here for about 8 solid hours, so that's understandable that we're starting. It's all right. We're having a great time.
So for item number 27K, I'll move that the county board authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th, 2019, which would include a new fee of $35.72 per person for every 5 years for fingerprint-based criminal history searches coordinated by the Department of Human Services Child Care Office, and also item number 27L, which is to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to be held on April 2nd, 2019, to consider new fees for medication aid certification class provided by the Department of Human Services as set forth in the fee table shown in the staff report effective July 1st, 2019, and also to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to be held on April 4th, 2019. These dates are inconsistent.
Mr. Chairman, I think all of the dates should say April 4th. If you said April 2nd on L, that was our mistake.
Oh, that's okay. So just know that every time we've said April 2nd, if we have, it's April 4th for consideration of the FY 2020 DPR program services and membership fees shown in attachment 1 of the staff report for item 27M, and then for item 27N to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th to consider amendments to the motor vehicles and traffic section of the Arlington County Code to make conforming and clarifying changes necessitated by the repeal of the requirement to display license tags or details using the resolution in attachment 1 of that staff report, and item 27O to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on April 4th to consider an amendment to Chapter 2 of the County Code dealing with animals and fowl relating to dog licensing as shown in attachment 1 of the staff report. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and I'll just briefly go through what the changes were in outlining the recommendation for 27K. That is a new fee, one that has not existed, to provide for the ability to charge a fee for fingerprinting, which would last for 5 years for people who are charged with being caregivers in family child care facilities. L, to provide for 32 hours of certification training and setting fees for that certification, which are pegged at the midpoint of the market. Item M, which sets forth the DPR fee schedule for next year. Most fees remain the same, but there are changes for gymnastics, therapeutic, recreation, as well as some youth sports leagues changes, and substantial changes to aquatics fees are being advertised. And then items N and N, I think, are pretty self-explanatory according to the description. Is there any other discussion on that set of items? None? Mr. DeFerranti.
I just don't know, Ms. Hilton, if you wanted to speak to it at all. It's not much,
yeah, but it's also, we've had our speakers on it.
Sorry.
Unfortunately. And this is just the advertisement. We'll have substantial time for the public hearing to have extensive conversation about it. Any other questions, conversation on that on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Those fees are all advertised, and we have completed Budgetorama and done all of our advertising items for item number 27. That's right. That's right. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any other items before the board on this wonderful afternoon?
We do not.
All right, seeing none, the county board is in recess until Tuesday, February 26th. Oops. Tuesday, February 26th, 2019. Thank you all.